that's kind of our goal these first couple weeks, just try to get base hits, truthfully. Not, we're obviously trying to win the race, but you can lose a lot of points really, really quickly these first few weeks. So try to set ourselves up in a good position. We were able to do that last week, and try to do it again today in our highpoint.com forward. So I was happy with how it drove yesterday in qualifying. That was the smoothest qualifying run I feel like we've had at Atlanta. So yeah, optimistic for today and see if we can work with our teammates to get up front.
Good luck, Chase. Jamie?
Danny, I talked to your crew chief this morning, and he summarized this place as Daytona on steroids. How would you assess the racing here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the runs are actually bigger. You know, the drafting is more of an effect on this track because it just gets trapped in. It's a small
finally get to be able to do
facility,
this.
but yet we're all still wide open.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to do any
I definitely think that the
pre-race stuff from Daytona, but
high-speed chess match,
or
really,
at least for
where
the
you place yourself, and
race,
then, you know, ultimately the teams, it's up to them to really come up with that good strategy to make sure you're always up front, especially towards the end.
A lot going through these drivers' minds, Chris. They're ready to go here at Driver Introductions.
All right, thank you, Jamie and Regan. William Byron, fresh off the Daytona 500 win, the biggest win of his career. Remember, he led NASCAR in wins last year in the Cup Series. He's won 2 of the last 4 races that have been run here in Atlanta. And coming off that big win for Hendrick Motorsports in their 40th year, our Shannon Spake sat down with his boss and his hot driver.
Growing up watching the Daytona 500, I just have that memory of all the confetti coming down.
Yeah, boys, Daytona 500.
Get ready, drop the confetti.
well, you know, I actually get to have a stream where we actually have an actual.
Where's the ring?
I didn't bring the ring.
Come on.
Too cocky.
You can be a little cocky when it comes to that one. 9 Daytona 500s. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Has it sunk in?
Not really. I've done a lot of races in 40 years. I think when they gave me the ring and seeing that trophy, that is the Daytona 500.
It's the first
I'm gonna
one
do
since
listening
juniors
to
and
him, but
14.
I see you looking at him, and I know that it's hitting you as well, right?
It's surreal to go through the intensity and how much everyone wants it at the end of that race. You can only really feel that inside the car. I think Mr. H, he gave me a lot of confidence on super speedways, and he honestly, he had more confidence, I feel like.
Rest in peace,
Has that
Bumble.
been sort of the
Rest in
relationship
peace.
all along?
It has, for sure. In my rookie year, I was a little bit embarrassed to talk to him, and he probably doesn't know that. I know where we were, and I know how much he believed in
You know
me.
what?
And now
It may not
here
be a
we are,
glass,
you know,
but
winning 5-6 races a year.
I'll raise a toast. Raise a toast to your uncle. Great uncle, I should say.
When you look at Williams,
I mean,
he's got
surprised I got,
God-given
but
talent. What you don't
I'll raise a
realize,
toast.
he's a perfectionist. He doesn't like to talk about that. But, you know, again, you just look at
Makes me uncomfortable.
Why does it make you uncomfortable?
I don't know. I think it's just because I am a perfectionist, and I think I'm really critical of myself. And also, I never really pictured being here.
From the computer. From the computer.
How old was he, Bumble?
I'm different.
Do you mind? Don't mind
Was
me
there a
asking.
time early on that maybe you felt like, hey, I don't deserve this?
Having a different background than everyone else, it was an easy excuse to be like, well, he's never raced.
He didn't put in the time.
Yeah, he didn't put in the effort. Mr. H brought people around me that I was
Yeah,
comfortable
I
with.
saw
and
that. I
to
was in a
have
VC
that
with some
team that
other
I feel like
people.
everyone around me, I
Just go to
trust and
VC,
believe
and
in,
they told me
they
about
believe
the
in me.
Logano one.
Pretty amazing.
How old was your great uncle?
Were you
Hello, Hamill.
different when you got out of the car on Monday than you were when you climbed in the car on Monday?
It was just nice
Okay,
to
okay.
feel like you had done something that, you know, everyone that it took to get to this point would be proud of.
Love y'all.
I know my grandfather passed in December,
Right here.
and he was.
He's a little different than he
Yeah.
was the year before. After Phoenix, I saw a different
Something.
William. He was determined. He was more motivated going into this year.
I mean, like not bringing the ring, right, and kind of doing all those things. Is that your way of kind of moving
Just shy
on
of
to the next
95,
one?
maybe, if
Well, I
it
think in
was.
this sport it humbles you really quickly, and winning the most races doesn't entitle you to anything. And I told my team that this race stands on its own, but we're gonna get back to work.
One of the great dynasties in all of sports, Hendrick Motorsports, so that 24 familiar. Some of the drivers changed. They keep on winning and winning big. Back with the guys. We've moved further down the grid here live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Why and how has a guy like Byron, we know he's a student of the sport, right? Liberty College takes his classes here, but he's emerged against a really big group. You got Chase Elliott, who's been a champion, Kyle Larson, how has he come to the top, rose to the top of that?
Well, I love the fact that William Byron has a great work ethic, and that's what I hear from everybody who's around him, is just how hard he works.
I think it's most interesting about Byron, and I said this last year.
Of what's going on, you have to be able to pick yourself apart. You have to be able to pick your car apart. To be a part of the equation.
He had the good start in 22, but they teetered off.
Well, I think there's another
last year, they didn't teeter off. They kept it up all the way through to Phoenix, and then they just got beat at Phoenix.
For that, he's a business guy. He puts the right people in the right situations, and that situation has been lethal to this competition on the racetrack.
Yeah, and he's got some guys to work around and work with. I don't think he's overlooked. I mean, he's got the 500. When Byron wins a championship, a cup championship, then he'll be in their company. And right now, he's impossible to overlook, and he's done well here in Atlanta, although starting 11th today. Chase Elliott, we're standing in front of his car on the grid, the 9 Chevrolet. He's in the Hooters car today. We'll be chatting with him live when we continue as the sun is shining in Atlanta. Corey LaJoie. We'll also look at the odds for this race. Long shots favorites.
Well,
and he's been a guy who's run well here. Maybe a long shot if you're
he's
interested.
Trying
in
to become the first since
Michael McDowell with fellow Ford Logano.
He's trying to become the first since Kenseth in 09 to win the first 2 races of the year.
COPD.
Obviously not the first time it's been done. There's been more than one instance of it, but
and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trilogy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had.
John, I streamed it in my
3
Discord,
medicines
BC.
and 1 inhaler, Trilogy keeps
I'm still amazed that
future flare-ups.
They all pitted at the same time.
Trilogy improves lung function, so I can breathe
In that before that last run,
and night.
and Hill was the only car that made it.
Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it.
Everybody else either pitted on the yellow before the overtime, or ran out of gas between the restart and the finish.
Problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain.
Hill was the only car that made
Ask your doctor about
80, I think it was 86 laps.
COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
I don't so much like the guy, but you got to give him credit for whatever they did. Whatever he did, because he still had enough fuel to burn out the car. So, I what else can you say to it?
Hi, my name is Brandon. I was here when Kevin Harvick won his first Cup Series race.
NASCAR on Fox. Welcome you to Atlanta Motor Speedway.
That was the first NASCAR race I ever attended.
Green flag, we're racing in Atlanta.
I was here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway when Kevin Harvick won his first Cup race.
One, a somber time in the sport of NASCAR. Obviously, we had lost Dale Sr.
I will never forget the day that he died. It's the first time my wife ever saw me cry, I think.
Look at Harvick at that 29. What a little hot rod he is.
We all love the underdog stories and the new guy stories.
Harvick is
Guy's wearing my initials on his shirt.
Leaders, but does he have...
I just remember seeing them come into turn 3 right in front of us.
He can really get into turn 3.
Harvick was up high and Gordon dove down low.
Open that bottom up, because here comes Harvick.
As they were making their way towards the finish line, I'm thinking to myself, come on, Dale, help him.
Must be Dale Earnhardt, because this is his...
You know, at the time, you lost the man. You lost Dale Sr.
Everybody was sitting on pins and needles. And then it just erupted.
He's going to get him, though. Here they come. Get him. Gordon got loose. It's Harvick. Harvick by inches. Harvick by inches.
It was like a spiritual moment.
What could be more special?
I'm sure there were even Jeff Gordon fans that were probably cheering for him.
I think that's kind of what the sport needed.
Basically healing NASCAR Nation.
Somewhere up there, I think Dale's smiling.
And Dale is jumping up and down right now.
I'm surprised it was never mentioned, though, when Kevin did win it. You could twist even more of the irony there in the fact that it was Kevin's 3rd Cup start. You know, his 3rd Cup start.
You know, sports fans, yeah, they remember dates, but the moments stand out.
I can see the way you look at it. I think it was fated.
It never gets old.
It was fated. It had to happen.
In NASCAR, and for fans, I mean, 3 weeks after losing Earnhardt, your first career win and your 3rd run at it, and then you got married a couple of days later. A lot has happened since then.
That was a big week.
Yeah, that was a big week, and so when
well, he actually got married prior to the Atlanta race.
So to come back to Atlanta, every time
Jamie
we go
was
back
his
to Atlanta,
second,
obviously
fumble.
You see that race video and you see everything. But I think for me personally,
it was the second Cup start because he started Dega
a lot better than what you did at that particular time, because you were really not in the moment. You were just going from race to race to race and test to test to test, and you realize how much it meant to the sport, how much it meant to RCR and everybody involved. So it was quite a moment, my first win, and that's still the only time I've ever heard the crowd over the car.
It was a perfect scenario. I mean,
well, yeah, John, because he led a lot of laps at Daytona too.
Gordon by an inch
So.
at this place.
Closest finish ever, yeah. And you carried the weight.
Boy, this isn't my first time.
How about today? And
This is actually my sixth season doing this. I've been doing this since 19.
Would that be more accurate?
Just not on this account. So,
but they did add a few degrees more banking.
as somebody who's done this before, I know. I know to be aware, and I have been taken down myself. I've had one account definitely suspended. So.
That they put in with the new asphalt, it added this really unique style of race that we don't see anywhere else. And I think today, with the sun out, the asphalt aging,
No, I think it's too early to say that
and speed
smudge
is definitely going to be a conversation we have all day.
with Hill, because Hill hasn't. I don't think Hill has proven his worth enough to be in a Cup ride yet. Yeah, he can win. He can win the plate races, but
mile-and-a-half mentality.
what else does he have?
You have to handle,
that's
here. These guys can take speed
what
out of
else does he have to his resume? Dylan at least had 2 titles.
That's balance.
I mean, he had.
The cat and mouse game, if you will, with these teams is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and tougher to make
Oh yeah, I keep an eye on it half the time, boy. Well, some of the guys also have stopped doing it too. I know Rowdy's kind of stopped too. Said he wanted to teeter off to do other things.
Chose the right strategy. It's going to be the guys. Is it the guys that don't have the handling in their car that try to get a little bit of speed out of their car, or the guys that are in the back of this field that chose handling?
All right, let's take a look at the
But back to Hill, Dylan at least has a truck and Xfinity title to his name.
Kyle Larson earlier. I like their handling. I like
Hill, I think, would have to get a title for me to say that he can come to Cup.
Easy. We're standing here, girls. How about a favor? Who you think?
But that's just me.
I mean, duh, guys. Chase Elliott, how about that? Plus 1,300.
All right, we go to the long shots. By the way, William Byron was the favorite last year in this race. He failed to finish.
Yeah, I'm surprised McDowell's so low.
Just like he finished 4th at Daytona.
Well, I'm going with Bubba Wallace for my long shot.
I mean, if not for the
finish at Daytona and everything that
mechanical issue at Daytona, plus he's starting on the front row. Or yeah, he's a pole sitter.
Pole sitter Michael McDowell, first pole ever.
All right, and you mentioned Clint, that Chase Elliott was your choice to win today among the favorites. Talk about memories here. Guys, this doesn't get old. The Georgia guy, most popular driver, and part of Hendrick Motorsports at his Napa Chevrolet. For Hendrick winning in Atlanta. He's in the Hooters 9 today and the orange.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot he won big. Well, then again, I didn't watch the Xfinity Series last year, outside of select races.
It doesn't get any better. A nice, beautiful day, and we're not in North Georgia, but at least we're in the right state.
Well, you're close to home.
That's right.
And I've told these guys from your preseason interview, just looks like
surprised
you're
that story hasn't been posted yet, but
ready
Elliott's
to
going to the rear too, along with
just
Logano.
a confusing year, probably. Just what's it like racing close to home and being ready to go like you look to be this year?
Yeah, I am, honestly, and I'm excited about it, and just have really boiled off the things that don't matter and put a lot of emphasis on the things that do. And when you really sit back and think about what matters and what doesn't, there's a really small pool of things that do. And I think
I try to do every
cup
Cup
better,
as my time allows, you know.
For me to learn some of those things. So
that's usually my plan.
Just excited for the season, excited for a great opportunity, driving in really fast cars, and I want to make the most of a good opportunity.
Chase, take me to that really fast.
It's a healthy debate, Smudge, you know.
Here, part of the plan a little bit.
Kind of what I try to make my streams too. Is we can sit here and discuss things, you know.
Tell me about that decision for you today.
As long as it gets bad, you know.
It's a card we got, right?
And you know, I think that certainly with our qualifying effort, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that we are trying to make our car drive well.
And that's also true, boy.
There's probably a little better balance. To be
Vegas
honest,
odds could give you a good general idea, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how they're
the
going
right
to play
decision
out.
for today. Whether that works out or not, I don't know. We're committed and we're going to go try and see. But I'm looking forward to it. And we have to go to the back. We had an issue we had to fix this morning too, which we're already in the back, so it really didn't matter anyway. So, but the bigger concern with qualifying bad, as you guys know, and all y'all talk about, is the pit selection, and that just kills you all day if you're not careful. So I think we got pretty fortunate with the way that worked out, but certainly want to try to move forward and hopefully have a car that we can be.
Also, if you're here, you weren't here for Daytona. I apologize. I had to work late, so I only got to get the second half of the 500 last week. But hey, at least we got good weather today.
Here in this race, given the weather conditions and the way the cars are running.
Honestly, I was just really proud of our effort and where our team's at. You know, we didn't have a great result, but to be candid, I thought our prep going into the weekend, our pit stops, our communication, like everything was really good, and I think that is such a big deal. And granted, no, my last move on the last 2 laps wasn't the right one and didn't work out, but everything.
No, Bumble, I thought the deal was that if Bowman wins, you're going to see the only thing.
What you're saying is you gathered some points, you had a good week. Is that what you're saying?
He's ready to roll.
Yes,
that's right. Now, and we want to hear the siren, or is he Cyrene? What's the help?
Cyrene, they said down there.
We want to hear that.
They did not like horn. I was messing with it a little bit and said I'm going to go down there and honk the horn when my man Chase wins.
That's just disrespectful.
Well, apparently it was. I was teasing.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
All right, well, thanks so much for coming by. Good luck. I
got a Coca-Cola in hand, too.
That's good stuff.
Let's get it done today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Chase Elliott with us, and we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about some of the expectations after some of the strategy. What is the strategy here, and how does that change? Because we heard a lot of drivers talking about Daytona and the fuel mileage and having to race that way. They weren't real happy. It's a little bit different here.
Well, the chatter is definitely different. As we've walked up and down this grid, you hear crew chiefs and drivers talk about handling. And that is real, and I think these guys in the back are definitely leaning more towards handling than they are
No,
speed.
the bet was he would shave all of his
That is
hair.
definitely going to come into play.
I love that
If
point.
Jimmy
You go to
Johnson
the front of this
won.
thing, Chris, you talk to them, we need
So-
speed. We're going to handle fine. It won't be an issue. You come back here and hear old Chase talk about handling. You watch these cars back here. They'll march right to the front. Look for long-run speed out of these cars in the back.
Yeah, and important, the second race of the season, points. You don't
Stay,
want to
hey.
get too far back.
Stay, hang
early,
around.
And we'll continue with you guys as you head up to the
I don't mind
grid
people hanging around, you know.
and call the race. We'll continue live from Atlanta Motor Speedway on a beautiful day for weather. The sun is shining. Stay with us. I hope you will.
Everything we build is from the ground up. Every great idea, every crazy idea, every next idea. Everything you see, everything you feel when you drive it. We put everything we have into our trucks, so you get everything out of them. Ram, trucks are
Different
what
car.
we do.
Different car. Bumble. I said this. Him can vouch for me because I said this yesterday. Actually, Port was here too.
Hey man. You like Dr.
The cup races have been the best races with this Atlanta. Also, you guys all just got rickrolled. That's Rick Astley. Bad enough that I know that that's Rick Astley, but
classic first timers.
yeah,
They
that was
don't know
Rick
that
Astley
nearly half of all used
on
cars
that
have
Dr.
been in
Pepper
an
commercial.
accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Unpause.
Oh, I want no accidents.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza
I
on
know,
your next
it's
order.
not that
You
one, but
get
it's
pizza now, then pizza again.
this other
Free
one.
pizza means your next dinner is covered. Your future self will thank you. Get it while it's hot. Only at Pizza Hut.
Today is just such a special day. The XFL and the USFL merged together to create one powerful spring football league called the UFL. These players are going to play hard-nosed, intense football, passionate football.
Every play matters.
They got one shot. They're going to ball out. Spring football.
Well, we would have had that last year, John, but you know, weather intervened last year.
March 30th on Fox and ABC.
Here in the
You know, the
South,
race was shortened last year
NASCAR's
because of rain,
racing
though,
roots
the night
run
one.
deep. Atlanta, Georgia is certainly no exception to that.
We've had
In
night
fact,
races
the
in
sport
Atlanta
may not
before,
be what
too.
it is today without the presence of Atlanta Motor Speedway. The track broke ground in 1958, and held its first NASCAR race in July of 1960.
Yep.
Atlanta International Speedway, as it was known back then, came roaring onto the racing scene in incredible fashion, becoming the 7th super speedway on the NASCAR circuit.
That was back when Atlanta was didn't have the dog leg.
Earned quite the reputation as one of the sport's most entertaining venues. Instantly
had the
becoming
dog
a fan
leg in
favorite
'97,
that only
and
furthered the fabled track's lore.
This is the biggest sports event
trioval in '97.
Racing that never disappoints. As time moves on, there is no short list of
Obviously,
memories
he had the big change
that
in
will fade
22.
away from the track's rich and iconic history. This is Atlanta.
Here live at Atlanta
You know
Motor
what?
Speedway on our aerial
That's a good
coverage
pre-race question to
provided
ask
by
chat.
Goodyear,
As chat starts to
powering
fill
every
up in there.
lap, every mile, and every victory
What
on
would
the
you
road
say
ahead.
is your
Goodyear,
favorite
more
Atlanta-specific
Sun is shining, ready to race
NASCAR
400
moment?
miles, hit speeds of 185 miles per hour.
Just
And he's always
Atlanta-specific.
Going fast. Our Michael Waltrip for the grid walk. And Michael, who you with? Where are you?
I have found Chris Buescher, and I'm wondering, would you go in a submarine?
Yeah, I would do that. I'm afraid of flying, but I'll get in a submarine.
You'd go down. I heard you went to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Are you a skier as well?
I'm a faller. Yeah, I try and ski and then I fall, but we were a little smart. It was a little too close to season start, so we'll say that a little later.
I got it. Did you see that conveyor belt where the kids were riding up? I looked like Buddy the Elf. I got on that to get to the top of the mountain where I went.
So you were learning, okay.
Burning question in the pre-race show: handling or speed? What do you got?
I was going to say, well, Bobby Labonte didn't win either race in 2000.
Have fun.
Senior won the first one, and Nadu won the other
hear
one.
what it feels like to hear this. Hi, champ.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
I'm good.
Champ, 2-time.
How about that, Daytona? But you're the big deal. How's the off season been? And I want to get one more question real quick. Your dad, I raced against him. What was it like the first time you saw him when you got that championship?
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about Bobby locking the
Obviously,
title in
everyone
2000.
on this 12 group, they would celebrate
Finale.
together and really appreciate what we accomplished. And having Dad there, my whole family really, and I think every kid wants to make their parents proud, right? And
Yeah, you're thinking of the race where Nadu ran out of
I was
gas.
really lucky to do the sport of racing and have him every step along the way and teach me a lot. So it was cool to see his emotion. My dad's not a very emotional guy, but to see how happy he was and to have him there, it was just super special. So I don't know if I'll be able to recreate that feeling, but we'll try really hard to do that. So we'll see.
You're quite the drafter. How did you get your super speedway prowess? Did Dave tell you about that?
Yeah, he taught me a little bit about it, but honestly,
I think if I was going to put mine one up
when
there,
I came into the Cup Series, having
the obvious one is
they
obviously
really
the
taught me a
'92
lot.
finale.
Brad, Joey, great
Because of
drivers
what
on
that
these
was
drafting
kind of
tracks
like
on every track, but
one
I
of
was
the
able to kinda
moments in
pick
the
their brain
sport.
on these drafting places
But I'm actually going to go with the Bobby's win here in
set everything up
'96
and their mindset and sitting in
and the
the
dual
meetings and really
celebration
helping
with
out as
Terry
young
winning the
drivers. So,
title, and they both
those
took
two
the
guys
victory
taught me a
lap
lot. I've been able to kinda
around
leech off of
Atlanta
a little bit of their knowledge
together.
and apply it, and hopefully we can apply it today and have a good run.
Go get him, champ. Oh, sorry. I bumped into a cat. Here's Kyle Larson with his family. I tell you a little quick factoid. Kyle Larson races every weekend. Is that breaking news at home? How do you feel about your race today? Hi, buddy.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, he races every day, actually.
Not just every weekend?
Twice a day. I raced twice yesterday. So.
Hi, how you doing? What's your name?
Audrey.
Audrey, I knew that already. How you been?
Good.
Have you been racing any?
No.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about today? You got handling or speed?
I don't know. All we've done is qualified, so I hope we have handling and speed. I think that's the goal.
Also,
so,
I remember watching
we'll see.
Kyle's truck win there in 05, where he came from like 7th on the fresh tires.
The last time the first
With,
two spots
what was it,
were
3 to go?
occupied by the same two drivers in
Came
the
from
first two
7th.
races, 1981. How about that? I'm going to go trackside for ceremonies. We're getting ready to get this party kicked off. It's going to be a great day in Georgia. The sun is shining, and I cannot wait to see the green flag.
Command is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Dawson County High School Junior
I
ROTC
told my
Color
cousin
Guard
John,
presents our
who
nation's
happened to come
colors.
in while that race was finishing, I said, watch Edwards
Here
catch
to
him.
offer today's invocation, please welcome from
So yeah,
Restoration Church
I'm well
in
aware of the
Bethlehem,
Edwards
Georgia,
Johnson moment.
Pastor Ben Warwick.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you first and foremost for the sacrifice of your Son, Jesus. Lord, we thank you for your goodness and grace. Let it be a competitive race today, a safe race, cover every driver, every fan, and every crew member. And Lord, be with the officials and let them know it ain't rubbing, it's just racing. And last but not least, Lord, I pray you'd bless every first responder. God bless our troops. God bless NASCAR. And God bless the United States of America. And go Dogs.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome two-time Georgia Country Female Artist of the Year, Mary Kate Farmer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Tony looking slick during the anthem there.
Joy to take you 400 miles. Good crowd, good weather, good race, good day.
You love
Time to
pizza
lock
just as
in.
much as we love pizza. So we're bringing you
Atlanta.
our favorite offer yet. For a limited time, get a large
Second race of the
one-topping
year.
pizza for only $8.99 at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Don't do anything stupid. I apologize for nothing.
Yeah, no weather delays. Weather looks beautiful. Let's go race.
Hungry goats, drunken raccoons, driving dogs.
And a partridge in a pear tree?
No. Animal Control returns.
Do I have time to take a quick shower before we...
Yeah. The Pack is back. Season premiere Wednesday, March 6th on Fox.
The XFL and the United States Football League have announced plans to merge.
A move that ensures spring football is here to stay.
This is an iconic moment.
An excitement for fans all across the country.
Let's ball out, baby!
This will bring together two of the best spring leagues we've ever seen.
It's a win for football and for fans. The United Football League has arrived. There's no doubt spring just got stronger.
I won't say who you got because obviously I'll be doing my channel point predictions for the stages and obviously for the end of the race. So.
But you have to empower the women to see it. By design, we're in a world that was not built for us.
I feel like I've done a lot of amazing things in my career, but the stakes are as high as they'll ever be.
Women of the W, they have been here and they're not going away. This is our opportunity to get it right.
The sky's the limit.
Three.
Is this the start of a dynasty?
Ryan Blaney is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
A redemption tour? Ready to go to work. Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the
Last year, these two races were won by Logano and Byron.
Fox. Last season was just the beginning. Now, the greatest.
And Byron actually has the most wins. We've won 4 races since the change was made to the track, and Byron's won 2 of the 4. So Logano and Chase Elliott were the other 2 winners. So 3 different winners under this config. Will we see a fourth different winner today?
I am tradition, passed down from the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend.
You know, it's all I've ever known, racing.
I was fortunate to be in Victory Lane 20 years ago, and I'm here again.
I am meant to be passed down from one generation to the next. Because the only thing better than seeing a race is sharing it with someone.
Six days removed from William Byron winning the Daytona 500. Micah McDowell moves over one slot, still on the front row. Joey Logano, second fastest this week after being on pole in Daytona. Ryan Blaney, series champ. They're all ready to tackle Atlanta in the Ambetter Health 400. We are a world away from Daytona, even though it's only been 6 days. This track is 1 mile shorter. The banking is 3 degrees flatter. The turns are just about as wide, but a completely different super speedway racing experience awaits 37 drivers. Pole speed almost 179 miles an hour on the reconfigured Atlanta Motor Speedway. Clint Boyer, what do we expect?
Well, if you're down there, Kevin and I were just down on the starting grid and talked to these drivers firsthand. Somebody's wrong, Kevin. You just said it, Logano, McDowell, same two cars we saw last week at the Daytona 500 on the front row. Flip side of that, we talked to Chase Elliott, clear back at 28th place. Went for handling. First time you're at a racetrack where you can really take, right, rob Peter to pay Paul. We're taking speed out of our race cars to find handling, downforcing these things for a long run, Kevin.
Well, regardless of whether it handles or doesn't handle, this is by far the most uncomfortable the drivers will feel in the car. There isn't anything about this racetrack that makes you feel comfortable. There's the bumps, they're in all the wrong spots. There's the handling of the car, there's the car pushing behind you. And this, as a driver, is not fun because of the fact that you know it's that balance and they want that car to go as fast as it can, so it's going to be right on the verge of not handling great, and it's just not going to feel good at any point.
Well, now compared to stage one last week, are we going riding or are we going racing?
I think you're going racing. I think as you look at this first stage, you can make it all the way on fuel. So when you look at the points, a lot of those guys, and I know Clinton hates to hear this, but a lot of those guys that are down in the points didn't get any stage points last week, and it's buried them, and I don't think you want to do that twice.
Well, how do we get these points? We talked about the speed versus handling in this thing. This track, it's a super speedway style racetrack. That was the vision by it, right? We've seen that the last couple years, but every time we come, it gets a little slicker, a little more slick, and that's where this handling aspect comes in. I think you're going to see him, much like yesterday, starting to move to the front pretty quick and separating the field.
Beautiful day for racing in Atlanta as we go trackside. And now, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome 35-year lead anchor for the Performance Racing Network, entering his final season behind the mic, Doug Wright.
Oh, by the way.
To all the race fans who have ever listened to NASCAR on the radio, thank you. Thank you very much. Drivers, start your engines!
The MRN radio actually on behind me on my actual radio, so that way I have both.
Doug Rice brings the heat. We've been kidding him all weekend that The Rock would be a tough act to follow, and he nailed it. Well done.
Why are you here? State your purpose.
To find a place to rent. I know renters when I see them.
Who is this guy?
It's the top priority when you move to a new city or galaxy. Apartments.com. We can help you get into a lovely 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. I don't want to presume anything. I like these guys. Apartments.com. The place to find a place.
What's your favorite part of the Kit
I
Kat
think you
bar?
could almost make a reference there
chocolate?
with Jeff Goldblum and
The
Independence Day.
The wafers?
No, the stuff in between the wafers.
Ah, the in-between stuff.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Now try new chocolate frosted donut.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die.
Well, you have to start talking points. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen how much stage points can make the difference between
That's my go-to. Ooh, that's my ride or die.
making it, not making it. So
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go Biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
Ever wonder why Kit Kats are so delightfully crispy? There's your answer. 1, 2, 3.
it's more like it's a
Tasty
collab
wafers
bumble
covered in cream
or
and chocolate.
port.
Isn't it nice wafers are having their moment? Have a break.
They are
with a
different
Kit Kat. Add mint
stations,
to the
but
moment
they,
with Mint Duos.
at least with Sirius, they alternate NASCAR broadcasts. In essence, it's I think the similarity would be like Fox and NBC.
Go all in on good times.
They share the same radio channel, and they work together,
Playing, singing,
but in essence,
racing.
they're two different
There's
channels.
nothing else like it. And there's everything to love about it.
They're affiliated.
It's camping like you've never
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. They're affiliated with each other.
Book your NASCAR camping experience at NASCAR.com/camping.
We turning it up to 11, baby.
Ow! The Masked Singer, new season March 6th on Fox.
Start this thing off right.
Hey, the goons are a different thing.
Ready? 2, 1, green flag. Go, 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 go.
The crowd is on its feet.
Going on. Lock it down, lock it down. On your tight, 2 inside.
Things get heated here in Atlanta. Who's going to make the move?
Also, there is there is a channel point prediction up for stage 1, so.
Here they come to the line.
If you have any channel points and you want to risk them, you get channel points basically by interacting
Things get
here.
wild here.
So
Welcome
watching
back to
and
Atlanta. Let's
interacting
have
with
a look
chat.
at the
So.
starting grid, sponsored by Ambetter Health. Same front row as Daytona, but a new pole sitter. Michael McDowell gets his first career pole in start 467, while Joey Logano dominated last year, led 140 laps and won.
Let's dial Michael McDowell up. Hey, Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. Man, I know how much of a challenge this racetrack is for the drivers. Tell us
If they
about
win
your
stage
car.
1,
you
you
think
mean,
you got the
Bumble.
handling where it needs to be? Because you definitely have the speed.
See how the breakdown's going
Congratulations.
for that right now. Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin. I don't know. I'll let you know in 10 laps.
Ford with
how
the
the
advantage
handling
for
is,
stage
but,
1, it looks
really proud of
like.
everybody on this Bend-A-Bone Ford Mustang. Fast 2 weeks in a row, so we've got to execute, make it count, get the checker flag.
But then again, as we saw at Daytona, that's what happened at Daytona,
You'll give
too.
it all it has, so we'll be watching.
Oh, yeah,
All right, thanks,
I
guys.
gotta do this.
Now, outside pole sitter
So I
Joey
wasn't thinking about
Logano
that.
will have to drop to the rear because of a violation in qualifying. Look at Logano's left glove that he holds up to block the airflow through the open part of the window. Look at the webbing between the thumb and forefinger like a baseball glove. That is modifying an SFI approved part. That is not permitted. Logano will drop to the rear and do a pass-through penalty. Row 2. Kyle Busch returned to the Truck Series and won yesterday, while Todd Gilliland has his best career start ever.
Let's try to give old Kyle Busch a shot here. How about you, Kyle Busch? It's Boyer and the Boyers up in the booth. You got us?
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
And been a good week so far. Truck win
good old
yesterday.
Atlanta.
The old hot rod's fast today. What do you think out here?
Hey, it's not the same. I preferred, you know, that when you had the tire wear come into play with Atlanta, but
So far, so good. So hopefully that helps us here for the race today. We can keep up with these guys and put ourselves in a good spot, take home a trophy.
How about the balance, speed versus handling? We've been talking about this, heard drivers talking about it. Where do you think that's going to play out?
Yeah, it's a little warmer than I expected that it would probably be today, so you definitely want to have the handling go for you, but you got to be fast enough to make that handling work. If you're handling good and you ain't fast enough, you're just sitting stuck where you're at. So you got to be able to make some moves.
Well, you were certainly making moves last week. Good luck out there, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Row 3 will be Kyle Larson Chevrolet and Ryan Blaney's Ford. Ryan, top 10 in the last 3 races here.
the first win was 11 years ago. 11 years ago this late April or May.
Third here in July of 22. Chase Briscoe finished 10th in the Daytona 500, and Austin Dillon looking for his second top 20 finish on the new Atlanta. William Byron, the Daytona 500 winner, who's won 2 of the last 4 here, and Martin Truex, not too successful on drafting tracks.
I just spoke to you,
Regan
Allison,
Smith.
so.
Well, Mike, William Byron was already a star
Figured
in
you'd be in
NASCAR
here,
prior
but-
to last week, but after winning the Daytona 500 last week, now the word star is lit up in bright lights all around him. And with that win in the Great American Race came a busy week ahead. He had to go to New York and do media. He came back to celebrate with the team at Hendrick Motorsports, and then he finally got to celebrate with his team, the 24 bunch, later on Thursday. With that busyness, William knows that there is potentially a Daytona 500 hangover that can come from this, but Rudy Fugo, his crew chief, told me they worked hard this week to make sure that that would not be the case. They want to come here and go 2 in a row at Atlanta.
Starting 13th, the guy who has a lot of success on these style of racetracks, Denny Hamlin. And starting 14th, Josh Berry, who finished 18th here last spring.
How about row 8? Number 10, Noah Gregson starting 15th. Vegas boy finished 9th in the 500. Had him a good one, looking for some more. Harrison Burton on his outside, that 21. Got beat up last week, needing a better run today.
Row 9, Alex Bowman was a foot away from winning the 500 on Monday, and Bubba Wallace finished 5th in the 500. Tyler Reddick was 5th in this race last year, and Ryan Preece, that's row 10.
Starting 21st is Ross Chastain, who's finished 2nd here twice, and Christopher Bell finished 3rd in this race last year.
Daniel Suarez was the runner-up here last July, and Brad Keselowski was runner-up here last March. Ty Gibbs finished 9th here last year. Daniel Hemrick, this is his first Cup race on the new Atlanta. Row 14, Ricky Stenhouse, top 10 here last July, and Chase Elliott, who won here last July. Jamie Little.
Well, Georgia's favorite son, Chase Elliott, has his work cut out for him. They had already qualified mid-pack. They had that penalty. They'll have to start in the rear. But I talked to Alan Gustafson, his crew chief. He said despite all that, he is optimistic. He said we didn't focus on qualifying. We focused on drivability of this race car. We feel like we're going to be able to drop to the bottom and make those runs. They're going to have to do that if he wants to drive to the front and win at his home track for the 2nd time. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Now, Chase Elliott's team changed an engine sensor this morning. That is why his team, his car will go to the rear for the start here. So, boy, going to be some comers and goers right from the get-go.
Yeah, and as you go through this whole field has a theory on what needs to be right, and I think we'll see that play out right in front of us. Larry, what you have?
Yeah, this is a very fast 1.5-mile track with a lot of on-throttle time. 2 key words we've already heard probably 15 times is handling and speed. Now, something that really plays a role in that is the rear spoiler. So let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car, and let's talk about that rear spoiler. Now, here at Atlanta, a super speedway, we run a 7-inch tall rear spoiler. Next week at Las Vegas, another 1.5-mile track, it will only be 4 inches tall. So let's take a look at the airflow with the 2 different spoilers. Look at the airflow over the car with a 7-inch rear spoiler. A lot of downforce, gripping the rear tires, but a lot of drag. Now, next week at Vegas with that 4-inch rear spoiler, not near as much pressure on the rear tires. A lot less downforce, a lot less drag. In fact, it's 30% less downforce. But Kevin and Clint, I'm hearing teams do a lot here in Atlanta to take air off that spoiler to try to help the straightaway speeds.
Well, you see the difference in what that did with the air, but that's why they're able to draft the way they are. You can see how it pushes that air, that big spoiler pushes a big hole in the air, enabling that car behind them to really pull up to the car in front of you. But that's when you run into trouble. You get up there, you need the downforce. If air's over your top of you, you don't have the downforce on your car.
And that's the balance that the crew chiefs and the teams have is
You
how
don't
can
get
we
there.
get that big spoiler out of the air and
Pit
be able
speed.
to get as much speed out of our car as possible. But I'm telling you,
tap.
you're going to want downforce today to make that baby drive good.
Risk versus reward.
Now, pit road entry here is different from last year. New procedure instituted last July. At turn 3 is the commit cone and the entrance to the start of pit road, and under green 90 miles an hour from there to the yellow line at the beginning of pit road, where pit road speed is 45 miles an hour. Now, under caution, that whole distance from turn 3 down to turn 1 is 45 miles an hour, but under green, going around the apron on 3 and 4, you're at 90 plus the tolerance.
That's getting to pit road. Now you get to pit road and all heck breaks loose here, Kevin. A lot of things going on, different strategies and everything else. Tight pit boxes make it hard for these cars to get in.
Yeah, and those tight big pit boxes make it tough because the cars become so hard to turn. They're really lazy to turn at slow speed, and we see everybody trying to get as much as they can, and there's just been a lot of contact. So with the small pit boxes and the cars not turning well, it could result in chaos.
I'm going to go back to the pit road speed you talked about. Mike, you just told us 90 mile an hour coming in and then down to 45. That means gear changes, Kevin.
Well, it does, and if you do have to pit under green, you got to have that spotter in your ears telling you, hey, you got to be in whatever gear you've selected, 4th gear, and be able to go around that corner and then downshift.
The only thing that may help Joey is if we don't get any lap cars in the first stage, he would obviously be the lucky dog car at the end of stage 1.
The most difficult.
So that's the best thing going for Joey right now.
To drive on as a driver.
That's why it's so
is
entertaining.
cautions, possibly.
Today's race, 260 laps, 400 miles, and the stage lengths are 60,
260 laps.
100, and 100.
So at least one stop
So Joey Logano
in 2
is the
stages.
caboose in this
I
37
mean, you probably
car
could run
train.
this first stage. You're probably gonna run this first stage without
Hi,
pitting.
fellas. Got our work cut out for us today, but that's all right. We got the team to do it. We'll keep fighting hard throughout it. Take every opportunity we can to get back on the lead lap. Make sure we're there at the end to try to win this thing. We know we got a fast car, so we'll keep our head in it.
Joey will carry the Hunt Brothers pizza cam today.
Got different colored gloves on.
Yeah.
Red this time.
Well, it really tells you how small the details of things that they're looking for. Kudos to his team. I love when guys are trying to push the limits and do everything that they can.
Do something different
You know,
until somebody
it's
tells you
a
not to.
balance, and it's not exactly what you want at the beginning of this race to start in the back, but it is what it is.
Now he's going to have to do a pass-through penalty on the initial start of the race. What's that going to set him back?
I would say with this long pit road, at least a lap.
I would agree.
All right. Lights are off.
Mike, this is going to be interesting. We were on pit road, and you heard so many different theories about what they needed today. And with the track being a little gray, it makes me think there's a little less grip, and that sun has been out all day.
So Larry's estimating Joey Logano, when he does his pass-through, will go 1.5 to 1 3/4 laps down. The good thing for
Have my
Logano is
command. Let's go.
laps down. Should there be an early
Second
caution,
race of the year, actually on a Sunday, and we're green in Atlanta.
in Atlanta, Michael McDowell leads them to turn 1.
Already the front row cars pushing each other, but it might be Kyle and Kyle that take the advantage here.
It's the Kyle and Kyle show on the inside.
Big run coming on the
Yeah,
outside.
but they're
Todd
separated.
Dillon, Bush McDowell already. Bush up for
That's
a
going to
ball.
leave Larson all by himself there.
Michael McDowell
But
swings
McDowell
to
swings to the
Kyle Busch
bottom.
moves
Is his
up
teammate going
because
to follow?
he
No,
knows
his
that that
teammate
middle
stays
lane
up
is going
top.
to be the preferred lane. As these things get strung out, you're going to want to be
Down
in the middle lane,
Bush
so
to
you
the
better
line.
get
It'll
off
be
the bottom as
Kyle
quick as
leading
you
the
can.
first lap.
Well, why is that? A little bit more banking. You get trapped on the bottom like you.
Oh, there goes Dylan. Oh, 2 cars. Gregson.
Dillon, and they pile up behind him.
That's 2 weeks in a row early out for Austin Dillon. I don't know how
Can't
much
see who else.
damage.
Gregson, the 31, the 20.
You got Gregson in this.
Might have a little bit of damage. The 3 car obviously got the worst of that. Jones spun around.
Just that tire damage.
Reddick.
Yeah, and Clint, as we go back and look at this, you're going to see them all stack up really, really bad in the middle of the straightaway. But there is a ton of cars that
There was a
have
lot of
damage.
moving around. You got Bowman's right front.
Qualifying are caught up in this.
Always the risk, right? You know, you start at the back of these fields and you put yourself in harm's way. But man, that is not what a lot of
The
these
first
guys wanted
car
to
I
see
saw
early.
sideways was
This is a big
Dylan.
wreck.
Austin Dillon has
Nemechek.
not left the scene down there in turn number 1. Alex Bowman with a lot of damage.
Burton's got a
And
flat
Harrison
tire,
Burton
right
appears to
rear.
be involved again.
Gregson's got his right front
Gregson, I
tore
say
up.
again, he was taken out in lap 6 of Monday night's race.
Yeah, and you talk about Austin
Suarez
Dillon. He
got a
scored
left
1
front
point
down.
last week.
Let's look what happened. It stacks up on its outside, folks. If you watch
Now, did
here,
Byron or
these cars
Truex
driving
get
through
Dillon
all
here?
start stacking up as they catch them. Accordion effect. We saw it at Daytona time and time again.
Accordion
Look at
back.
the accordion back here.
What
Truex got into Dillon, and yep, the stack
trying
up.
to make a hole for Michael McDowell to get up in that preferred lane in the middle, stack
Stack
that
up.
whole lineup really hard.
Those guys had nowhere to go. Didn't see it. Landed right in their lap.
What a mess.
Yep. Pagano actually, I think it was on pit road when this happened.
Watch Todd Gillen,
So,
the 38 car.
Pagano got the luckiest of them
He's
all
gonna check
here.
up to try to make a hole for Michael McDowell, and it checks up this whole line. And all of a
And
sudden,
right there,
that
Bubba
40
trying to
just
get. He gets
deep.
turned by the
Hamlin just
14.
missed the 3.
45, got the 48, which collects the 20. So you need to check. There was 2 cars spun at the back there. I didn't see the other one behind
We're under
Jones.
caution. Just 2 laps into the Ambetter Health 400 in Atlanta.
There they are. Everybody get their banking done?
Let's go. Drive. We gotta go.
Someone's in a hurry. And 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Can we go?
Yeah, faster. Oh, no, siree. You see, I get discounts for my safe driving with Snapshot from Progressive. You should see my savings. They're nuts.
You told us he was a skilled wheelman.
No, I'm a wheelman. His family name on my mother's side. Irish.
It's funny though, and I made a point when I saw this commercial before that
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob
that
Ultra.
if you're gonna rob a bank, if you want to be the most inconspicuous when you leave, so that nobody can figure out who the robbers are. If you drive normal,
no outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort
cops ain't gonna think the
your
wiser
bathroom
of you.
stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze Small Spaces.
At the Cracker Barrel, freshly made food at a fair price is just what we do. In fact, we've got over 20 meals under $12, each served with a helping of care. Eat, shop, earn Cracker Barrel rewards.
You give, and you give. This tax season you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get unlimited data. You get America's most reliable 5G network. You get a Samsung Galaxy A15 for only $99, so you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah! Good talk.
Turn your tax refund into a U fund. Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
Here, yeah.
Introducing the new 2024 Ford F-150. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. And by Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. Miller Lite. Tastes like Miller time. Welcome back to the Ambetter Health 400. We are under caution for a crash on lap 2 as you have a look at our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering the race from green to checkered.
Well, it didn't wait long, did it?
Goodyear.
Lap 2. And it was a stack up. There's not, but you really can't blame that as a single driver because it was a stack up.
Turned and ended up on the apron down in turn number 1. He has since driven away back to his pit as many of these 16 cars are under repair.
For as big a wreck as that was, we don't have maybe 1 car out of the race, Bowman, from what I can tell.
Well, there is some significant damage on a few of these cars, Clinton. A lot of flat
Elliott
tires
might have a little bit.
As we watch,
I couldn't really see. It looked like they were.
Some of these guys were way behind.
Looked like maybe the left
points
side
already,
had some
and I hate to be
scrapes
the
on
person
it.
talking about points up here, but when you look at Austin Dillon and Harrison Burton and some of these guys that didn't have a good week last week, these guys all had a pretty solid
they're
week.
fine.
Yeah, these guys are all good. These guys got points and wrecked and took care of themselves because they had a good week.
Now this one is the one you're talking about, and several of these guys were in that wreck again for the 2nd week in a row, and that's where you're talking getting buried.
Yeah, and Tyler Reddick was the one that we noticed the most that's still sitting on pit lane and having trouble with his car from the damage from the wreck. So it just stacks up, and having 2 super speedway races in a row like this.
On my count of the ones you got listed there, that's 14.
With a slow car, having a bad week at Daytona, and we haven't seen this before with 2 super speedways in a row. The magnitude of mess that you can be in after 2 races is going to haunt some of these guys.
It takes till late summer to get caught up in this, if you ever do.
16 cars involved in this pileup. Turn 1.
I was here for Daytona, but I had to work during the Daytona delay, so I only caught the second half of Daytona. But yeah, I streamed the
season.
Truck race, Xfinity.
Join us
from
at Toyota Racing.
Daytona. It's just...
Toyota Racing is looking for
Last
quick
year
draw
I had to
thumbs
change the channel, yeah.
that leave their own smoke trail. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Why do we have to audition again?
I don't know. Everyone is auditioning to get T-Mobile.
What's funny is I was literally going to say before that happened, the thing to watch today would be watching those runs, the checkups and the runs, because
They'd be crazy not to hire me.
Bowman,
Is this too much? What about the hair?
Bowman and Chase have some damage. Bowman's in worse shape than 48 might be done for the day. I'm not sure.
T-Mobile Magenta status.
A lot of people are saying he's done for the day, but we'll see for sure. But the 48 and 9 both got damage out of that. Not as badly on the 9.
What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
I was trying to get it to run Tristan, but on PC at least, but it's not. The game's not booting up for me for some reason. I even uninstalled it, tried reinstalling it, and it won't.
Did you hear that?
It plays the opening and then game crashes. It won't
Can you say
give me
mama?
up to the main screen.
Can you say auntie?
Nope.
How many people did you
Oh, well,
tell?
I got a PlayStation 2.
Only pay for what you need.
Nope.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
I went from
Should you become
PlayStation 2 to
stranded, be ready
360,
to
and I've
signal
stayed with Xbox, so I have a 1, but I don't have a PlayStation. And even now, I'm doing more stuff with PC than I am with console. So I have a 1, but I hardly really use it. Most of my stuff that I do is on PC.
12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
Well, there was slight contact between him and Cindric last week. They both made it through, but there was slight contact between the two of them.
Fox is sponsored by
Not enough to
Toyota.
hinder either
Let's
car.
Go places. And by Credit One Bank. Now, Joey Logano on lap number 1 had to come down pit road after taking the green flag and do a run down pit road at pit road speed to finish serving his penalty from qualifying yesterday. He did so, and while that was happening, the field piled up in turn number 1. So old Joey comes out of this smelling like a rose. He is the 20th place car. Everybody behind him was involved in the crash.
The only reason I'm saying that,
served his penalty.
I got Joey picked in my fantasy prediction
and Chase
idea.
Elliott planning
I picked
on coming
Joey
down pit
today.
road now for the 3rd time. Most damage for him was on the nose and the left front area of the splitter. You see it all taped
I
up
don't
right
like
there.
the right
They also
side of
worked
that
on
car.
hood area. Tough break for Chase
That
Elliott.
the
They got
splitter's
those
like
fresh tires
this.
on. They're not giving up yet. They feel like they're going to be okay. They just
I
got to
don't
get
know.
it right now as you see him wiping the left front side of that race car.
It may be okay. That may be the way they want it,
Pitting
but
here. Now, Alex
it
Bowman's
just doesn't
car
look that
came
good to
in
me.
on the hook on the wrecker, and the wrecker stopped on pit road to not impede cars that were coming out from their pit stalls. Took a long time to get his car into the stall when they can work on it. I would imagine that NASCAR will adjust the damaged vehicle.
yeah, I don't think the clock would have stayed started for Bowman until the car was in the pit stall.
But we'll have to wait and see if they can get that car
I
repaired.
hope.
Yeah, I see the hood flap in the crew member's hand right there. That'll be a big issue. You see Noah Gregson's car all
We'll
tore
see. I
up,
think their
the right
biggest
front
issue
tore
right
off, the
now
left side's
is
got scrapes and
the immediate issue is
battered
to
up, on the left rear there. So just a lot of hidden damage that
the
we
damaged
can't really
vehicle
pick
clock.
out in the replay.
Right off the bat, Kevin, obviously stacking up, that seemed almost too easy. That line really stacked up fast and caused a lot of trouble very fast.
Well, we've got that quad oval here, so the cars are being turned a little bit down the straightaway, so they're already light on their
That's
feet
the
right
issue
there.
with this
And
track and turning
as I
it into a
talked in the
super
beginning of
speedway
the
is you're going to
broadcast,
have the big
this is
checkups
the place where
like
the
that.
cars are the lightest.
Tristan, the
You
splitter's
always
like
feel
this.
you're up on top of the racetrack.
The splitter's like this. I don't think that car is going to be that
Really,
competitive.
really fast here. So as a driver, you're not comfortable
I mean,
all day.
literally, you can see
how
it come down pit
easy
road.
it
It's
is to
like
get those
this.
cars turned around.
Granted, I'm mirroring it. I'm looking as if I'm sitting in the driver's seat and you're looking down the front end of the car. But that's the way it looked. That's what it looked like coming to pit road.
As a result of
You can already see where they've done tape repair Bondo work to it.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. She found Sotyktu, a once daily pill for moderate to severe.
But it's true, we won't really
psoriasis.
truly
For the
see how
chance
bad
at
some of these
clear
guys
or
are
almost
until we
clear
go green
skin.
now.
It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis.
That'll
tried
tell
to
us
hide
who's
from you,
like
or
who's really
finding your
hurt and who
swimsuit
isn't.
is ready for prime time. Dad, once daily Sotyktu was proven better, getting more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides,
Sonic,
or had a vaccine or
check
plan
up
to.
on lap
Sotyktu
2
is a TYK2
and
inhibitor.
mayhem,
TYK2 is part of the JAK family.
to say the
It's
least.
not known if Sotyktu has the same risk as
16
JAK
cars.
inhibitors.
Fox put up
Find what
14 on the
plaque
graphic.
psoriasis has been hiding. There's
But
only one
14 to
Sotyktu,
16
so
cars
ask for it
involved.
by name. So clearly you.
Some to varying ranges
just
of
as much as we love pizza.
damage
So we're
too.
bringing you our favorite offer yet. For a limited time, get a large one-topping pizza.
Oh, that
for
could, he's not going to be able to
$only
lead a pack,
$9.99
Tristan.
at
But you're
Papa
right. He might
Better
be able to.
ingredients, better pizza.
He might be able to ride in a line.
We've come a long way together.
But like I said, I don't like the look,
Tracks
the
to
way that
super
splitter looked when he
speedways
came to pit
and
road.
every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries, and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run.
That's probably the.
Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
I guess you can call it a big one then. Unless we get one bigger. We need to eventually probably get a new phone. It's not my concern right now. Yeah, it is. Technically, it's me reacting to the Atlanta race, but
The will states that Mr. Marbles
Preacher.
will receive everything he needs in perpetuity thanks to auto ship from Chewy.
I always loved that old man.
And he gets the summer house.
What? Shop and get a $30 e-gift card through February 25th at Chewy.
Iowa's Caitlin Clark is already the all-time NCAA women's scoring leader. Can she break Pistol Pete's all-time NCAA record Sunday? It's a huge game against second-ranked Iowa State, and it tips off Sunday, 12:30 Eastern, leading right into our race from Las Vegas. A full day of action on Fox next Sunday.
She sure is fun to watch. She can drain the three, can't she?
A lot of taunting going on in the grandstands up there.
I love it. What's racing without some trash talk?
That's right.
yeah,
Well,
10
folks,
laps
we
in.
just saw the biggest pileup in the history of Atlanta Motor Speedway. 16 cars.
I'm kind of not surprised by that, Mike.
And it looks like all but Josh
Yeah, 16 cars. It's the largest
are
pileup
able
in
to
Atlanta
continue,
history.
And all those crash cars have to
Damn.
go to the tail end of the longest line. That's why it's a short line on the bottom. That's how few got to choose. We're back under green. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson.
We'll see what happens. Outside should have the momentum because all the cars being there, but we'll see. Busch is firmly to the lead. So the front row cars can do up top. They got a bunch of
Well,
Fords
here we
up
go
there.
again, Mike.
4 in a row.
We see him pushing already. Everybody wants to be in the middle groove.
Larson
unless you
gonna
can
make
get
a move for the
clear.
lead.
Kyle Larson can get clear of Kyle Busch. It's a good move. He's clear.
Yep, Larson to the point.
Move right back up into position on that outside.
Now, can we get through turn 1 at speed?
Kyle was very happy with his car. I talked to him last night.
Yeah.
Said, I got a bad fast
Here comes
car.
Busch.
Got something
Back.
for him today.
You heard
Go
his
back and
interview in
forth with
pre-race.
Larson and
That's a new
Busch.
Kyle Busch. You know, winning is a pretty good tonic. He won the truck race yesterday.
Busch are trying to come up
Which Kyle are you
inside.
talking about? They're both fat. I tell you what, it was the same winner in a pre-race in the 500. Both Kyles putting on a show so far, 2024.
Chris Buescher right with them.
What you got, Bumble? Well, him and Larson both, where they use the run.
Start to settle in with
You
the
back
cars
up, get
getting
the
closer
run,
together
and
more evenly
you pull up on that
gapped.
car in front. As long as there's room to the
Those
inside, you
lanes
can
and
sling. You
decided
basically can
Get up
slingshot.
to the middle lane and do the block.
That's the way to make the pass
trying to
here.
work both lanes from bottom to top until he just couldn't hold the outside off anymore. But typically, as we go at Atlanta, that bottom lane will have less cars in it, and that middle lane will form with the momentum. And
That's the way you make. That's the way you make the pass for the lead here. That's the way you're probably going to see the winning pass made more than likely. Up, Bell's done. Bell to the garage area. He's done.
Garage and out after damage from lap 2.
Big move on Briscoe, going 3 wide. Can he make it stick? Gonna need to get up soon. Here comes some help behind him.
Brad was getting a nice push, or no, that was, excuse me, that was Busher. My bad. Getting pushed by
Kevin, I've heard all
Byron.
these drivers talk about speed versus handling, all that conversation. You know how they handle best? Out front.
And this is a short stage, Clinton, and we see 60 laps in the stage. We've already run 15 laps, and a lot of those under caution. And I think these guys
Brad's
are
in the
going
red car.
to do everything that they can to work their way towards the front. They all filled up with fuel, not all of them, but a lot of them filled up with fuel, and you'll have that second half of the field with a little bit.
Yeah, because they were riding yesterday. I don't know why these. You're going to see these guys ride at one point. As the handling goes away, you'll see them ride, Joseph. It's just like what the old super speedway racing used to be, with the older cars.
Chase Elliott, he's already in front of all the other cars that were involved in that crash, and he was 3 wide the backstretch making passes.
Actually, Mike, he wasn't, because Wallace and Burt are still ahead of him. So don't say that. He's not the highest running of those cars yet. Right now, the highest of the cars that were involved in the incident is Wallace right now, 19th.
I think you're right. We're already starting to see him spread out. As this track ages, it's getting slicker and
As
slicker.
the running order will flip as it goes, because different lines.
I cannot
but
stress enough how difficult these cars are to drive at this particular racetrack. As we see Kyle Busch shoot down to the bottom.
Is Gibbs involved in it? I realize Gibbs was involved in it. If he was, then yes, then Gibbs is actually the highest running.
Wow, 3 wide again with Truex way up toward the wall.
I didn't see Gibbs listed in there.
They
So.
made repairs on pit road. He cleared the DVP clock. That is, he reached minimum speed on the racetrack. Now he can go to the garage, make mechanical repairs, and come back out. He's not necessarily.
Okay, so Bell's not out of the
Why did it
race.
look so easy?
All right.
I'm talking about that pass for the lead. It's because you're already seeing cars lifting. He was able to hold it wide.
There's the winner here from last year. This race last year.
You're already seeing back through the field cars lifting big time, gaps getting.
A stack up scoop. There was a stack up down the front straightaway and 15 car incident. So far, I believe only one car is actually out of the race right now.
That field is tore up and probably knocked some
We'll
speed
see
out
as
of
it
their
looks, but
cars.
I.
Probably stuff dragging the racetrack.
21st.
The complexion of this race because
Last time they
of the
scored
energy
them.
and not as many cars in the pack.
Yeah, 21st.
Looking back from race leader Kyle Busch.
If you're Elliott, if Briscoe's top 20, if you're, I assume you mean Elliott. But.
And Chase Briscoe's run up the inside.
Actually, Briscoe's
P6.
P6.
Blaney in front of him. So Blaney looking for the front.
He was involved, Scoop.
Complete. Let's take a look at what's on the menu. Sponsored by Cracker Barrel.
He did get some damage out of it.
Yeah, Mike, I have 3 little elements here. Now, if the race stays green, run as far as you can on fuel. Do not short pit. Go as far as that tank of fuel will allow you. Now, if you've not run a lot of laps and the caution comes out for that track position, consider changing just 2 tires or doing fuel only. And look at flipping the stages. If the caution comes out near the end of stage 1 or stage 2 and you're not in a position to score stage points, pit and then stay out at the stage break and you get that track position, Mike.
Thanks,
Right
Larry.
now, Kyle and Kyle show at the front.
Kyle Busch has led all but 2 laps. Kyle Larson led those.
You've seen this one. It's a classic.
Big crash at lap 2.
Right, Hamill?
Christopher Bell in the garage. Josh Williams out of the race.
Oh, Williams is out of the race. Okay. Josh Williams started this race?
Larson to the
Right.
front.
Realize, oh, yeah, because he's running the 16.
Onboard, the Monster
colleague.
Energy Ty Gibbs onboard camera right here, and you see him going through the quad oval here where those cars are light. You don't want to push like they did at the beginning of the race because the cars will spin out easy. You hear him lift off the gas getting in a corner. A lot of times the front tires won't turn, so you got to lift before you actually get to the corner. And now you see him on the back bumper of Todd Gillen down the back straightaway.
Penske cars look pretty decent right now. Obviously, Joey trying to come from the back, and Ryan started near the front.
To be able to get yourself towards
Like
the
the
car back in
P3.
front of you.
That was a big lift on Gilliland. He lifted big time, and that's why you saw him get to the bumper so easy. Having to lift, front end took off.
Clean and green now after a lap 2 pileup, the biggest in Atlanta Motor Speedway recorded history.
Hey man, you like Dr. Pepper? And its unique blend of 23 flavors.
It's a pepper thing.
I cannot. I'm sure they'll show the replay though, Sonic, so they'll show it at some point in the broadcast. If not, you can always go back and rewatch my stream.
Introducing the new 2024
At least leave it up
Ford
until I put it on
F-150.
YouTube.
Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
Oh, NASCAR's official channel, I have it up there by the end of the day.
No, not you.
I'm not kidding. They're really good about it. They were really good about doing that for Daytona, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it up there by the end of the
Business income and
day.
expenses with QuickBooks. And you pay all your employees easily and accurately. And you have a business bank account with market-leading APY.
And it was weird too the way it happened too. It wasn't.
On one platform. Now with expert help when you need it. That's how your business different.
It was like it was the
Wendy's
checkups that
Super
you used
3
to
is
see
so
like at the
good,
old Super
Crew is
Speedway
giving every
races.
combination code names.
Bis squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Mathlete.
No matter what you call
Like
it,
the old
choose
pack
right.
style Super
Choose
Speedway
Wendy's breakfast
races.
2 for $3.
When I was your age, we never had anything like this.
What? Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi that works all over the house, even the basement.
The basement. So I can finally throw that party and invite Shannon Barnes.
Dreams do come true. Xfinity gives you reliable Wi-Fi with wall-to-wall coverage on all your devices, even when everyone is online.
Maybe we'll even get married one day.
I wonder what I'll be doing.
Probably still living here with Mom and Dad.
Fast, reliable speeds right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network.
Sometimes I imagine what I'd write today for my dear friend Martin. I'd remind people that all hate thrives on one thing: silence. The people who will change the nation are those who speak out, who refuse to be bystanders, who raise their voices against injustice. When we stand up to silence, we stand up to all hate.
Yeah, I hate to say this.
Welcome back to the
But-
Ambetter Health 400.
Oh, yellow's
Did I
out
say
again.
Clean and green? I spoke
Mike,
too
did you
soon.
jinx
Lap
it?
25, Chris Buescher, turn number 4.
What happened to Busher now, Fox? Let's see the replay.
Well, this is just a lack of grip, and when you look at everything that happens right here, there's nothing that happens. He just flat out loses it, and you'll have that right front fender offset to the car in front
Yeah,
of
the-
him,
the
and
old
he's already
package
loose,
shown
and this
is what I
corner is
mean.
notorious for just losing grip like that.
Buescher
with that
just
right
lost
front
it.
fender staggered from the car in front
Anybody
of him.
damaged
He just
out of
stepped out on it.
this? Bowman got lucky. Or not, Byron got lucky.
Got lucky. William Byron.
So did William Byron, yeah. And hey, they're going to put 4 new Goodyears on that car
Yeah,
right there.
put
and be
4
just
tires
fine.
on it, go back at it.
Probably an adjustment. I need a round of wedge, Kevin.
Yeah, and you see him just up here in clean air, and that right front fender just amplifies everything.
What I was
that he
gonna,
has
but
going
anyway,
on
what I
with
was gonna
his
say
car.
before the yellow came
I'm
out,
telling you
Bumble,
guys, this is going to be a long day for a lot of
Bowman's
these guys
best
because
year
the
was
handling is not
2021
good on any of these cars.
and even then it was kind of being at the right place at the right time. I'm not saying Bowman's a middle of the pack driver, but
wow,
I need him to show me more to say that I can believe that he's going to win,
ready
you know,
for
week in,
a wreck
week
right
out.
there, taking a shot. Nobody hit him.
Yeah, you see him take his hands off the wheel. He knew he was out of
He
steering
get you a
wheel. It was
decent
all the way
run.
to the right, and you heard him working the throttle to try to keep the car down the banking so it didn't shoot back up the racetrack.
Now, this is William Byron. Talk about close
Like I say,
calls.
Byron got great job on Byron's part
And
to
William did a
avoid
great
running them
job
over.
right there, just not overreacting to slow the car down just enough. I don't think he didn't touch him at all. Just slow the car down and try to judge that
No,
speed of where
Tristan.
that car is going to go. Just enough to not get run over from behind. So great job by both of those guys. keeping the
Again,
cars from getting torn
until
up.
Hill
More-
wins the
more than,
championship,
A lot of cars coming on a pit road.
I'm not going to say that.
Need some adjustments.
Remember, the pit entry is at turn 3. And under caution, 45 miles an hour all the way around turns 3 and 4 on the apron and pit road. Corey
Not
LaJoy,
necessarily.
The Chili's onboard camera having a good run up toward the front, up to 9th. Brad Keselowski, the Ford Performance Cam, and the Advent Health Cam for Eric Jones.
Why, he only has 2 wins on a non-super speedway track.
Up to 16th before the caution flag. Regan.
Mike, I'm not sure the start of this race could go more perfect for Joey Logano. Of course, after that penalty early on, the team said that we will be aggressive if we have to in terms of fuel and what we're going to do to try and leapfrog the field some. But think about that early caution that allowed him to catch up in what they thought was a situation that would put them 2 laps down when it was all said and done.
For the 22, maybe the same move on the 2.
Free pass goes to Carson Hocevar. He was one of the cars caught up in that lap 2 accident, but he's as the first car 1 lap down. He'll be the 31st and final car on the lead lap when we restart.
Ryan Blaney's done a great job of getting that bad luck at Daytona behind
Well,
him.
Dylan won his Xfinity title at a
more work on the
when he had Cup dominance of the lower.
Yeah, when you crash
Cup driver
like that,
dominance
you
of
gotta
the lower
start adjusting
divisions.
things, whether it's hitting the ground or whatever the scenario is that they're in. You got to start making
a lot
adjustments
of
to the
work
car
on
to
the
cater to
right
whatever
front
situation
on
that you're
Chase's
in.
car.
I just can't stress enough. You see a lot of these cars sitting on pit road making adjustments.
Might be making a
to their
shock
cars, more
adjustment
repairs
from
to
the
their
looks of
cars.
it.
The drivers are absolutely miserable right now. It'll be fun to watch. I'm
here for it.
I'm glad.
Which is
I'm
that
glad
splitter
I'm
is
here
tweaked.
because
That
I'm
might be
liking
what
that.
they're
See,
working
those 4
on.
races that I drove here were the most uncomfortable that I've been in a race car in a long time.
All right, let's go from miserable to happy. Spring football. That'll put a smile on your face. And it's about to hit a whole new level as the USFL and XFL come together to
I can't say that, Kalido, because Sadler had more than one opportunity, even before the playoff era. I mean, he lost back-to-back nationwide titles to Ricky Stenhouse.
FS1 and Fox. 29 laps complete.
Algar, you can't say that because he did luck into the ARCA title when Scott Speed and Stenhouse got together.
On these cars looks, the drivers are a little bit confused inside the cars too at times right now. Listen to Kyle Larson.
And Jones was just unfortunate to restart at home. The restart at Homestead in 16.
It'll bother me, but where we're at right now in the race, it's not a big deal.
Bell, I really can't say on, but the other 3 for sure I could make
He's a
points
different
on.
breed. He really is. He can drive a loose car better than anybody in that field, but it's not going to be as comfortable.
Hey, look
when
who's
they start
leading.
pushing and shoving on you. So
I gotta be happy. It's only lap 30, but still, I can be happy at
Regan.
least right now.
Well, Kevin, there was a little more to that radio also. He was strictly talking about how weird the car was aero-wise. He couldn't really describe the aero and what it was causing. Of course, he was talking about the bumps after that aero discussion, but a lot of kind of guessing and question marks on his head there, it sounded like.
Well, that's typical for this place because, as we just saw with Chris Buescher, when that car gets staggered to the right, it puts air on that right front fender, and then if you're loose, it'll just turn that car around. If you or
Wood
shoot
Brothers,
low like they were to pass each other at the beginning of the race.
I hate to say it, but one of the biggest things that hurt the Wood Brothers was not having. Granted, they've kind of recovered a little bit with the Penske Alliance now, but
comments that we hear out of the drivers today.
In the longest time, it was just them.
A lot of penalties. Chris Buescher, commitment line violation. Noah Gregson, Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick, Daniel Hemrick pitting too soon. And John Hunter Nemechek, too many men over the wall.
You knew it was going to be this way. You're sitting here listening to all these drivers when we were down there on the starting grid before the race, Kevin, and you know it's the plan, right? Even within organizations, you had cars that were at the front with speed. You had cars at the back that were planning on, all right, those guys are going to be in trouble, and we're going to blow their doors off 15, 16, maybe 20 laps into these runs, and that's exactly what you're seeing. Some of these guys, it's playing right into their plan. And
what's interesting is looking at this top 2. The last race on the Atlanta surface
is the aging of the racetrack, and we see
21
that it's grayer than it has been in the
before
past,
they changed Atlanta, before they reconfigured it. One of the last races
what's that grip level going to be with the racetrack sitting around
was
over
those
the winter,
2.
and now we're here. And now
And Blaney kind of out drove Larson on the tire management.
The sun has been out. When that
and
track
beat him on
temperature
that.
goes up, the track loses grip. So there's a lot of things that go against handling, and we've covered the balance of speed and handling with what you put in the race car. But this is way worse than I think a lot of these guys were anticipating.
Sponsorship also means a ride, though,
16
Thomas.
laps and 14 of them been
You bring
caught.
sponsorship with you, more likely you're going to have a better shot at getting a ride versus somebody who has no sponsorship coming with them.
Blaney and Larson on the
Money still drives the sport,
laps
unfortunately.
complete. We're halfway through stage 1, and we're back under green.
Well, here these maniacs go again.
It's funny to hear Kevin in the booth saying that, because it's like, Kevin, you were one of these maniacs.
Stay up there, right? You know that cars has the
It's a different perspective
drag
of it,
out of
though.
it because it posted the big laps that it did. And he's holding tough.
Now, the first 13 cars did not pit under this caution flag. In fact, of the top 10,
And actually, you probably shouldn't even see the top guys pit until at least the end of the stage, because they can make it on fuel.
Well, this will be a good test for us.
Question's
going
to be
to handling
wise.
Come with the tires, and how the guys in the front can hang on with the old tires and the heat in the tires. But we still 28 laps based upon how everything is going.
That's true, Cleto. You are right.
28 laps is a long ways for us to go.
Another thing, manufacturer conversation. We've seen these Mustangs out front.
Yeah, here
We've
comes
seen
Busch again.
And Larson out front with their Chevrolets. What we haven't seen much of is Toyotas. And
Look on the outside lane, Clint. Look on the outside lane. You got a white FedEx car that's driving up there. Clint's already talking about the Toyota. I noticed Hamlin there. I was like, yeah, watch that 11.
Great qualifying effort. And how about
And here comes the 19 as well. Truex.
Tracks to kick off the season.
And Stenhouse into the top 10.
That used to be Kevin Harvick's spotter, doing a great job navigating his driver up front right now. Ryan saying he just needs a little bit front end. He wants it to work a little bit better. We're hearing that from a lot of drivers at this point, Mike.
Well, that's pretty typical at this racetrack, and that's why you'll hear a lot of these guys let off getting in the corner, trying to get that front end set to make that front end turn. But with this next gen car, the front end is definitely the end of the race car that needs more grip, and it just it's hard to make the front do what you want it to do. So you got to let off that throttle, get the front end set, maybe tuck that left front fender out, the right front fender out. Questionable based on Chris Buescher's spin. So
that's what I was going to say. You
Actually, Bell, I think, is still running Colito because he met the damaged vehicle clock, but when he went to the garage, it was mechanical that they went to for, not crash damage. So he could come back to the racetrack, which I think he's done. So I think the only car that's actually out of the race right now is Williams, the 16.
Some of those guys would run that third lane. I think that'll become more used as the race goes on.
Yeah, in particular on the long runs. When tires wear out, you don't want to shoot to the bottom, because if you don't clear them and get up in front of them, you're in trouble. You can get to the right rear corner, much like Logano did when he won this race a year ago. Like, that's how you've got to get out and get the job done. Make the
Now, Bell is off the racetrack, but he could come back to the racetrack. So there's only 2 cars that are actually off the track, only 1 out of the race. Williams.
Now back to 12th. Byron, Logano, and LaJoy are the cars moving forward on fresh tires from this last caution. But moving forward here, not nearly as easy as it is at Daytona.
They still have him listed as off Bumble, so that's why I'm not saying he's out until they actually change that.
There's really nowhere to go, so you just have to, you're at the mercy of the car in front of you, and you just try to do your job and keep your distance the best that you can.
Hear him how much he's lifting Corey LaJoy riding along, pedaling that thing a lot, trying to stay out front of the rear bumper of
And
Byron.
as we go to turn 3, you're going to hear him lift again. You're going to see the throttle percentage come down because it's a really flat entry, and you got to keep the nose of that car. You got to get some air on it to let it turn down the racetrack. So that's what they're lifting for right now, is to try to get the front to turn.
And just like Daytona, the double line at the bottom of the racetrack, that is out of bounds. The line is part of the racetrack. You dip a tire below it, and the penalty police are coming for you. Laps complete. Stage 1 is 60 laps, so 20 to go in stage 1. So far, Kyle Busch appears to have the strongest car in Atlanta.
Yes and no, Thomas. Yes, it's true you can get kind of an early prep,
Mandarin orange tenders. Nice.
but that doesn't necessarily mean that by winning in the early in the year is going to make you a title favorite.
Somebody needs a new hand. Thanks for sharing.
I'm not the buffet.
I mean, the last two Cup champions
easiest way to get a perfect beard. Just for men, beard and
didn't really
brow
turn the Jets on until late in the playoffs.
Fills in patchy areas. Last till you wash it out.
So,
guys are saying there's nothing easier. Anytime you want to look your best, try Just for Men beard and brow color.
Caitlin Clark, she needs no introduction. Now she has her sights set on Pistol Pete.
Yes.
All-time NCAA
Yes,
scoring record in a revenge game against Ohio State. Next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox.
Here at Papa John's, we know our stuff.
So try our garlic epic stuffed crust pizza. Made with our iconic garlic sauce flavor.
Yes.
Mixed with cheese and hand stuffed into that Papa John's original dough. No one stuffs a crust like Papa John's.
Is this the start of a dynasty?
Ryan Blaney is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
A redemption tour?
Ready to go to work.
Is this the face of a ruthless competitor or a villain?
I'd be your favorite driver.
Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the above, and it's about to go down. Any questions?
What do we got?
Order. A lot of cats.
How many cats?
I don't know, man, like 400?
What do ladies want to watch?
Why are there pool noodles on the goat?
It's a 100-year-old tortoise born in the 1920s. This guy was probably pretty racist back then.
Let's get these trash pandas in the truck, everyone.
They get in through the AC duct and hit the bar.
All these guys 21?
The Animal Control season premiere, Wednesday, March 6th on Fox.
I think when it's silent, I can hear the radio.
What's your favorite part of a Kit Kat bar? The chocolate?
Nope. The inside.
The wafers?
No, the stuff in between the wafers.
Ah, the in-between stuff.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Now try new chocolate frosted donut.
Anybody remember when the Kit Kat commercials actually had the jingle?
Welcome back to the Ambetter Health 400 in Atlanta. 45 laps.
I did not go to one last year. Tristan, I thought about going to Michigan last year.
Drove to the front past Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson.
We had a little bit of a shakeup up here up front.
And leads his third lap.
Got a little separation here now.
We had some radio from the crash back at lap 2. That huge pileup. We'll hear from Austin Dillon and his team, and from Martin Truex.
What are we supposed to do? They're checking and he can't check.
The guy behind him didn't either, man. I know. Not over yet. We can recover.
Why'd they stack up so damn hard?
Good question.
I was getting nailed from behind, so I don't know.
Definitely got left front damage.
Nice.
Pretty heavy.
I should say nice to both of those statements.
Pretty heavy right side
Very Lito and Tristan.
Some of the aftermath of the 16 cars that piled up on lap number 2, which began when Austin Dillon went sliding.
Well, going to that one, Tristan. No, wait.
Everybody behind
no, that's
him
not the cutoff race this year.
Only
That's
car
right.
out of the race is Josh Williams.
Remember that. That's not the cutoff race this year.
Back on track, though, 32 laps down after mechanical
Where
repair.
is it? No.
Here's a
No,
look
it
at
isn't.
it in the lower right.
Yeah, I'm still
Here's the
opinion
replay from
that
the early incident for those that missed
Todd
it.
Gillen was just trying to make sure he didn't fill that hole too fast to let Michael McDowell up, and they were already checking up, like you said, Clinton, and both of those checkups just led to that. So
it happened fast.
It happened fast. And these guys out front, they have been going at it. While we were at break, Ryan Blaney kind of slid up the racetrack. It looked like he was in a slide for life, but the non-handling of the cars is making for a lot of passes and pretty entertaining to watch up front.
Welcome to the show, Martin Truex Jr. You heard his frustration, but he is back. He has recovered and has found the front.
4th place.
Highest running Toyota is
This
Truex.
is where you're going to start seeing these cars. See, he can hold that throttle wide open.
Oh, we're coming to 10 to go on the stage too, and
these guys that elected to go for
I think it was you that made the comment, Bumble, about Toyota.
This is where they're able to hold it wide open.
Here's your shot. If you took Toyota in the channel prediction,
Toyota Cam
might be this
down on the
19.
front bumper of Truex's car. You saw him change lanes there. Going to the front, he and Denny Hamlin are the two.
And all three manufacturers are up here. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota.
Is Joey Logano. We'll have a look at our Xfinity fastest lap, and there's Joey, 186 miles an hour. Hamlin, LaJoy, Byron, and Josh Berry.
Here we go.
Chastain up third groove.
Ross Chastain all the way at the top. We're 3 wide down the back straightaway.
With Bubba in the middle of it. Briscoe, Byron, Logano.
Have you ever seen a bigger smile than the one on
Guys
Michael
that pitted.
McDowell's face this morning?
That pitted under the last yellow.
167 races. Finally got his first career pole.
Oh, there goes somebody.
Hamlin.
Hamlin.
Goes Hamlin. Sliding down toward the
I saw him from the onboard. I saw him sliding.
Caution is out. Hamlin was in 6th place.
Denny has not wanted it. Oh, no, yeah, he did.
Up in that lead pack and
2012.
see him trying to fire it back up. The extra fuel.
2012 he won
in the pipes.
The Labor Day weekend race.
AMR safety team there quickly.
Took me a minute to remember that.
Hamlin's aid.
Oh, boys. He's not going to be happy with this one.
And he'll get away just before the safety car comes out.
I want to say something, but
what happened here?
I want to see the replay first. Okay, no, he was ahead of him.
You can see
I was gonna say, was it
him and Kyle Busch on the
Chastain?
bottom. Kyle comes up.
No, Kyle actually did come up. Hamlin came down on him.
Yeah, and that would
Clint,
look
I'll
like the
disagree with that. It
classic
looked like
case of
Hamlin
one
actually
going
came
up, one coming
down on him.
These cars are just, I mean, that was pretty heavy contact, but they're light going through the front straightaway like that through the quad oval.
This will be a good one right here. Yeah, he turned down. That one's on Hamlin. I think he turned down onto
You
Kyle.
told me this, Kevin. You said
Maybe he thought he was
you
clear.
get to lose your nose and you'll actually lift, and the thing will pull you up into. He definitely lifted big time before they hit.
Kyle did try to avoid it too.
He could
It's
do right
just-
there. I still think that the 11 was coming down a little bit, but when Kyle saw him coming down a little bit, he definitely lifted and got on the brakes trying to keep that from happening, as you heard in that in-car video.
Yeah, big lift, and Larry told us even brake. Remember that trash talking we were talking about? I think that's what's happening right there, Kevin.
I feel like that's how I live in the TV compound lately. Is there's just
let's listen
Right.
along to Kyle
I think
Busch.
I have a few laps to go here.
How is it going? I don't know. I am really, really bad landing. I got to be out of the gas so bad on landing that I can't keep up when I'm in traffic to be a good pusher. You're too tight landing.
So maybe at the worst three
very
to go
typical,
for the
and
stage.
that's what we were talking about. That's why these guys are lifting before you get to the corner, because the
When you
front
get to
tires
green
just
here.
will not turn. You got that big spoiler
There's
on the
a
back of the
a
car.
couple lap
Those
run to the end of the
cars in front of you
stage.
poking a big hole, and it just makes the cars really hard to turn because there's no air on the front tires.
Let's ride with Denny Hamlin.
Well, Kevin,
I'd rather
he
see the
moved
driver
down
camera
a
because it
little
looked like
bit.
he moved
Obviously
down.
Caught Kyle Busch off guard. I don't know if it was a block or just didn't know he was there.
Jamie?
I wonder if Denny had to
Danny
run
came on
off
the
that
radio
corner
and
and
said,
just.
I don't know what happened. I thought I was clear. And he also said I was edgy free right there.
Definitely wasn't clear.
Yeah, I would like to hear
That's
this
my
radio
favorite
there because
word,
if the
because
spotter
that is
cleared him, it's on the
exact
spotter.
Comment that I guarantee you're hearing
But
on
if
a lot of cars when
the
they're not
spotter
behind somebody.
didn't say anything,
Nobody's
then
happy about this
that's
except
on
Austin
Denny.
Dillon. He will get the free pass. Larry?
Yeah, this may be where we see one of our Cracker Barrel on the menu race strategy. If you're back in the pack and you don't feel like you can score stage points, flip the stage right here. Come to pit road, get your tires, get your fuel, and then you'll stay out at the stage break, which we're seeing right now. A lot of them coming to pit road that was back in the pack.
Well, to his point, Mike and Clint, that's what you want to do. But the guys that stayed out, they are going for those stage points because they're in position to be able to score points and protect themselves in case something happens at the end.
Can't tell who
So
that
the
is
top
behind them
9
now.
stay out on the racetrack. We're under the 3rd caution of the day in Atlanta.
When my doctor gave me Breasttree for my COPD, things changed for me. Breasttree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breasttree.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
You need T-Mobile.
Home internet with 5G.
Wait, T-Mobile has home internet?
What a feeling to have T-Mobile now.
All right.
I was looking to get
T-Mobile sucks.
So I raised my credit scores with Experian Boost.
But that one got me.
Experian Boost is even better.
That one
my
got
monthly
me.
insurance payments could help me build credit instantly, free.
More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app.
Zach and Donald are hilarious when they're together.
Introducing the most powerful Tacoma ever. With the shut the front door handle.
Shut the front
Also
door
known as
handle.
the Seriously wrong.
No, you gotta remember that the term for it is the oh shit handle is what it is. That's what that handle is. It's the oh shit handle.
The no me gusta handle.
It's the oh shit handle.
Standard on the all-new Toyota Tacoma.
The XFL and the United States Football League have announced plans to merge.
A move that ensures spring football is here to stay.
This is an iconic moment.
With excitement from fans all across the country. Let's ball out, baby!
This will bring together two of the best spring leagues we've ever seen.
It's a win for football and for fans.
Sonic, I had a very bad experience with T-Mobile.
There's no doubt spring.
Namely their home internet. That's why I did not have a good experience with them, so.
There are giants among us.
What do we need? The Captain America gift? Language.
They are the men and women building our Navy's next generation submarines. They are giants in what they do because they work in a place where they can grow.
Well, that's how I always
learn
knew
the
it.
skills to build careers
Just the
as
oh shit
powerful
handle.
as the beasts they forge. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
We all love the underdog stories and the new guy stories.
Everybody was sitting on pins and needles, and then it just erupted.
Gordon got loose, it's Harvick! Harvick by inches! Harvick by inches!
It was like a spiritual moment.
What could be more special? I think that's kind of what the sport needed.
Basically healing NASCAR Nation.
Kevin right behind the fans. Like I say, I figured he surprised the fans. I like the guy in the back with the glasses. He turned and looked and was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
See, you're not the only one that can go in the infield.
So you just snuck up behind them as they're shooting that piece?
Yeah, they had me come in and just sneak up behind them. Those were ticket holders, and that campsite that we were at had been there since 1990.
Very cool.
Father,
They're still
son.
here.
Yeah.
Father, son.
Same
That's
spot.
It's what the sport's found on, man. There's so many of those great stories in the infield of, you know, the grandpa took the son, and now the grandson's there, and they're all doing it together. Love those. And you know, if that was a long time ago, Kevin. So
it was a long time ago.
Wins here in Atlanta.
And these, I loved coming to Atlanta. I got my first win here. Had a lot of success here, and I can tell
He
you
led a lot of laps here. There was a couple of races he should have won here.
Hey, 1,300 laps led.
I think the one I'm thinking of is the 17 race that he
3 wins.
He dominated. Probably should have won.
Should have won 13. He had 13 of them won. And
no, it was 15 and 16 were the two races he should have won. 15 especially.
Once and caution, untimely cautions would bite you. Good runs though. Awesome track for you.
All right, penalties. All pitting too soon. Bowman, Preece, Nemechek, Reddick, and Hamlin. will all start at the back.
The one I'm going to watch
Of the
here
top 10,
is
William
Logano.
Byron has been
Of those
in
that
the
pitted,
pits since lap 7.
The
From
22
Joey
car,
Logano
he's the
on back,
first one
everybody
on
stopped
fresh tires.
on this caution flag.
But we're only going to have a
And there'll be
basically two lap
to go in
shootout
the
to turn the
stage.
stage
Elbows up,
here.
Kevin.
Oh my gosh.
2 laps to go,
Ford's on the
stage
front
points
row,
on the line.
Chevrolet's
Look at the-
behind.
uh-oh, maybe another lap here. Is he going to
And
be able
then,
to get it?
Yeah, lights are on the pace car.
Yeah.
They waved it off.
One more lap. All right.
Only a 1 lap
You already
dash.
see
Never mind
Logano.
that.
Can
Never
you
mind what I
believe,
just said.
Starting at the back, the wrecks, 2 wrecks we've had.
Never mind what I just said. We're only going to have a
big
1 lap
He
dash.
survived all of it. Now he's in a place where he can get stage points in this first stage. Unbelievable.
Well, he had a little bit of fortune go his way, and everything has worked out. But it's going to get dicey here at the end of this stage
You
because
think?
it's 1 lap, and these guys are going to have to push and shove and do everything that they're.
I didn't realize
to
that
try
that
to win the
race he
stage and
dominated
get the most
too,
points that
Bumble.
they can, and most of those guys in the front are on old tires.
That's just it. They actually, Kyle Busch, 5th place right there. They wanted him to pit. He stayed out, trying to go for these stage points. Adding another lap to this might play right in his playbook where he can do it. Let's listen along.
Just tell the one. He stayed out. Was I not clear? I said if you can restart on the front row, you can do it. But if not, bring it to me. I know. I heard you. That's why I said pit. 5 reds.
Well, that was the crew chief and the spotter.
That extra lap helps this scenario. He'll be able to hold on for a lap here.
All right, I'm sitting up in my seat now too.
Make up for it.
1 lap to the stage.
They will race 1 lap.
Obviously, I'm going to be rooting for my boy to try to win this stage,
I
but
don't even know what else to say.
No, you're right.
It's going to be.
we'll see what
it's gonna
happens
be
here.
physical,
Let's
and
at least
they're
make
gonna
it
push
clean
and
to
shove
the
and do
end of the
everything they can
stage.
to get themselves as close as they can to the front. But when this is over, those first 10 guys or so are going to get cycled to the back because of pit strategy.
And those 10 are on worn tires, new tires
All right,
behind
then
them.
we can do this then.
Let's drop the green for 1 lap to the end of stage 1.
See ya.
Blaney outside of McDowell.
Visit other channels and go watch them.
Hold your breath.
Big gap on that outside. See him locked together on the bottom.
McDowell.
Is that Reddick moving up?
Watch the run in 3. It might be McDowell's. McDowell might win this stage.
Trying to steal some points here.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Started from pole.
He's going to start it from the pole. He's going to win the stage. McDowell wins stage 1.
Green and white, go till I tell you.
Blaney, Chastain, Larson, and Busch, the top 5.
I'll take B2 in that stage.
Wow. That wasn't so hard, was it?
Wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
All right. 3rd career stage win for Michael McDowell.
I just find it hilarious. The guy wants to say, oh, you can watch 100 channels where people aren't talking and no face cam. It's like, then go watch that.
Our founder, Johnny Morrison,
Go watch that then.
firsthand. They created a boat that's more affordable. Tracker, the world's #1 best-selling fishing and pontoon boats powered by Mercury.
I must now
Proudly
pay
built
off
in Missouri and
this
sold
one so I can
factory
set up
direct
for
to
stage
Bass Pro Shops
2.
and select dealers. For as little as $5 a day, you can own a brand new Tracker and make lifelong memories of your own. Bass Pro Shops, voted America's best outdoor retailer. Save even more and
You
support
know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run the same one back for stage 2.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you can pizza now, then pizza again. Free pizza means your next
All I'm
dinner
going to do
is
is
covered.
change it
Your
for
future
stage
self
2.
will
We'll
thank
do
you.
the same
Get it while
thing.
it's hot. Only
Same
at
time
Pizza
limit.
Hut.
NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights on FS1.
Is this the
You know?
start of it?
So it's like, if you're going to make the comment, then go watch the streams that are up then.
To get back to the breaking stuff. Or is this the
I wish I was
most
Seth
wild
MacFarlane.
ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the above, and it's about to go down. Let's do it. 81 contestants.
Hamill,
Categories.
check my my Discord.
From the creators of The Voice and Big Brother.
Check my Discord to see a funny.
The Floor, all new Tuesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu. Saturday on Fox.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wish I had Seth MacFarlane's bank account.
Against Orlando City. Saturday at 4:30 Eastern on Fox.
Thanks for the Prime sub, mediocre sim race.
Captain Bautista says you people are the best.
Yeah, you guys get to see the other GIF. One of the other GIFs. I know the one always comes up for the follows, but
bolting to Washington Square. Go.
There's also
You don't believe in knocking who? Way cooler.
emojis that custom emojis I had put together that the most notable one is the one that I get from the, because when I walk away I'll slide my chair sometimes when my bed's in the background, so that's become a running gag in here. I had two I bought on Friday 13, but I drank them before today, so they're already
Stage one
gone.
ends in Atlanta with Michael McDowell right where he started in first place.
McDowell won
picking up
stage
his
one,
third
Tristan.
Career stage win. Let's go down to pit road.
McDowell nipped.
Well, Mike, every week we
got the
always
run
talk
on the
about
restart.
how instrumental the pit crews are in this sport, but we don't tell you who they are or show their faces. Well, this year we're going to change that. We're going to introduce you to some of these pit crews. So first up, the Daytona 500 Championship team and the fastest overall pit crew in 2023, this William Byron's pit crew.
Jeff Cordero, front tire changer, the New London Waterford Speedball 2019 Cup Series champion with Kyle Busch.
Orrin Osowski, rear tire changer, Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec, Canada. One of the true left-handed tire changers on pit road.
Ryan Patton, tire carrier, the Ohio State University, two-time Cup champion with Jimmy Johnson.
Spencer Bishop, Jackman, former tight end for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
Landon Walker, Bueller, former Clemson offensive tackle, 2024 Daytona 500 champion.
You'll have to point him out to me, Bumble.
I love this.
If he becomes an issue, I'll
That's
take
in
care of
Connecticut.
it.
Nice little third-mile track.
You know what I
But
love?
athletes. Obviously, if I don't see it, I can't.
All of them.
Well, we definitely know the athletes are on pit road. That's for sure. Every team has somebody from somewhere, and those guys do nothing but train and study. It's a
never
true
mind,
art,
you got it.
changing the tires and putting fuel in these cars on pit road.
Bumble, I was literally
Unbelievable
in
how
the
fast
mod
they are.
menu as you did that.
Man, they have fast
you,
hands.
you literally beat me
Tight
to
end
it.
out there. How about that? That was cool.
Props. You
So
beat me
Larry,
to
we
it.
expect the top 10 on pit road because most of them have not yet made a pit stop today. But what of the rest, those that stopped at lap 55?
Yeah, I mean, if you're all the way at the back, come on in, top it off with fuel. But yeah, we only ran one lap, and no matter what, you're going to have to stop in this next stage because it is 100 laps. And remember, the fuel window is about 68 to 72 laps.
This is really
We'll see
gonna
13. I probably will add another mod
script for these
at some
guys.
point.
You've
Right
seen
now, I'm
all
just
these guys have
starting
the
small
affordability of the
because,
clean air. McDowell winning
God
that
forbid,
stage.
this one
Larson's
goes
been
down
up there.
too.
Kyle Busch
It
has been
wouldn't
up
matter.
there.
You know, I'd have to
He'll be mired
boot
back in
everything back
traffic
up
now,
again.
Kevin.
So.
Joey Logano is going to be second when this baby fires off to go green.
Yeah, right behind or right next to Todd Gilliland. So here they come, 45 miles an hour under caution.
That's what I
Around
try to
turns
do,
3 and
Hando.
4, that area 90 mile an hour speed
That was
limit on
kind of
the
my
apron of the
idea when I
green.
started it. Was I wanted to just find a place to just relax, watch a race,
a long
react
ways
to the
around
race,
there.
obviously,
around the corner.
and make something where we can
One
have
speed line
different
right in the middle of the
discussions
corner, and then
and
you come down
just a chill
pit road
place.
to go straight
you know?
here to enter these really small boxes.
And that's where we'll crank it
That
up.
was the whole idea behind it. Are you speaking French there, Hamill? Or is that?
That's good. We can put
Or
it
is
there.
that Spanish? Fuck.
Am I coming around to the right?
No, it is
So you
French.
ready? The 21 is not coming in. You'll have install. Waiting on fuel. Go, 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 go.
Yeah,
Talked
there was some guy.
Pit stalls are, Kevin. That was close.
Somebody apparently.
Connected.
Almost had a 6-car dust up there leaving pit road. Today, Fox Sports and our entire industry mourn the loss of friend and colleague Andrew Lorenz, who passed away Tuesday after a lengthy illness. An integral part of our team, Andrew worked with SMT, the company behind our driver graphic pointers. Our thoughts with his family, Patricia, Ethan, Henry, and Carissa. Andrew Lorenz was 44.
Yeah, only 44. I bet you probably cancer most likely.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my
I
story.
took 2 years of high school French.
And with one Staley trilogy,
So.
it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy keeps my airways
Yeah, do
open for a full
qu'est-ce
24 hours and prevents future flare-ups.
Qu'est-ce?
Trilogy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more
I
freely.
couldn't tell you the translation
all day
because, like I
and
said, I
night.
took 2 years of high
Trilogy
school
won't replace a
French
rescue
and
inhaler
I
for sudden
graduated
breathing
high
problems.
school.
Tell your
It'll
doctor
be
if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure
16
before
years
taking it.
ago.
Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
No, you don't. No, I'm gonna stop because you don't want me singing. You
Ask your
don't want me
doctor
to
about
sing.
once daily Trilogy.
Anybody that
for
watched Michael
COPD,
Mootz's
because
eye
breathing
racing
should be
stream
beautiful
has
all
heard
day
me
and
sing.
night.
You give.
It wasn't pretty.
You give and you give. This tax season you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get unlimited data. You get America's most reliable 5G network.
Not to mention, I probably had like the most hilarious moment in that where my hood popped up mid-race.
Are 2 doors down.
Oh no, I'm
Couldn't see and was trying to drive it back to pit road with the hood popped
Turn
up
your tax
on it.
refund into a U fund. Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line. Find us at straighttalk.com.
There it is. The
That's
classic
probably the
Big Mac
funniest
with more
moment I've ever
special
had on
sauce in every
iRacing.
bite. Robble, robble. And there it goes. These are our best burgers ever. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The Chevy Silverado. With available Super Cruise connected by OnStar. Only
Love
Super
that
Cruise
song.
lets you drive hands-free and tow hands-free.
Grand Funk Railroad.
It'll help you get to the adventure energized. And it'll help drive you home.
I'm your captain.
Ally has
Closer
savings
to
buckets
home.
to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something
Great
they're
double
saving
song.
for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
Under caution at the end of stage 1 in Atlanta, where our aerial coverage is provided
100
by
laps.
Goodyear, powering every lap,
Stage
every mile,
2.
and every victory on the road ahead.
Obviously had
Goodyear,
the pit
more driven.
pit strategies have changed the running order a little bit. Those that pretty much stayed out through all of stage 1 came to pit road here at the end of stage
Fires out
1.
of his pit and suddenly gets into heavy traffic here.
Yeah, you see Noah Gregson coming down pit
Where is he?
road,
I'm looking
turning
for the
into his
white
pit box
car.
with all the damage, and you're going to
There
see
he
Ryan
is.
Blaney come out. It might have been Ryan Priest, but he had to stop and check up, and then there's another car on the inside, and all these guys pulling out of the pit box are looking in their mirror, in their digital mirror, and listening
Stenhouse
to the
might have
crew
got
at
the
the same
grass a
time to
little
make sure
bit.
they know where all those cars are. But it was close, Clint.
Yeah, when they call you clear out of the box, they always tell you clear all the way up.
Yeah,
clear
it was
1 lane, clear
Stenhouse.
2 lanes. That was pretty close to a 4-wide scenario.
Jamie?
A lot of adjustments this week at this racetrack at Atlanta. So let's recap a couple of them.
Todd Gillen will be the race
He
leader.
just told the team, I'm wide open in 3 and 4. I don't know what else to do. I don't know how I can move the air. So they gave him an adjustment
Here
just
to
to try
start
to help the
stage
handling.
2.
A wedge adjustment and 4 tires for him.
Chandler Smith up to P4. Corey LaJoy's up there.
Cars involved in that lap 2 incident.
So the
had a lot
first
of right side
car
damage, but he was able to fight his way
will
up to 6th at the end of
be-
that stage. They worked on the car. He said overall
Looks like
it's pretty good, just needs a
Chastain
little more
is going to be the
grip.
first
Regan?
car. Of those that just pitted, he's going to restart
right
16th.
now. Said he feels like he needs front downforce. Of course, they can't fix that right now. Cliff Daniels.
Oh, so yeah, my apologies, John. If I said Chandler Smith, I'm wrong. It's Zane Smith. You're right.
Little loose up top, no
I'm not sure if I.
and a long pit stop for the 8 of Kyle
I must have
Busch. They
missaid
went
it
under
there.
The left front of the race car. They wanted to work on the left front shock. Felt like the nose was floating too much. He couldn't get consistency. Take the time now to go ahead and fix it for later in the
So the
race.
cars basically first through 15th pitted prior to the stage end.
Then Michael McDowell
From 16th on down, pitted just at the stage end.
The first 15 cars all
So-
pitted at lap 55. We had more
It is
cautions
full
in stage
screen.
1 than we had in the whole Daytona 500 Monday.
It is full screen. I can't move my
We're not fixing
the
your push in corner,
taskbar
so suck it
because
up.
I'm watching it on the Fox
It's
app.
not going to
so.
get better.
Stage 2, under green.
Boy, you described that scenario so much better from up here. I've heard your radio before.
Zane shoving the hell out of Todd.
Gilliland inside of Joey Logano.
Let's get the advantage here off too. It might be Gilliland if he can clear Logano.
Corey LaJoie inside.
He does.
Chris Buescher up on the outside.
And the Fords.
Here we go. 3 wide. Daniel Suarez with Ty Gibbs
Maybe outside.
pushing down the back straightaway. Corey
Buescher
LaJoie
with
down the block.
Smith.
I like what I saw right there. Ty Gibbs' spotter told him, all right, coming to LaJoie, talking about Suarez in front of him. That was heads
Yep, they're
up,
3
spotting
wide.
and drive in there. Big run on them. He lifted, gave Suarez an opportunity to not get wrecked right there. That's exactly the way it works, textbook. Can't see through those cars. When you're pushing somebody, you need to know what's in front of him.
Well, to your point,
Not gonna
Clint, the
unban
spotter
him.
will be telling
Not
you,
for what he
what's happening
not for what he
in front of
did.
the car that you're pushing. As we go on board with Corey LaJoie, we hear him lifting to get the nose set and get down the racetrack and get full throttle.
How about Josh
Got to
Berry
clean up his
in
act
fifth?
before I would even consider
And
unbanning him.
Zane Smith in 4th.
Now that that's the way his first 2 messages into the server are going to be
Drivers
that.
that flipped the stage and pitted before stage end now having a chance to shine here.
Yeah, you see Harrison's on the side of Josh Berry's car there. Those guys obviously flipped the strategy and put themselves in position to be able
Is that
to
a
run
dummy
at the front of this
account,
pack, and
Bumble? Is that what it?
That's where you want to be. It's
Because
less
it popped up
dangerous up there.
Band-Evader to me,
We
so
know
I wonder if
anything
it
can
might have been a
happen,
dummy
but
account.
As the run goes here, that handling will be
Or a duplicate account.
and you want to be as far forward as possible.
I like what you said right there. Talking like, think about Kyle Busch in his scenario, really losing the nose. That was out front, Kevin.
Right.
It's going to be way worse back there.
Well, and that was my point. A little bit, you know, to be able to say when I said suck it up, drivers, because the further forward you're going to be, the better that's going to be because it's less turbulent. So you want to stay as far forward as possible because that problem is not going away.
Just keep an eye on it, Bumble. You seem to be keeping a better eye on it than me. I'm trying, but
certainly, Randall Burnett.
hey, that's why I made that's why I made you
because he
Shadow
thought
and
he could do
Hamill
something
mods
to
so you
fix it.
guys can keep it up on
Gregson
that.
has
So.
taken his car to the garage. He was involved in the lap 2 pileup. Boy, Harrison
Discord.
Burton keeps grinding it out on the
There's
inside.
something going on Discord I need to know?
He'd pop up into the high lane when there was a spot, but now 4th car on the inside. Logano to the top, so 3rd car on the inside now.
Not seeing
Zane
anything
Smith
with the
in the wall there.
Discord.
He put that car in the 3rd lane going through turns 1 and 2, and there's just no grip up in that 3rd lane in 3 and 4.
Well, I think Logano moved up to block him as well. Took
Oh,
air
it
off
was
that
on
nose
here,
that we've been
Port, not
talking about,
Discord.
and man, it took off right into the fence.
And we'll hear a lot of people talk about the air block, and that is a real thing.
And he may be in real trouble.
Yeah, he's in the
Got a tire
fence.
down.
Yep.
All right, a bent toe link, something.
One more to come inside.
Bent
He's
toe
gonna
link.
make
I
it,
see the
though.
rear tire towed out there.
Easily able to make the pit road.
So Zane Smith will make it to pit road as we stay green. Look at the drivers up front who have rebounded. Chris Buescher had a solo spin. Denny Hamlin
pad
went
tire
for a spin.
go, John.
And they're both up in
And
the
then rub
top
the
10.
wall more, so. I think
Harrison
he got the wall
Burton
initially and
involved
then
in that big
had the
pileup.
tire go.
And Joey Logano served a penalty as the race started, but now they're all up with the front runners.
Harrison's got a hot rod. This Wood Brothers machine's
Yeah.
fast. He's able to hang tough down there
The
on the
21 car
bottom.
go. Come on, Harrison. But again, we know
And the
that these
hometown hero,
guys,
Chase Elliott up into the top 5.
at least these
He
front
had to start
runners,
in the back after
pitted
they
prior to the
changed
stage
an
end,
engine
so they got
sensor,
track position right
this
now.
morning, an unapproved
We'll see if these guys that
adjustment.
pitted
And
at
he
the
also
end
got
of the
caught up
stage
in the first
can catch
melee
back
of
up.
the
Right
day.
now, McDowell's the
They
highest
have
running of
worked on that
those.
car. You can see how low the splitter is on the
Up a
left
P8.
front. They've been under the hood on that thing, under the right front. Whale of a job by that 9 crew getting that thing.
The stage
back on
one
this
winner,
racetrack
McDowell, I
and
should say.
competitive. Look, it's ground the splitter plumb off of it on the left, Kevin.
Yeah, and when you,
He's-
when you have
he
an accident
might have a
like
hot
that,
rod
you
here
have
today,
something that's
too.
wrong, like the ride height of the car will be different now because that left front is so low. They've gone under and like you
Because
said,
he's
make
been
a lot of
he's been
adjustments on
behind
that
other
car to make it
cars,
drive
Port.
with what you have. I mean,
He's been
once you
behind other
start the race,
cars.
you
He
gotta adapt
hasn't
to
been
whatever
leading
you-
a line.
Whatever you've got, 3 wide.
Austin Cindric trying to shoot the middle in the number 2.
Between Barry and Blaney. Oh!
Makes it.
I don't know who that was there, but that about got bad. Is that McDowell down there? Yep.
Michael McDowell on the inside.
Highest rating of the cars that stopped at the end of stage 1.
And he's already up to 7th.
He
is on the move.
Has the speed and has the downforce, making moves left and right, passing them all over the place.
And I think
I'm telling you, that 34 car.
This happened a lot last year with Michael McDowell and his team running well. They qualified on the pole here.
Don't say it yet, Mama. We don't want to jinx them. Keep that in mind.
This didn't just start in these
we don't want to jinx
them.
Well, they had a good run going to Daytona until they had the battery issue too.
Racing up front and winning races, and they're doing great with everything that they've got going on so far this season.
Well, it's hard to do both. They have the speed and the handling.
Well, still, I'm just saying you don't call a winner until they actually happen. You know.
Todd Gilliland is leading this pack with Joey Logano right behind him. So not only is when the 34 is running better, it's helped Todd Gilliland be able to do what he's doing.
Now trying to lead that inside.
So this is a kid that does a great job and works really hard at it, but I think he's a little bit underrated with everything that he's
at least
done
not
over
yet,
the last couple
Tristan.
of years and the performance in his car. And we've saw him.
Like maybe once we get into the 20 to go mark in this race, you can start looking about possible winners. But
right behind him leading again.
Not yet.
Kevin front row.
Still kind of early.
We saw the announcement of them getting a better Ford service from the Ford camp. That's got to play a big role in this, right? Both cars are.
That 34 is on the move,
they have an
though.
alliance with Penske, and you see a Penske car.
He's already up trying to take third from Buescher.
You see Michael McDowell making ground and making moves on the bottom of the racetrack, and he's got the handling and the speed, like you say, to be aggressive, and that's what you want as a driver, to be able to be aggressive and work your way forward.
2 weeks in a row now, Todd Gilliland has set a new personal best for career laps.
Well, right now his teammate's going to be taking the lead from him here within a lap or two.
17 here right
that 34 car, damn.
Starts in the shop of preparation, and both of those hot rods are extremely fast. This Michael McDowell went from all the way at the back at will, could pass.
Front row apparently became a top team in the Ford camp this year, and going into this year, and they're definitely showing it here today.
You have to lift. You're trapped on the bottom.
About to be 1-2 here.
Yeah, and he's got a. You see Denny Hamlin get tight and go up the racetrack right there. Have to lift out of the throttle.
That's going to lose McDowell's drafting help, though.
Oh,
3 wide.
Michael McDowell can slice and dice right from back to front.
I want what he's got.
Yes. All right. 82 laps complete. Todd Gilliland has been out in front for the last 19.
No, they didn't start 1-2 radiation. Gilliland started P4. That's where I think we were, because I was discussing it at the VC2, and he actually started 4th. Yeah, Logano didn't start P2 because of going to the rear, but Gilliland had qualified P4, not P3. So it wasn't a front row.
This is Ford Truck Month with amazing offers across an amazing lineup of Ford trucks. Make way for the event that only comes around once a year, featuring the new 2024 Ford F-150 and Ford Super.
He didn't move up the second. Because, well, first of all, Gilliland took the top lane, or McDowell took the top lane on the initial start, so you can line up with Gilliland behind him.
Only during Ford Truck Month.
So I hope so too, Scotty. I want to see Gilliland do well. I think Logano's got one of the better spotters too. I think they were telling him that the run was coming with McDowell, so.
Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 is so good, the crew is giving every combination code names.
Bis squared.
Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Mathlutes?
No matter what you call it, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Rocky, I was here for Daytona. I just didn't
that
get
feeling of
all
having
of
to
Daytona.
rewash dishes that didn't get clean?
because of having to work late
Platinum Plus
on
is
Monday,
Cascade's
and
best clean ever with
I
double the
only
Dawn
was
and
able to
double
get
the
back to
scrubbers.
the
It
second
removes the
half of
toughest
it.
grease and residue for an irresistible clean and shine.
Yes, I'm back for
Cascade
the year.
Platinum Plus.
Back
Dare
for the
to
cup
dish
season.
differently.
Who's up for a real good time?
For realsies?
For absolutesies.
Animation Domination is ready for action.
Is this place like your she shed or your murder dungeon?
Yes, to all of the above.
I apologize for nothing. And this will absolutely
All right, you
happen
know what?
again.
All new tonight
I need
on
I need a drink. So
I think health insurance is important.
bed.
So if
take
anyone
over
in your
straight.
family has Medicaid or CHIP, listen up. Check the mail for your renewal form. Complete the form. And mail it back right away, so you don't lose your coverage. If you do lose your coverage, visit healthcare.gov to see if you're eligible to enroll in a low-cost, quality health plan. Healthcare.gov.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Ford. Built Ford proud. 89 laps complete, 6 Fords at the front of the field. Gilliland, Logano, Buscher, Burton, McDowell, and Blaney. Denny Hamlin, the first Toyota, about 7th. William Byron, the first Chevrolet, in 9th. And up top is our Fox race tracker showing the caution period and the green
For
flag
those
periods as this
that do
race
not
unfolds.
understand the joke,
Todd Gilliland out front.
if you're a first timer, if you've been here before with any of my streams, even on the previous channel, the joke became because I made the bed all nice. I always make the bed. It's the one thing I've been taught. You know, if you do one thing in a day, make your bed.
Saw the guy on the outside coming too,
Well,
but
it
these
became a
cars are
joke
not
to
gonna
the point
handle
where he
well.
basically made a
Tucked up
gif
right
of
behind
it,
each
made
other,
a
getting
gif
into
of
the
it,
corner,
an
especially in
emoji of
turn
it.
3 because it's flat over there. There's a bump over there, and it just has everything go against making the car turn left.
Damn, a lot of Fords up there right now. They've come to play. They've come to play. That's at least for sure
With the
today, at
mid-pack
least.
runs some of these drivers are getting. Ross Chastain was wound up on the high side, coming out at turn number 2, past a couple. He's going for more up here in turn 4.
And we talked to Ross Chastain before the race, and he talked about how he was so uncomfortable last year about spun out in qualifying. As you see him go to the top side again.
Well, there were a couple Chevys in a row right there, but then they all split up.
Told us that we had a lot. He put
300
a lot of
cars
handling
with
into his car based
Chastain.
on how uncomfortable he was last year. Now you start to see him be able to utilize that in that third lane.
Yeah, the number one thing
I'm
he
telling you,
told us
those Fords might have come to play today.
I wanted all the handling.
I think they were a little
Told my crew
disappointed by
chief,
the end result of
"Forget
Daytona
the
that
speed. We need handling if you want me to win
they
this
came
race."
to play today.
Said he made that mistake last year, right, Kevin? Didn't have enough handling, didn't have enough downforce in that car. Slip and slide.
I mean, at the moment, they hold the top 8 spots.
Then you see Denny Hamlin more and more go up to that third lane.
Yeah, a lot of racing left, though.
Seeing,
We're not even halfway in this race yet, so
let off the throttle so much
a
by
lot of
staying
racing
behind
left.
The guy in front of me, and the cars that are handling good are going to be
You're
the
a
ones
Chevy or
that can go
Toyota
highest
guy.
and be
Don't
able to
worry. There's a lot of racing
Starting
left.
to
So
see Harrison Burton struggling on the 21 car on that outside line, stacking them up pretty good, getting into the corners. Tells me he's lifting, getting in. Watch them come right to his bumper.
Ooh, Blaney.
He almost stacked him up and got in trouble. That's a product of Harrison having to lift, getting into the corner.
that scared me for a second. As the Blaney fan, that kind of scared me for a second there.
Big shot by Chase Elliott to the back of Kyle Larson there.
Jeez. Yeah.
As we get
So we
towards
got
the
to
end
sort
of
it
these
out.
runs,
Truex now trying to make a
in the
run
middle
there.
of these runs, Austin Cindric all the way
Cindric!
up top as Kyle Larson has a little bit
Way
of trouble
up
there in
there.
the middle of the corner. Austin Cindric takes his run and doesn't quite complete the pass down the back straightaway.
Because Larson's got
As
help
this
from his
run
teammate.
goes,
He's got the drafting
the
help.
handling of the cars just gets worse and worse and worse every lap, and the checkups start to be bigger and
See
bigger.
Kyle back there
and it
trying to
starts
come.
cycle
no,
through with different cars.
I think that was Kyle
Keselowski
behind.
riding along with him here in this 6 car, finally getting the speed figured out, and his scenario just keeps
Yeah,
getting
that 2
better,
car.
driving to the front.
Yeah, that was Busch.
Up 8 spots since the caution, and boy, he has finally found the front, clean air.
And there's the RFK cars.
Had a good chance to win this race.
16 and 6, or the 17 and the 6. 16 was the old RFK number.
You hear that big lift, If he can get to the outside of him, that's all it takes. Look, that McDowell car, we keep telling you how
Dowell's still
strong
trying to lead that
thing is. As soon as
inside.
you heard Buescher lift, look at McDowell, wide open.
Larry, the first
Ford did win this race last year. Again, Logano with the last lap pass of Brad Keselowski, and right now they were on second and third. Or second and fourth, excuse me.
Pretty much everybody's
I keep
equal
forgetting
right
Buescher's
now,
in that
even
car
those
and Brad's in
15
the other
that stayed
colored
out. They
car.
only ran one green flag lap. You'll have to pit at least once in stage 2 in that final stage. Mike, we went back racing at lap 68. Somewhere around lap 130, 135 is when you'll make your pit stop. As I said earlier, you want to run as far as possible. You do not want to make a short pit, green flag pit stop with how long this pit road is.
There's only about a couple lap difference in terms of when these guys pitted, so.
And an update on the teammates Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski.
Logano's going to go for the
together.
lead.
They're in the top 4. Chris Buescher, he had that spin
Get it
earlier.
from,
much better handling now after that.
Get it from Gilliland.
Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski, it has been 100 races since he last went to victory lane. They felt like this was a good one to get it done. Finally, I talked to his crew chief, Matt McCall, and he's like, man, we just want to run consistently, but I'll tell you, it's really hard to work this hard in this sport when you don't have a victory and a trophy to show for it.
Nobody's worked harder in the garage.
Last win was on Super Speedway.
Came in, turned that
Vegas,
around,
April
put his name
21.
on it.
Almost 3 years ago.
Not only behind the wheel, but behind the desk on Monday morning.
And 100 races, that's 2.5 seasons.
He's going to put this car in victory lane this year.
Says he's
I'm
not
with
counting
Clint.
the races.
I am. It's going to happen.
He's counting.
I'm with Clint. Brad wins a race this year easily.
It just, you can't keep that.
I think
car
you
out
will
of
see
victory
that
lane.
this year.
Not running the way it has.
Don't know if it'll
last
happen
year.
today, but I know he's definitely going to win one this year.
Well, he's done a great job with the company, and like you say,
Three
it's
wide
just a
back
matter of
here,
time before
Hamlin,
they put it all
Blaney, and
together.
Byron.
3 wide again here.
Sort that out. Now Byron's going to be stuck 3.
See Harrison having to lift again on that outside.
Chastain
step,
thought
came
about
up
it.
Behind him.
Chastain thought about
Harrison
trying to put
Burton
it between Blaney and Burton.
Joey Logano trying to hold them all at bay. Logano's been out front for 3.5 laps now. Qualified on pole, had to start in the back due to a qualifying infraction. Has made his way to the front and talks about this season so far.
It definitely bothers me. I look at it and I go, yes, we led the most laps. We led all the wrong laps. We got 9 points on the whole weekend. That stings. Honestly, one of the best cars I've ever had there. One that I can drive to the front at any moment. It was so good. Handled great. Did everything I wanted to do. That's what made it hurt a little bit more.
Boy, I agree. Monday in Daytona, Joey Logano appeared to have the best car. Just not all the way to the finish.
Yeah, we see him at the front here again, and I feel like he got around Todd Gilliland because of the fact that he felt like Todd was lifting too much, and now Todd's on the bottom, and he's
Battle between the Fords out front.
again, and can control that line a little bit better when he doesn't have to lift with being behind a car. But man, these
Hamlin
guys
trying to
are
go
all
around
over
Burton.
the racetrack, and I think what's happening is those runs are getting bigger because guys are lifting more and they're able to just carry that throttle. But we see more passes happening throughout the pack.
They're definitely stacked up too wide, way more than they've been the last 10, 12 laps.
Still there's a solid rumor. I'm not going to believe that.
5 make it 6 Fords out in front of the field.
Dodge isn't coming back, 1. And I don't know if they'll go back to Chevy. If they were going to make a manufacturer change, it would be either one of those, because Dodge isn't coming back to the sport.
Wi-Fi that works all over the house, even the basement.
As much as I would love to see them come back, and trust me, I'd be a firm supporter if they came
And
back.
invite Shannon Barnes.
They're not coming back.
Dreams do come true. Xfinity gives you reliable Wi-Fi.
And Stuart Haas was with
coverage on all your
Chevy,
devices,
and they
even
left
when everyone is
because
online.
Maybe we'll even get married one
I don't
day.
know. I think they
Don't know
left
what
because
I'll
they
be
thought they
doing.
could get more
Probably still living
back
here with
from
Mom
Ford,
and Dad.
which they did for a
Fast,
long
reliable
time.
speeds right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network.
If advanced lung cancer has you searching for possibilities, discover a different first treatment. Immunotherapies work with your immune system to attack cancer, but Opdivo plus Yervoy is the first combination of 2 immunotherapies for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that
It's
is
a different thing
tests
entirely.
positive for PD-L1 and does not have an abnormal EGFR or
That alliance is NHRA.
Opdivo plus Yervoy is
It's
not
not with
chemotherapy.
NASCAR.
It works differently. It helps your immune
Granted,
system fight
they
cancer
may
in
make
different ways.
trying to
Opdivo and
negotiate
Yervoy
things
can cause your
easier,
immune system to harm healthy
but
parts of your
Dodge
body
straight up
during and after
is not
treatment.
coming back.
These problems can be severe
I say it as a
leading to death.
guy who would
See
love
your
to see
doctor right
Dodge
away
come
if you
back
have a
and
cough,
someone who is a
chest pain,
Dodge
shortness of
fan,
breath,
but
irregular heartbeat,
they're
diarrhea,
not coming back to
constipation,
NASCAR.
severe stomach pain, severe nausea, or
And that's
vomiting,
not
dizziness,
Dodge's
fainting,
decision.
problems,
That's
extreme tiredness, changes
Fiat's
in appetite, thirst, or
decision.
urine, rash, itching,
Which
confusion,
owns
memory
Chrysler, which
problems,
owns
muscle pain, weakness,
Dodge.
joint pain, flushing, or fever. These are not
It's
all the
their
possible
call
side
whether
effects.
they were to do
Problems
it
can
or
occur
not.
together and more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems. If you've had or plan to
Back when
have an
Dodge
organ or
first
stem cell
returned in
transplant or
01,
receive chest radiation.
it was
Your
Daimler,
search for
the
two
other partner with
immunotherapies
Chrysler, that
starts
wanted
here.
to bring Dodge back
Ask
to
your doctor
NASCAR.
about Opdivo plus Yervoy, a chance to live longer.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's serves a bottomless drink.
Yeah, I mean,
bottomless
even
chips
if
and salsa,
even
and
if
a
Dodge
cheeseburger
wanted to
fries
come
for
back to
just
NASCAR, would be
$10.99.
their decision.
Good
They
luck
got their
finding that
partner would
delicious
be the one
value
to
in the
have to
drive-thru,
be
'cause you won't.
to decide to
This
bring it
Chili's
back.
3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
You're looking at the fastest, easiest way to get a perfect beard. Just for men, beard and brow color.
Right, that's all gonna
Instantly
be on
covers
Tony,
grays and
though,
fills
too.
in patchy areas. Lasts till you wash it out. Guys are saying there's
Tony
nothing
and,
easier. Anytime you want to look your best, try
Gene.
Just for Men beard and brow color.
Welcome to Martinsville.
Martinsville isn't your average everyday racetrack. Far from it. It's truly one of a kind. The speed, the shape, the history, the hospitality, heck, even the hot dogs. A one-of-a-kind weekend at the short track of NASCAR, with trucks on Friday, Xfinity on Saturday, and Cup Series on Sunday. It's one event too amazing to miss. NASCAR weekend at Martinsville Speedway. Get your tickets now at martinsvillespeedway.com.
110 laps complete in the Ambetter Health
50 to
400.
go.
6 different leaders.
Stage 1 or
20
stage
lead
2.
changes so far, and 30 cars of the 37
down one
starters
stage
still
1.
on the lead lap. We've had a lot of 3-wide racing mid-pack as handling deteriorates and other drivers try to fight their way to the front. That's your progressive race summary. Joey Logano in
What
front of Todd
series?
Gilliland. Brian Blaney, Chris Buescher, now Ross Chastain. Chevy is in 5th with Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin's Toyota.
No.
So let's
No.
have a look at what's
I'd love
new
to
on
see
Kevin
what
Harvick's
source that's
podcast.
from.
The week before, my wife and I, Delana, got married in Las Vegas.
That was on the documentary.
Yeah,
Did you know they got married in
I
Vegas?
didn't know.
I didn't either.
Actually didn't know you guys got married in Vegas.
Because people
Yeah.
always joke like, "Let's get married in Vegas." They actually
It
did
was
it.
a neutral site.
Join Kevin every Tuesday and Thursday.
Yep,
as he
Gillen's
gives
gonna
his
get shuffled
opinion
3
on top
wide.
NASCAR storylines and brings big names in sports and entertainment into the racing world. Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour.
We're going to have a lot to talk about this week because this is as wild a racing as you're going to see all year on this schedule. And
Buescher gonna try to take the lead himself.
Runs coming, runs going.
Yeah, Gilliland slipped up
Is he
right
gonna
there,
get the
got in
lead
middle,
here? Yes,
lost
he
a few
is.
spots.
Buescher leads.
Chris Buescher on the outside.
No, they're gonna
for
run
the
one of the
lead.
Chevy
Lot
makes
going
before
on
they
here, Kevin,
run.
behind the wheel. Lot of moves.
Before
Whoa,
they run
Cedric
another
way up
one
on the
like that.
outside.
He likes that.
Unless they
Oh,
they
here he
make
goes,
a
right up on the
body
wall.
similar one and call it a different
Things really
name.
get big runs off the bumper of a car. Some help behind you, having to get under the brakes, lifting for the handling. These guys.
That's that was from something else. I've seen what you're
Chastain
talking about,
by
Tristan,
in the
but
middle
that
lane
was
there.
I
We
thought
keep
a
talking about the
game,
handling of his
an
car, but
actual.
as this
It might have been
whip
iRacing
block right
actually, if I
there, we
remember
saw
right.
how good he could block last week. He shut
That
the
was a
door on
gaming
Ryan Blaney
thing.
there going into turn 1 and right back up to the almost the 3rd lane.
Now Michael McDowell dropping back a bit. Regan.
It would have if Chevy were to change to a body that isn't a Chevy, that'd be a new manufacturer in
report
it.
from the driver after about 2 laps of losing positions was it just got tight all of a sudden. That car had been a little bit loose most of the day, so that's something new for them right now.
He was last on pit road at lap 64, along with.
I mean that's
10 others,
exactly
9 cars
what they
that
did
stopped
with
at
the
stage
Holden
break.
Commodore.
Exactly opposite of what
They changed basically the Holden Commodore was the
Here we
Chevy
are,
SS,
deep into this run, and these
so
guys are on top
that's
of
what they
one
would
another,
almost have to
2,
do.
3
You
wide.
can't run another manufacturer's
That's why. Look at Brad
car.
Keselowski's feet right there. You're going to see
like
him
Ford
working. You
couldn't
saw
come
him
and
working the
run
throttle. He got his foot
a
on the
Lincoln. It would have to be a
They're going to go down
car
the
that's
straightaway
under
here, and
that
now he's
model
on the
name.
bottom, so we'll see how good his car's handling as to how much he lifts into turn 1 by himself in clean air.
Penske boys up front.
It didn't. But the point of that comment was he's pushing the air, and he's got the air on the front of his car. Now that one car moves down, it's going to be, see, he has to lift, and that's the difference between having the clean air on the front of the car, and as soon as Ross Chastain dropped down in front of him, the front of the car didn't turn as much, and the only way to make it turn is to let out of the throttle.
Yeah, that was spot on right there.
No, it doesn't matter. No.
In front of him, wide open
No, it doesn't work that way,
As soon as that car
Tristan.
moved in and got that wake in front of him, he had
Doesn't
to
work
lift
that
big
way.
time.
Right back to wide open there. Now that he's got the clean air
As much
on
as,
the front of the
yes,
car, and he'll probably
they're all
just
under the
have a
GM
little lift
wing,
into turn 3.
it doesn't work that way. The manufacturer, if it comes in, would have to be different, like we had
No lift
Pontiac
because of the
and
fact that
Chevy
he's got clean air. Contact.
back in the
this
day.
is a hornet's nest right here. Cindric,
It would be separate.
they've been on both sides of him
There would have to be a separate manufacturer.
for about a lap and a half.
So you'd have to have Cadillac come in
Ross
as a
has been pretty
manufacturer
aggressive with that third groove.
for it
and
to
now
work
he's
that way.
in the middle and probably not where he wants to be and having to
Because
do exactly
don't get me
what he
wrong,
should
it
with
looks
Brad.
cool.
Once
I've
you're in
seen
that
the
hornet's
render.
nest, it's just a matter of the
I've seen the
timing of
render,
lifts
but
and where you have to lift as to where
no,
you wind
it's
up
not going
as,
to work
as
that
far
way.
as on the racetrack and as far as what lane you're in.
And you lose the momentum.
Right.
You get stuck in the middle right there. You don't have
Well,
the
they're single
help behind
file.
you.
They
You're
actually
trying to get
got
up
single
or down.
file
Just
here. At
get
least the
back in
first
that
6,
lead
it looks
so you
like.
get that
Yeah, now they're
momentum
single
going.
file.
But you lose that momentum and
They-
you wind
they
up in
worked it
places
out.
that you don't want to be.
Don't ask me how they worked it out, but they worked it out.
On the bottom of the racetrack, while many of the drivers fight for the top lane.
This is fantastic racing we're seeing today at Atlanta. So much fun to watch these guys battle.
Well, the Malibu is still already. The Malibu is still already
The blocks, the
um,
handling issue of this is so fun to watch.
Malibu is still out there as a model that can be sold. So if Chevy were to switch to the Malibu, yeah, you could do that.
So building the notebook here for playoff
The
racing
Gibbs
later on
switched.
this
They switched
summer.
from
Joe
Pontiac
Logano,
to Chevrolet.
Ryan
They
Blaney,
switched
Ross
manufacturers.
Chastain, 1, 2, 3.
Pontiac's last year was 03.
Once in a generation, a film rises to become the defining movie event.
Pontiac left from NASCAR at the end of 03.
It's a remarkable achievement.
And ceased as a manufacturer, was ended as a company, I believe, 2009, 2010.
believes you're gonna make it.
Was when they actually ceased as a manufacturer.
Do you believe in Paul?
Yes.
Because that was part of GM's bailout, the government bailout. They had to, they dropped Pontiac, they dropped Saturn, Oldsmobile.
You young pup.
There's a couple more they had to drop. Remember the banner.
I have a gift for you, Arrakis. This isn't over yet. Together, we'll bury the Empire.
Well, you figure that was, 21 years ago. So yeah, there's a generation that probably doesn't remember Pontiac or seen Pontiac.
From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries, and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot
Hummer.
more road to run.
Yeah, Hummer and Saab. I knew there was 2 others. I knew there was a couple they
Goodyear,
dropped
the official tire of NASCAR.
at the request of the U.S. government because they were getting the
looking for
bailout.
iron stomachs that can stand the pressure.
My aunt had one. My aunt had a Grand Prix. I drove an '89
Join
Grand
us
Prix
at Toyota Racing.
when I was in high school.
Toyota Racing is
First
looking
car
for
I
quick draw
basically had my
thumbs
license where I could drive on my
that
own
leave their
was an
own
'89
smoke
Grand
trail.
Prix.
This season,
That car we completely gutted the interior and
Join us at Toyota
cleaned the
Racing.
interior from basically the floorboards up.
Need T-Mobile home internet with 5G.
Wait, T-Mobile has home internet?
What a feeling to have T-Mobile now.
Well, that's a different Hummer, Trish.
You love pizza.
The Hummers that are made for the military
So
are
we're bringing you
different
our favorite
than the
offer
Hummers
yet.
that
For
were
a limited
commercial.
time, get a large one-topping pizza
They're two.
for only
They may share
$8.99
the same
at
name,
Papa
but the
John's.
Hummers in the
Better
military were
ingredients, better
Humvees,
pizza.
and that is the name for it, Humvee.
Welcome back to the
Hummer
Empire
was the
400.
commercial
In
name,
Atlanta, Joey Logano in front of Brad
but they were
Keselowski,
completely different than the
Kyle
ones
Larson
used in the
right back
military.
up in the mix. Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric.
The ones in the military are
Chastain,
Humvees. They
Tom
were
Haskell.
special made
The first
Made
time Logano
ones.
ever drove a NASCAR Cup car was here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yep.
They had come to test their Legends car on the quarter mile, but somehow they had brought a Cup car with them. And Joey says, can I just go out and do just, a couple of exploratory laps, just kind of, see what this is all about? He did.
Yep, right.
They kicked him out for going too fast.
Such a neat story with him.
Okay.
He told us he lived here for 6 years.
Okay.
His life was right here at this very racetrack.
Kicked you out for going too fast. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, pit stops.
I think Logano, he had a hand out the window.
Green flag pit stop.
All right, guys, so a lot going on for the drivers here. Now the pit road speed is 90 miles an hour around that corner. So you got to downshift twice. Coming
Well,
to the
first of all,
straight
Selena is not my type, so
that's going to kick off.
yeah,
the
I'd
pit
take the
cycle
lifetime
as-
supply of Dr. Pepper. Never having to pay for Dr. Pepper
as we go
again.
through this segment of the race.
So 45 miles an hour here on the actual pit road.
It was the 02, wasn't it,
Fuel
Bumble?
only for Ryan Blaney, so that's
It was
just
either
a,
02 or
That's just a
08.
time thing. They don't want to stay on pit road any longer than they have to.
Because he ran the runoff races
just coming to pit road. So you want to
Oh,
do everything you
96.
can to
Well,
just
yeah,
get
he
right
ran the
back off
96
the pit road.
too.
Same for Logano.
I thought he ran the
They'll
02
come out
car
together.
too.
Not quite as critical as it is at Daytona, but still.
Maybe that was late.
Now
Maybe
their
that was
teammate
after
Austin
that.
Cindric, he is hunting the lead off turn number 2. Shoots by Brad Keselowski into second. Now Cindric against Larson. And Larson drops to the bottom to hold the lead. Todd Gilliland making his stop.
Okay. I knew he ran both numbers.
A really tight side draft. Keselowski and Chastain off of 4. I think they.
Well, for one thing,
brushed a
she's
little bit there.
Selena. I think is a lot younger than I am. So
Chastain's been watching him for the last few laps.
not my kind of go.
Knows bad. Looks like
If
Cindric's
it was a
been
different,
working
if it was a different celebrity,
very
then
hard
yeah.
to come on the pit road that fast and
Maybe,
then down.
but-
There's markers to aid you, visuals, Kevin, but that straight on shot like that, that's very tricky to gauge your depth perception.
30 to go in stage 2, which has been all green flags so far.
I got you, Bumble.
You see Kyle Larson pull down right there. He thought that Austin Cindric was shooting down to try to pass him, and he went down there to block him, and Austin Cindric kept coming to pit road. Now you see a huge run from the 1 and the 6, and Brad
Still not.
Keselowski up on the outside of Kyle Larson for the lead.
You're not my type.
Gosh, I love this. It takes me back to the way they used to be, the good old days of racing. Like these guys and their options, right? Brad Keselowski pre-race told us this is the plan. We have drag, we have downforce in this car. I don't have the speed to take off with these boys, but it should come to me as this race progresses. It should come to me on a long
So
run.
3
and that's
out right
exactly
now.
what we're
He's
seeing.
coming to you.
Zane
the
Smith,
pits.
Noah Gragson, and Josh Williams are the only 3 out of the race.
Chastain.
Everybody
Oh!
else.
Somebody had
I
that
think
wrong.
he got down to the wrong pit road speed
I
right there.
agree.
90 mile an hour. He went to 45. That was almost a big wreck.
Well, and that's what we talk about, Clint. The driver and the spotter have a responsibility to change that up, and we go from 45 under caution to 90
Hey,
under
now, I
green.
can't
and
disagree
I think
with
Brad
Taylor.
got that wrong, like you said.
I can't disagree with Taylor. I'm not going to argue on that one, 13.
And more peel off for pit road this time, as these appear to all be fuel only stops.
Denny Hamlin, I think he did the same thing, Clint.
That'd be easy to do. Different pit speeds for caution scenarios, green flag scenarios.
Now also, we talked about the radius of that apron. And if you run the inside, you're really at a different speed than if you run the outside, because NASCAR measures time over distance. Could each of those drivers have a different number in mind?
No, but when they do make a mistake like that in front of you and you're down low, that's where it's problematic.
Oh!
Oh!
Byron and Michael McDowell.
McDowell and
crashed on the
Byron.
apron.
No yellow, we stay green.
No caution.
No caution yet.
500 winner in the dominant car of this race so
Because of the
far.
scenario that it would that would unfold.
They are going green.
They're going to keep it green.
Yes, we stay green. Not sure how much damage was done there.
Back to my point, though. Say they stack up on the outside of you and you're forced down. Your pit road speed.
Khalilo, you're not the only one I know that has
outside line
a
around there.
crush on
You're
Anna
forced to the bottom,
Kendrick.
You're merely guessing on your speed.
So,
Kevin.
trust
And you
me.
would typically just slow down to make sure, because the time versus distance,
Play it
you
safe.
just slow down to play it safe. Big damage for big damage
Yeah,
for
a lot
McDowell
to
there
the
on the
nose
right
there.
front as he got into the wall when William Byron hit him.
Ross Chastain and Josh Berry speeding on pit road.
Yep,
They will
Chastain
do a
was too
pass-through
fast.
Penalty, and that is going to be very costly given that pit road starts at turn 3 and doesn't end till turn 1.
Well, we saw Ross Chastain shoot by Denny Hamlin. So
It was
obviously
only
Denny
two
was doing
cars,
right,
Jack,
Ross
when it was
going
really
too
only
fast.
McDowell and
Bubba
Byron.
Wallace is the race leader. He and Ryan Preece have not stopped since the stage break.
Yep, only two cars have yet to pit in this stage.
So let's see what happens here. Michael McDowell and William Byron.
Well, Byron's already
slowing for
down
pit road
there.
behind Kyle Larson.
Oh, McDowell locked him up.
Rear tire, you saw the
Locked
smoke
him up
come
coming
out
to
of the
pit
rear
road
tires
and
right there, and
got
that
them
thing
both.
started sliding, and he just lost control of his car and hit William Byron.
Once again,
Well, they stayed on the apron and they got rolling. So
McLeod too fast on pit road, and now
I kind of agree with them not holding the yellow there. I like that call because it doesn't mess up. Everything would have been messed up with them in the middle of the green flag pit stops. It sucks for McDowell, but
on Michael McDowell.
that would have screwed everything up with the pit stops.
Man, that car's tore up, Clint. I didn't notice the damage on the front of Bubba Wallace's car, but that splitter on the front of Bubba Wallace's car is pretty tore up.
That happened back at lap 2.
Yeah.
There was
And
small
Ryan
packs
Preece in
all
as well.
broken
He
up.
was the only other car that had not stopped under this cycle.
Well, here are your leaders after everybody pits. It's
That's the
gonna
only.
be Austin
I'm
Cindric,
trying to
Joey
play
Logano,
devil's
Ryan
advocate here
Blaney,
because I think that's why they didn't throw the yellows, because they were they were.
Fords there at the front of this pack, and now we're going to see things really strung out as these guys come to pit road and come off of pit road, and all the things that we saw happen have really spread this field out.
I want to know how bad McDowell is because he's with the leaders right now, but he is a lap down. I think he's the first car one lap down.
Jones uncontrolled tire.
So if he could stay there, he might get the lucky dog though. If he could stay where he's at.
Right here, because now you're going to lose a lap and a half. So I'd rather be too slow than get a speeding penalty.
$20 laps to go in stage 2. Austin Cindric out in front of the Ambetter Health 500.
Penske 1, 2, 3.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that. This reminded me of my bike. The roof was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
I think Michael is only one lap down.
Look how the brushstrokes follow the
Which if
line
he
of the
is, he's in the lucky dog spot right now. If he can just hang there to the end of the stage.
Jamie.
Chili's 3 for me. A dream gap and a tray.
Baby back, I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, I want my baby back.
Bro, this is about the 3 for me.
For $10.99. All the parts you need at the prices you
Then again, this is what the old school super speedway racing was. Or I really should say old school. I should say the early 2000s. They would get spread out on pit stops like this if we got them under green.
Oh, it's cold outside. Time to protect your vehicle from winter's wrath. Of course, the hot sun can be tough on vehicles too. You need WeatherTech. Laser-measured floor liners and cargo liner will shield the carpeting from sand and
No,
snow.
that's the
interior,
reason, Jack, when they
there's
changed it
Screen
because they
Protector
had
and sunshade,
issues with it.
Plus mud flaps and bump step for the exterior. While the new
Because of the up
Impact Liner
speeds, it'd be
with
even
shock
worse with the
safeguards
checkups
your
coming out of
truck
turn
from
4 and
costly
possible
damage.
wrecks coming to pit
Order
road.
American-made
It'd be even
products
worse
at WT.com. Surf's up.
if you were to go back to the old pit road. That's why they changed it. Well, if you're pulling for front row, I mean, Gilliland's still up here. He's running P4, so you can't.
The Valley of the Sun will roar to life this spring.
This ought to get pretty wild here.
Why is that, you may ask? Because NASCAR is coming to Phoenix, and it's going to be a weekend of good vibes the whole family won't forget. The best-in-class fan experience meets racing's toughest drivers for 3 days of action on and off the track, all surrounded by the beautiful Estrella Mountains. Get your tickets now at PhoenixRaceway.com.
Is this the start of a dynasty, a redemption tour, a breakthrough, or is
Well,
this the making of the wildest ride?
I don't have a problem with either or, Carlito, but I know at least one person that doesn't like both. So
145 laps complete. Team Penske 1, 2, 3. Cindric, Logano, and Blaney in Mustangs. Caitlin Clark trying to beat Pistol Pete Maravich's NCAA all-time scoring record. It could happen Sunday in a huge game against second-ranked Iowa State. 12:30 Eastern, leading right into our race from Las Vegas. Next Sunday, a full day of action.
it's just going to cause problems if they do hardcore. I could see a bad wreck happening if they were to do
Just following up
that.
on some of these pit stops we just saw. The 22 of Joey Logano.
Almost maybe like what we just saw with McDowell and Byron.
Run prior to coming down to pit. They
Possibly
took fuel
happening,
only.
so.
Now he is all of a sudden very loose with his car, so a little bit of complaints there. And the 5 of Kyle Larson, one of the only guys that took tires. He took 2 right side tires. He's been pretty good this past run. Hadn't really said too much about his race car.
13 to go on the
Keep in mind,
stage.
he was struggling with the
Larson
car
right
being
now the
very
highest running
inconsistent
Chevrolet in 4th. The highest running Toyota is Truex.
Area inside turn 3. Every team got to practice one lap yesterday, going down to 90 miles an hour, going down to 45 miles an hour. Denny Hamlin, one of those that checked up. They had a hard time yesterday. They actually said that commitment cone was very difficult to see. Denny had checked up. They were forced to take right side tires. Now he's saying he's bottoming out. They told him the pace is up. Just hang on here.
Thanks, Jamie. I'm wondering if those Henry County motorcycle cops, the ones that hang out about 1.5 miles north of the Speedway on 1941, are they here working overtime? Because on those green flag pit stops, Josh Berry got nabbed for speeding twice. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, and Bubba Wallace, and they all got caught for speeding right where the speed limit changes from 90 to 45 at the head end of pit road.
They busted 6 of them.
Right there. The speed limit changes from 90, Kevin, to 45. What else changes? There's a lot going on right there.
In terms of the channel point prediction, obviously we have 3 Fords at the front. Larson's the highest running Chevrolet, and as I said, Truex the highest running Toyota.
You can by making those downshifts as quick as possible and as late as possible to gain all that speed. In the
Now, if I was drinking piss, that'd be Bud Light.
And 2 different scenarios on your dash.
I had to make that joke, by the way.
Having your dash and your lines, right, Kevin? Only one.
Larson may be on his own here.
Some guys
Matt Gillen's going to go down there.
On their dash, and some guys even change pages. All in that same scenario while you're downshifting and trying to slow this thing down from 90 mile an hour to 45.
Yeah, green flag pit stops here are very difficult with everything.
9 to go in stage 2.
About the pit road cone. There is no cone. It's a square box painted.
Last
on
I
the
seen
ground,
him listed,
and you have
Jacqueline
to
was
visually be able to
26.
have markers to pick all that up.
I don't know where on the track, but the last I seen he was 26.
They said the 2 is trying to save fuel because he's free short. We're good to go. We are good to go. Blaney is clear. Larson on the outside line. Blaney.
We heard a lot of that last week in Daytona, but I don't think you're going to be able to hold these guys off here.
Pat coming back together.
Big gainers on this cycle since the pit stop. Austin Cindric up 8 positions. Daniel
got 8
Suarez
to go on the
plus
stage.
11. Chase Briscoe plus 4.
Well, no, they were saying that Cindric might be short.
Well, we see this pack has
At least to
grown.
the stage end.
The lead pack has probably got about 12 cars in that pack. I'm not very good at math, but that's just a visual guess. So it's brought them all back together. If Austin Cindric is saving gas, that's definitely made it better.
It might be Kyle Larson and Truex trying to work together to beat these Fords, because you got 7 Fords there.
Larry Mack?
I can absolutely confirm Austin Cindric is saving fuel because he's not wide open at any part around this racetrack right now in that 2 car.
Well, you're going to get the caution for the stage end. Unfortunately, right now, I think McDowell would be the lucky dog
His teammates
car.
are being nice to him then because it's mixed
At
up
the
behind
moment.
him, and I'd say that probably won't
Because I
last
believe
as long.
McDowell's the first one to lap
You know,
down.
when somebody else decides that they want to drive.
I don't know. I haven't seen the running order come around to adjust to see the lap down cars to
Here he
see.
comes. He's not a teammate. I'm not following. I want to win.
6 to go.
Very close quarters there. Crossover move again by Chase Briscoe back in the game.
Look at Briscoe
Saw a
into
lot of him
this.
early on in this race, putting his 14 car.
Well, what is it somebody said about Stuart Haas
And
being
once again,
in
the
trouble?
Team Penske cars
Look at Chase
controlling the
Briscoe
pace of
up
the
here.
race, which with 3 of them out, 3 together, you can do.
Well, we hear Chase Briscoe and the Mahindra Tractor's onboard camera right there.
If the leaders
He
were
didn't
to
lift,
pit,
and
he
he's just
could.
in the wrong line right now.
It all depends on if the leaders
get
pit.
the draft off of each other.
That's the only way that works, is if you're close enough to the leaders that when the leaders pit, you can take the wave around then. But then you can't pit.
The help behind it,
So.
you could hear the difference that push made.
And look how far back Todd Gilliland fell, because he got tight getting in the corner and had to let so far off the gas that he lost 4 or 5 car lengths there to Chase Briscoe
4 to go.
after he got in the corner.
At the back of this group, Brad Keselowski trying to become relevant once again. That pit road miscue getting onto pit road cost him 8 spots. And he's still
teammate
with
play
this
for the
pack
lead.
As the lead changes hands and
Yep.
Logano goes back to
Logano
the front.
goes cycle to it.
Hey, a Chevy wants to play. Here comes Kyle Larson.
Larson's still trying to hang in there. He's the only Chevy
Got pretty close right there.
in the top. Well, second Chevy in the top 10. Suarez is 10th.
I could do that too.
Cindric's actually going to retake the spot.
Yeah, you see that little bit of shot that Ryan Blaney gave Austin Cindric there is the same thing that happened the
3
lap
to go.
before. You get a little bit of a shot, and you're able to
Stage
shoot
2.
in there and clear the car in the front and get
Caution
back up
comes
in the
out
right
now.
lane.
It might be the stage, and look at Truex try to take that spot from Larson.
Now by a full 5 seconds.
I don't know if he can clear him off too. He might.
3
Nope,
laps
he
to
stays
go in
low.
Stage 2.
Pagano going to jump up
You can see
on
it
Blaney.
ratcheting back up, going for it. Truex making some moves. These guys aren't wanting to wait. Get this track position. See a lot of people dive to the
2
bottom
to
and
go
try
in
that
stage
slide,
2.
the slide job.
Pit road will
Get up
close
in
here.
front of them. Try to get them cleared. That's the decision you have to make. Do I lift and go to the next?
Pretty much you
corner,
got what you
can I
got to the
clear?
end of the
Pit road is
stage.
closed. The points paying window opens in 2 laps.
And look at it
The
really
Penske
ratchet up.
trio. The Penske trio out front.
And you see Austin Cindric change lanes there. He goes from the bottom to the top.
Ooh,
And
Briscoe!
Now he got pushed below the
Yeah, that was a big block from Truex.
double line.
Yep.
I'm still in Daytona time, boys.
Yeah, Briscoe and Truex.
Last lap,
there.
stage 2. Cindric
Below the
leads.
yellow line, the driver that does that
Larson trying to get the run to see if he can get around him.
NASCAR can review it. If you drive below the double line,
10 points on the line. You'll be Ford or
He
Chevrolet.
certainly got
Ooh, Logano and Busher! Hamlin!
Busher, Hamlin pile up on the last lap of stage 2.
Yeah, and that was just a late block from
That was a
what
late
I saw
block.
right there.
Late block out of
Cindric
Joey.
will win the stage. How many times today have we said, didn't see that coming?
Did not see that one coming.
No.
Kevin, I think you nailed it.
I'm surprised they didn't wreck when Truex pulled that
Yes.
block on. I'm surprised they didn't wreck when Truex pulled the block on.
Yeah, and you see Joey Logano stuck on the rub blocks right
on
there. You see the
Briscoe.
wheels spinning, so they're going to have to get the tow truck to bring him to pit road, and he's going to lose a couple laps doing that.
He was on the bottom.
Cindric will win the stage. So
He was on
Ford
the bottom
wins,
of
sweeps the stages.
All right, we'll
Stage
come
1
back
and
and
2.
review. Cindric has won the stage from Kyle Larson.
Oh,
There you
Busher
see
was already
Logano
in the
front as
fence.
Busher got into the wall, and then Logano swept up, and boom.
They're here. McDonald's best classic burgers ever. They're hotter. They're juicier. They're... Bravo, bravo. Looks like we've been hamburgled. Bravo, bravo. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Well, then again, he didn't do it at Daytona, so I guess he had to do it
Miller Lite
here.
has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
It's like 15 people won that one.
Set on Pistol Pete's all-time NCAA scoring record as he leads Iowa in a revenge game against Ohio State next Sunday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox.
Welcome to Fox Nation, a place where we look to the future and toast to our past. This is Fox Nation, where all of America's stories are told. Sign up and start streaming today.
Ready? Ready. Let's duel.
81 contestants.
Come at me.
81 categories.
Space. Desserts. I love movies.
And a trivia duel until only one survives.
Terminator. Jerry Maguire. Pass. Let's light it up.
From the creators of The Voice and Big Brother.
Let's go!
Comes the most epic game show ever created.
Who will conquer the floor?
The Floor, all new Tuesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Saturday night on Fox Primetime Hoops.
This is what it's all about.
It's Michigan State.
All right, guys. One more.
With his sights set on a historic back-to-back Player of the Year award.
They did manufacturers for the first two, so we're gonna throw the last one as drivers.
Michigan State, Purdue. Coverage begins Saturday at 7 Eastern. The biggest games are on Fox Primetime Hoops.
I wanted to put McDowell as one of those options, but I wasn't sure if he was going to be back on the lead lap yet.
As Messi and the newly minted Luis Suarez team up to put the league on notice. As they lead Inter Miami in an early season showdown against Orlando City.
Well, really, the only Chevy that's up there right now, Rye, is Larson. Larson's the only Chevrolet that's really been a factor. Unless Busch can get back up there, recover from the
Stage 2
speeding
ends in
penalty.
chaos as you watch from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. Joey Logano said on the in-car radio, it just kept plowing up the racetrack.
He's still strapped in, so they might be towing it to the pits box to see if there's anything they can do, but I think it's done.
As we see Joey Logano on the bottom here, you're going to see him come up the racetrack, and as these cars get close, both of them are going to get tight.
Yes, he did,
you see
Dry.
the flames come out of the pipe.
There wasn't major damage, but
those cars are almost stuck
significant
together.
enough that you can see
They aren't
it.
stuck together, but from an aero standpoint, they are stuck together and just want to
I think he can hang with a pack well. I
off
just
the
don't know if he's going to be able to
22
lead a
direction
pack
there
well.
is why the 17 got
Not like
tight.
what he was doing
He
earlier.
goes up. It was pretty obvious to me that he was trying to fill that gap, slow the block, slow the run by Buescher. And as soon as he moved, not only did he get tight,
Kozlowski might have been okay in that one, though. It's close between him and
down the back
Hamlin.
straightaway here. The 11
I don't
car
think he
of
did.
Denny Hamlin had a lot of contact, but you're going to see Joey Logano come up, and when he gets behind this 12 car right here, that's when the thing takes off.
You can hear him lift even before the contact.
And that's what we've been talking about all day, is when these cars get behind
There
one
wasn't
another,
a block.
they just lose all that front
Wasn't a block,
downforce
he just
and the
lost
front
the
tires
nose.
take off. And as soon as he got up the racetrack like he wanted to, he got behind that 12 car, and watch this thing. He's going to have the wheel cranked to the left and just just straight. Hands never even checked
Car
up.
just
It was
didn't turn.
Turn left, and the
I've got to bring the app back up. I'm surprised that's actually the first time it's done it today. I knew it was going to do it at least once. It's done it before, so I wasn't too concerned about it.
This is the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness.
That air is so
I'm just glad it
important.
did it
You
now,
can see
you
it
know?
firsthand right there with Buescher. As soon as that 22 car moved in front of him, he went to move, and that thing was along for the ride.
This is Chris Buescher.
Buescher was just trying to avoid. Yeah, I don't think Hamlin and Kozlowski made contact.
And from on board, the BuildSubmarines.com cam.
Pretty frustrated there. What was that?
Yeah, Buescher had
You
no
could see him
idea.
looking down, too. He knew he was in trouble with that 22 coming up the track. I hear you, buddy. Bummer.
Who hasn't done that as a fan when something happens to one of your drivers, you know?
Hate that for Chris Buescher, for both of them, really. Joey Logano, he was going to be a
they're in the
factor
pit
if he could get this
box,
thing to
as
be, and
is
has
Buescher.
been. Daytona was the same way.
I don't know, I think that
Crashed out
22 car
going
might
for it
be
on the
done now.
backstretch.
So Logano has been towed to his pit.
That sucks
Brad
because I had a pick for
Keselowski
my
missed
fantasy.
the 11 by about the thinnest slice of bread you could imagine.
You're saying the 22 almost destroyed both of his cars?
No, I'm saying the 6 just barely got through there. It was a near miss.
Good one, Clint.
Well, next Sunday on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads for Las Vegas. Catch
You're
America's
welcome,
best
Poser.
drivers in an
Like I
all-out
said,
battle
you're welcome
for the
to-
checkered flag, beginning with the
welcome to hang
pre-race
around.
at 3 Eastern. And the
I'm
engines
not going
fire
to say
at
to follow.
3:30,
You don't have to,
only
but
on Fox.
like to.
Gonna be
We're
another good
good.
one out there.
We're a good bunch here. I try to
Fast
keep it a good
racetrack.
bunch, you know.
Downforce is king.
Well, I can tell you what, Clint, this race today has turned into a survival race, and even if you don't have a
Well,
good
I've got it
car,
listed by drivers,
you can
right?
get a good
It's
finish out
drivers,
of this,
not
and that's just by keeping yourself
manufacturer
running
this time.
and doing the
So
things that it takes to not make
either
mistakes.
go for one of the
and keep yourself
drivers,
on
or
the
if you
lead
think a
lap. I
driver
looked
outside
down
of the
at
4 that are listed
Chase
there,
Elliott,
you
he's
can go
wrecked.
other.
Harrison Burton, his car has been okay, not great all day, but when you start looking at 13th, 14th, 15th place, Gibbs, Gralla, Haley, Carson Hocevar, I mean, all those guys are going to get a decent finish probably because of the fact
Yeah,
that so
no,
many
closer.
cars
I
are
just,
wrecked.
I've been doing this since 19. And
Caution free right to the backstretch of the final lap.
like I said, just trying to hang out and have a group here where you can just relax, watch races,
and
discuss.
His second here at Atlanta.
Good to see that you keep hanging around,
Yeah,
even through the
they're
different
crawling
name
around there
changes,
now
channel
under caution.
changes.
Long pit road. At 90-mile-an-hour green flag stop sure paints a different picture.
Micah McDowell got the free pass on the stage-ending caution. So here are the lead lap cars coming to pit road. Jamie.
Well, you never know.
99 of Daniel Suarez finished second here.
Never know, Bumble.
Nice run here. He said he's a little bit tight though. Hard to make some of the runs.
Granted, I still hold by the adage that if you, the true upset winners only come from Dega,
Blaney
but
just wants the turn to be a little bit better so he can get on the throttle in turn 3. Feels like he's losing a little time there.
something to keep in mind. As much as handling is becoming a role here, and
doesn't really need an adjustment.
I said that before, how much handling means.
He's good. Best that he's been all
We
day
have
right
one
now.
more
The car
stop
is stable. It's doing what he wants.
that we're going
Maybe
to see in
just
this
a little bit
race.
loose with the back and track.
At least one more pit stop.
Todd Gilliland out first, picks up 5
Todd,
positions.
big
as does
gain.
Brad
Actually, the
Keselowski.
top 3 were the big
Stop by
gain.
Keselowski. I think that's that fuel scenario.
And even Denny
who
Hamlin.
had to wait on fuel and who didn't.
And Larson.
Speaking of weight,
Big weight
long weight
there.
on the 5-car.
3-car pile up at the end of stage 2 takes out Joey Logano and involves Chris Buescher and Denny Hamlin.
Drop a bomb on me. That's not one side I've heard it so many times I still don't know who the artist or
I flourished a little because
the
Liberty
artist or
Mutual
song title
customized my car
is.
insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's
great. I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Liberty.
Yeah, he won 3 straight at
I
Dega.
just said her first word. Can you say Mama?
MTJ hasn't won a cut plate race, but he won
Can
3
we
straight at
say
Dega.
Auntie?
The 3 straight April races, 05,
How many people did you
04,
tell?
05, and 06.
Only pay for what you need. Liberty.
So?
And the one at
2 Nashville
Daytona.
hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
Nice. What about
So
you?
he actually
3
has
classic
4.
tenders.
4 big butterfly shrimp, 4 of a kind. I win. Ha.
Oh, okay. Is it always a competition?
I am the shrimp bot.
18. I think it's 18, and then you have to have at least a minimum. I think ARCA is the one that actually is the lower age limit. Yep.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri
Yeah,
gave me
man.
better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler
Yep.
for sudden breathing problems. It is not
Fall
for asthma.
won
Tell your
both
doctor if
races
you have
in
a heart
02
condition or
and
high blood pressure
the
before
spring race
taking
in
it.
03.
Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri
That was
may
his 4
increase your risk
straight,
of
and
thrush,
he came
pneumonia,
1
and
spot shy of doing
osteoporosis.
5
Call your
straight.
doctor if worsened breathing,
Finished
chest
runner up
pain,
to
gout,
Mikey
or
in
tongue
the
swelling,
fall race in
problems
03.
urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
I think maybe a couple years before Keelan goes racing. I mean, he is doing racing right now, just not NASCAR. I'm sure Kevin's thinking in his head of,
Hey man,
DJ and
you like Dr. Pepper? And its unique
and
blend of
Ned.
23 flavors.
The call for the 93 500. Hell, even DJ's first Cup win at Michigan in 91.
It's everything.
Back
Back here in the race day studios, Shannon and Jamie getting ready for the start of stage 3. 28 lead changes so far in this wild race.
Vickers tried to pull out with Jimmy. He tried to pull out with Jimmy, but when Jimmy pulled out, the car hit the air. It slewed it just enough that when Vickers went to pull out, he just barely clipped Johnson.
If you were Joey Logano,
Barely
as he's coming down pit road, you see we have this massive 16-car pileup, the biggest wreck ever at Atlanta. Shannon collected a lot of great cars, guys that are still damaged.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were 4 wide at that point.
10-12 for stage 1, and of course Joey Logano, one of the fastest cars on the track. He was able to take the lead on lap 99. Remember, started in the back.
Yeah, and Paul Wolf made a great decision.
This was the wreck at the end of stage 2.
He was able to get the lead late on, but his day was over. As you see, he and Chris Buescher get together. It seems like Joey Logano, no chance of winning now, Shannon.
We talked about happy and heartbroken at the beginning of the race.
He was both today.
He really was. Heartbroken right now for Joey Logano. Had one of the fastest cars. Still on pit road working on that race car. Mike, we'll throw it back to you for stage 3.
Thanks, Shannon. How about we take a look at today's Credit One?
The race leader right now is Todd Gillen.
This number 6 car. It's been 99 races since Brad Keselowski has put that baby in victory lane. I like the King's Hawaiian roll. Who doesn't? I think you're going to see that.
Yeah.
I like Todd Gillen. He's been
I like Brad here.
I think it might be a day
as much as I want to, it would be cool to see to see Todd Gillen.
Maybe.
You know where you're going to get him? You're going to
experience with Brad there sitting P2.
Yeah, let's just fill this up. Chase Elliott didn't qualify well. They changed an engine sensor, so he had to start in the back. He got involved in the wreck at lap 6. Been working on it, getting back to the front. Now he's in the top 3. Can George's favorite son?
I don't know if I really call that a bad decision,
Don't you know Chris
Tristan?
Myers does all the jokes around here?
Darn. Hey, hats off to those guys. That car is beat up.
The only detriment you could see right now with Brad is he hasn't won.
They've been under the hood, Kevin.
Played both cars made the playoffs last year.
A lot has happened for that car to be running as well as
a lot.
And we're what, top 10 in
we
points?
have torn up a lot of race cars. We've had a lot of things go wrong. We've had speeding penalties. We've had chaos.
I think he made the right
just
move.
Keeping it clean today might be the recipe for a win.
And we've got nearly 100 laps to go. Let's check with Regan.
Well, Mike, a little bit more chaos down here on pit road. The 5-car of Kyle Larson had to come back in for a second pit stop. On the initial stop when they came in to try and change 4 tires, they could not get the left rear tire off. They finally decided to send him, went back around, came back in just a moment ago. They were able to get that left rear tire off finally, but you see there, the nut was almost welded onto it. They couldn't get it off and had to restop again.
So the cars involved in the accident all pitted early, as you would do. Before pit road is open to get more work done.
It's going to cost Larson right here his track position because I think he was the best running Chevrolet.
Pitting outside the box.
Good penalty for McDowell.
I don't even know what's in the air today. We don't have the sun's still out.
This is the biggest difference. We've seen this racing. They really started to get spread out on those longer runs, and all of a sudden, halfway through that last run, you look over your shoulder like, what's going on here? They're all grouped back up. They were lifting and things like that. But the cloud cover, this track cooling off, gaining grip is enabling these guys to put on an even bigger show.
Kyle had a speeding penalty.
So Todd Gilliland is your leader.
He had a speeding penalty on the green flag stops. That's what put him back in the back of the pack.
Important for me here. You know what I mean? I mean, we're in a game of fuel right here. We got to pick our poison, but track position, clean air, we control the race. We'll see how this shakes out right here.
But this is the wild card right
Ryan
now.
Briganti, the crew chief.
This is 38 car.
Anderson, the spotter.
We saw how fast his teammates been.
Todd Gilliland.
That could be the wild card car here.
Yeah, and we see Denny Hamlin right there. He's going to line up P3.
Yeah, from when he left the 2-team, Tristan.
These cars are. I mean, we saw the
I don't know. I
pop up and
think it's been about even, at least now.
Look at Chase Elliott's car.
Especially last year.
Has Bear Bond all over it.
Well,
right.
if the cloud cover, people putting their coats
90
on,
to go.
Getting ready for the final stage here.
90 to go. Gilliland leads it. Brad, P2.
Listen to Britt Anderson, Todd
Hamlin, Elliott, Blaney, Suarez.
This is the most laps Front Row Motorsports
Let's
has ever
see.
run in a race.
Here we go.
60 and counting as we go back to green.
90 laps and at least one more pit stop for sure.
I can't believe we're looking at Chase
You cannot make it on fuel from the
running up
distance.
That car has a lot of damage to the left front.
I think you could see it right there because he was not able to push Brad all that well. inside
some
with
way,
the
keeps putting
advantage.
it in position.
Blaney going to jump up there, or Hamlin going to jump up there.
Denny Hamlin in front of them.
Try to lead that
Unbelievable.
line.
They were the last caution, Kevin. That car was completely sideways. He was the caution.
Yeah, we saw him have heavy contact with the side of Joey Logano and Chris Buescher as they wrecked, but he's up there racing for the lead.
Got a little tape damage to that 11 too. We'll see how well he can lead a line. Depends on how much aero there is too. Like I was talking about Elliott earlier when he got the damage and they were taping up that car. Right now it's Gilliland.
Well, we see Todd Gilliland leading the race here, and the energy in this pack, Clint, is going to.
I mean, this might be the most complete race we've seen out of the front row team
because of the fact that we have all the
in
cars
Cup.
back together. So that
I mean, they made the reference to the stat.
At the end of that stage is going to happen a little bit quicker now that we
Stat,
have all that energy back with more cars.
prior to the restart, that this is the most laps they've led in a Cup race as an organization. So.
Racing, which means you're going to see blocks, and then you're going to see them stacking up again. Not having to lift as much.
Best Toyota may be the debate right now. I think
as much. We saw
best Toyota and best Ford are debate right now.
Tires on their car, and this is going to be
I still think the best Chevrolet we've seen today is Larson.
Being able to go really hard at the beginning of these runs.
Now you're riding with Martin Truex.
Right now he doesn't have the track position.
A bottom feeder. He's not come off that double line on the bottom, I don't think, for 2 laps the whole day. But he's been making it work.
Well, he's made a lot of hay down there. Yep. To your point, yes. All the passes he's made, he's been back to the front, back to the front.
Ooh, what a move! And yep, there goes Gralla.
You saw him fly down in there to the inside. Kaz Gralla.
Yellow's out.
Caution's out.
Well,
first caution of stage 3.
That was all Kyle.
Comes at lap 174.
Bush, that is.
The Massachusetts native was 9th.
Oh, and he just cleaned out Kaz Gralla.
Tires up.
Yeah, you
I just have to laugh at that one because I think he just cleaned out Kaz Gralla.
Putting Kaz in the middle. I think he made an
He made a move. Kyle made an aggressive move to go 3 wide, and he kind of cleaned out Kaz Gralla.
Yep.
Right at the top of the screen there. Right in front of that yellow car.
Screen. Kyle gets in on the bottom.
No, actually, no, I might not put that one on Kyle. I think Elliott kind of forced this 15 down into the 8.
Who's the beneficiary of all that? One Kyle Busch gets the free pass back on the lead lap.
Well, that explains why he was being so aggressive. He needed to put himself in a
Kyle
position to get
back on the lead
dot.
lap, but I believe if you watch this, I think Elliott comes down, forces Gralla down, and Kyle was there.
The guys behind him, so
yeah.
It just got tight there.
Yeah, but there wasn't any contact though, so I think Gralla still moved down because he thought the 9 was coming down, and Kyle was already there.
To keep going forward, and
I honestly think Kaz gave him room, which it put him in.
Clint, I don't think he gave Kyle room.
He gave him room.
Not from that look of it.
Ended up hurting himself.
That was the nose of Ryan Preece.
I think maybe what it is
had a lot of
Gralla reacted to the 9
you
car.
see the nose of Kaz Gralla is just underneath the 9 car there.
Yeah,
so
he reacted to the 9,
so he did the right thing, not going up the racetrack.
He held his line, and Kyle had no
Chase
choice
Elliott
at the
out,
position Kyle was
Kyle
at.
Busch didn't know that he couldn't go up the racetrack and kind of wound up in a pretty tight spot there.
Man, I told on myself. Ladies and gentlemen at home, I do have another
Other
screen.
than
I
maybe
saw
grabbing
that
a shower,
replay ahead of time, and man, I
That's
started
it.
calling the shot for it before everybody at home could see it. Mike, got to do better, boys.
There's definitely clear contact between Kyle and Gralla. I think what it was is Gralla checked up,
So
trying to give room to the
84 laps
9.
to go. What would you like to do here?
But he kind of ran the 8 out of room as well.
We're
So
still a ways away from the window opening to be able to make it to the end. About
initially, I would have said it looked like
anywhere
Kyle
from 12 to
cleaned him
14
out,
laps,
but then
but you know what?
seeing more
With
replays of
23
it.
drivers on the lead lap, if I'm near
Just
the
a matter
back,
that Gralla was just
I'm
put
coming
in a
and
bad
getting fuel.
position.
That way, I've got to take less fuel under the green flag pit stop that comes up a little later.
Well, yeah, if you get stuck in that green flag pit stop scenario like we saw earlier, we saw Joey Logano and a lot of those Fords get kind of out by themselves because they had clean pit stops and they were able to do the things that they needed to do. We see Ryan Blaney dive down on the pit road.
Anybody else going to join him?
Blaney, Cindric, and others coming this time. You like that strategy?
I think at this particular point I do,
No,
because
I
of the
still don't
fact that
think you
it
can make it,
keeps the
though.
car full of fuel, and you're just trying to
Still
time
gonna have
it
to
so
pit
that you
another
have a
time,
quicker
though.
stop at the end of this race.
like
So
Chase came
if
with
it
him.
goes green, you want to have the quickest
Yep.
stop possible in order to
So Blaney,
lose as
Chase,
little time as
Cindric.
possible to get back up on the racetrack.
All I heard there was, if it goes green. I'm
Joy.
not.
No chance, you're saying?
Well, we'll see.
Fuel only here. This
It's
is
the
why
only
you
clean
save
cars.
when you can.
Yeah.
The more you
Fuel
save,
only.
the quicker your pit stop. Gain a lot of ground right here in the pits, free of charge, if you did a good job saving.
I think they
Why are
may,
you guys
they're
talking about
working
Kyle,
the left side
Kyle
of Chris
coming to pit
Buescher's
road? I
car.
haven't seen Kyle come to pit
Trying to get
road.
things all straightened out there. Right side tires
Well,
for
first of all, he
Austin
wouldn't pit with these
Dillon. Four
cars.
tires
He's
for
lead
John
lap.
Hunter Nemechek and Ryan Preece.
Just shows you how tough these cars are, Kevin. That's two race cars that were involved in a pretty significant impact off of two in that last caution, and both of them are still running.
So Todd Gilliland, third generation racer, is the leader in Atlanta, 83 to go.
The flip of his car number. 83 to go, 38 out front.
Why do we have to audition again?
Everyone is auditioning to get T-Mobile Magenta status.
Drop
off your car $1.
And T-Mobile will top off the gas.
I think it was good.
I think it was great.
I'd say I can play high school, but I don't want to take a job from the kids.
A special rate on your Hill Tints Day. Mom!
They'd be crazy not to hire me, right?
Is this too much? What about the hair?
No need to audition. Introducing Magenta Status. Premium benefits from brands you love.
What's happening? T-Mobile Magenta Status.
The Earnhardt family has always trusted Bass Pro Shops for all their outdoor needs, and I continue to be a proud customer. I grew up shopping here, and now I love bringing my family here to gear up for all our adventures together. And now, Bass Pro Shops Club members enjoy special savings and earn points towards free gear, which is rewarding when buying what you need for your next adventure. Spending time outdoors with the ones you love, sharing memories, and making new ones, that's an Earnhardt family tradition that I'm proud to carry on.
There's your boogie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive. Some of the most brilliant minds in business. No, not you. Or you. You auto-track business income and expenses with QuickBooks. And you pay all your employees easily and accurately. And you have a business bank account with market-leading APY. Get the full picture of your business on one platform, now with expert help when you need it. That's how you business differently.
You're looking at the fastest, easiest way to get a perfect beard. Just for Men Beard and Brow Color. Instantly covers grays and fills in
no.
patchy areas. Lasts till you wash it out.
May go to
Guys are saying
Minecraft,
there's
but
nothing
no.
easier. Anytime you want to look your best, try Just for Men Beard and Brow Color.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank. At the choose, Todd Gilliland to the inside.
Very important choice now. Get down to the closing laps of this thing. Where do I want to be? Who do I want to be there with?
Yep.
Ty Gibbs will start in the back. He drove through too many boxes on the way into his pit. He was
80 to
13th.
go is we'll get the restart.
Ryan Blaney is the first car in line that just stopped on this caution. He is in 10th place. What's the plan?
All right, I need you to take care of gas pretty aggressively here until I'll tell you otherwise. Save what you can.
Sounds like they're gonna. Will they try to stretch it?
Kyle Busch just got back on the lead lap with the free pass.
I still have mine, Bumble.
So a lot of these drivers at
Got
the tail
mine
end
on
of the lead
my
lap.
birthday
Larry,
in 2002, and I've had
they
it
have a
22
chance to
years
make it
later.
without
I still
stopping
have
again?
it.
Austin Hill
not got
last
rid of
night in
it.
the Xfinity Series race made a believer out of me. I'm not going to rule it out. Absolutely not.
Totally agree, and what of a job. Like his teammate, everybody ran out of gas except for him. Not only did he save enough to get to the checkered flag, had a huge burnout, did a good job saving.
Well, this comes down to the driver. You're going to hear, or you probably heard Kyle Busch's car shut off, and they'll shut the car off, coast with the clutch in, let it pop back out of gear, turn the car back on, and the other thing that they're going to do is they're going to come and try to go
almost done with the
half
channel
throttle,
point prediction, so get your
throttle
last
in
minute
order to
channel
put
points
themselves
if you
in a
want to try to
position
predict
to
the
hear
winner.
crew chief say, all right, you're good to go.
Bet on the
This is
winner.
where experience is going to start paying off.
80 laps to go. Gilliland Hamlin. Take him back to green.
Keeping the track position, knowing when to save and when not to. That's where
Keep that at
experience
14
really pays
too.
Well, and just
Briscoe
like
has just kind of
if
been
you're in a
hanging
position
around
where
there.
You know you can't make it. You want to run this pace as hard as you can run it. You want to
Truex
push the
really
thing
gonna shove
as fast as
Gilliland
it'll
out
go
there.
at the front of the field, so that the guys at the back either get detached from that draft and things start to spread out,
or have to pit themselves.
That's right.
79 to go.
Todd Gilliland, cannot say enough about him. Awesome job.
I mean, what a race Todd Gilliland is
Both of
running with
those
that
cars
team
are
today, though.
extremely
You know?
fast. Looks really good out front. Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, Cindric won stage 2, Hamill.
Not only has he set a career high for leading laps, he's led the most laps today of anyone.
Wow. Yep.
Led the most
By a good
laps.
margin too, almost 30
Teammates
almost
set
30
on the
laps,
pole.
or almost a
Job
good 30
well done.
laps.
Might not lead the next one though.
MTJ.
Truex, that bottom
Lead
feeder
change.
again.
Clear up. Look at this 14 car chase Briscoe back. Short run speed galore, Kevin.
Well, and right at the beginning of these runs, it allows you to play that checkup and go on the bottom of the racetrack and be able to pass 2 or 3 cars at a time. But when you don't clear them like he
31
didn't clear
lead
them,
changes
and they
today.
decide to get more organized,
6
then it
yellows.
kind of puts you at a disadvantage. But these first couple laps is the time to make up ground on the bottom.
Look at this, Kevin. What's it like racing this car here in this late afternoon sun?
Well, as Clint would tell you, I was half blind anyway. So, but this is one of the worst racetracks going into turn 1 with that glare on the window. You got all those pits and grime, and I know you just got a fresh tear off from the
Watching that
pit
orange
stop
number
there,
6.
but as you go into turn 1, it gets really, really hard to see, and you have to start picking markers off the wall or just go off of instinct as you go into the corner, because right about here it gets really bright, and that camera doesn't do it justice from inside the car.
Sunset about 40 minutes away.
It's going to get worse too as the sun gets lower.
Martin Truex.
Gilliland back to the
Now part of the
point.
top
Can he
sides,
clear
Gilliland
him?
comes back to the
Does.
Side job. Back up. Clear up.
Gilliland
Good
back
job,
to the
Todd
point.
Gilliland. Here comes Keselowski back too.
He just keeps hanging around, Clint.
As they run,
Car had trouble in the pit area with a lug nut, couldn't get the left rear off, got that fixed, remedied.
some of these
and it's right
leaders
back
are
to the
going to
front.
have to
Kyle
pit
Larson.
before the end of the race, at least once. In fact, I think everybody
The
should have to pit at
14
least
Chase
once before the end of the
Briscoe.
race, including those
Again,
that
that
pitted
short
under
run
the yellow
speed, it
there.
really takes off good.
It's just they
Seems
may
like he gets in
be
trouble,
less
falls
on
off
pit
a little
road
faster
than
most.
these guys up here.
Keeping that track position, holding steady and strong on that's going to help that scenario. Crossover moves
Truex.
Cindric, the inside of Suarez.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt that whole
Yeah,
inside
McDowell on the
line.
lead lap too. I noticed McDowell got back on the lead lap, so now
The
he's
slide
back.
jobs.
Could be
Clear
back into
again,
play here.
Truex on Gilliland.
But remember the 500. We had that big incident with 8 to go in the 500.
23
So.
of those being lead lap cars. Martin Truex Jr. out front at lap 186. We'll take you Fox side by side.
The Busch Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
Hello?
Should you become stranded, be ready to
All
signal
3
rescue.
manufacturers in the top 5. Actually running 1, 2, 3. Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet. Ooh, smoke back there.
How long have I been out here?
About 12 minutes.
Somebody was smoking off of 2. I didn't see who it was. A lot of damage to the nose of the car. Might have been Priest.
Head for the mountains.
That was the 31. It was Hemrick.
At the Cracker Barrel,
I could see which car it was. It was a very heavily damaged nose because it was a taped-up nose.
Over 20 meals under $12, each served with a helping of care. Eat, shop, earn. Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, it was Hemrick. Hemrick. Wow, Byron just ran Hemrick out of racetrack. He basically shoved him into the fence. Yeah, Hemrick hit the wall, but that was all. Byron just shoving him into the wall.
Oh, am I?
Jeez.
Thank you.
So a couple more. We'll go quick.
You got here on the bottom there. I think it was Chase trying to block Briscoe.
Only pay for
Picked up a lot of the dust there.
This is the make or break moment.
Oh my goodness!
Not just for the day, but for the years to come. This is where a race isn't just about the race. It's about
Still got 70 to go.
The number of fans.
Well, I am liking what I'm seeing out of the 38, though.
This is the chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the
Heck, you can maintain where you're at.
The XFL and the USFL merged to create one powerful.
There comes stage 2 winner Cindric coming back up here.
Spring football.
Larson's battle back up here. This is a hornet's nest right here. Kozlowski, Burton, Briscoe, Blaney. The Joy on the bottom there in the 7. The Joy trying to get redemption for what happened here at the summer race of 22.
Dynasty, a redemption tour, a breakthrough, or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? Any questions?
Ooh, Chastain now trying to come through the middle there.
68 laps to go. Todd Gilliland will not be denied. He came back, took the lead. Now he's going to have to battle Kyle Larson to keep it.
Ooh, Larson!
One thing he has done up there is done a good job, obviously, with his speed.
That was a little of an aggressive move up there.
How close are these guys to the end? You told us.
Gilliland did, I think, check up a little bit to give him space.
All those
But
that topped off, straight up fuel numbers, they should be around 8 to 12 shy. Those that did not top off, like Kyle Larson, like Martin Truex Jr., you got to add
a little rubbing there between Truex
6
and
to
Larson.
7 to that. But that's straight up fuel numbers. And right now, I'm watching throttle position, and I'm watching a lot of drivers that are saving a lot of fuel right now.
That's a tall order. I thought you was going to tell me maybe 1 or 2 laps.
Well, I'm watching them bang doors there, so they might not have to worry about fuel.
Briscoe looking inside Burton.
Is Kyle Busch. He got the free pass on that caution, and he is moving through the field. Busch is up to 12th place.
Yeah, Kyle back on the recovery. Right behind Blaney there.
Earlier for what they thought was an ill-handling car, and it didn't really get better. They just got buried deeper in the field, so they've got themselves back to the front. Jamie, what do you have on the 11?
Yeah, what a day for Denny Hamlin. Remember, he spun all by himself on lap 53, came back from that. The end of stage 2, he was involved in that incident with Joey Logano. The car is so good, though, coming into this race.
Different strategies, and work his way back up there after the pit stop problems they had.
They brought it here and implemented it. Don't count out the 11.
Probably been the best Chevrolet today.
Well, Jamie, the guys just mentioned Kyle Busch and him working his way back through the field. Keep an eye on him. When he gets a little bit further up, he will go into fuel-saving mode at some point there. Crew Chief Randall Burnett told him, get me as many spots as you can, get with the main pack, and then we will start trying to save from that point on.
Well, he is there, Regan. He's tacked on to the lead group, and those positions just keep changing at will.
They're trying to get that third lane going good, too.
Traffic jam
Cindric up there. With Burton.
2, 3 wide here, getting in to 1. Riding along with Corey LaJoie. 3 wide in front of you, Kevin. Off of 2. Tight corners.
Chase.
Exactly what you want to see.
Well, and I just can't overemphasize.
I was watching that, like that could get crazy. There was contact there.
And you're looking for a lane to put the nose of that race car in that might just get a little puff of air if you're not the leader of the race.
Still door to door up front.
It's all about timing. You want to get these pushes down the straightaway to try to get your lane going, but when you get to the entry of that corner, you see those cars spread out a little bit. They got to lift off the throttle to help get that nose to turn.
And look at Chase Elliott and Austin Cindric on the
2017 and the 2021 Series champs. Battling out front, and look at Briscoe trying to maybe make a third lane.
That are highest in the order. Elliott, Cindric, LaJoie, Blaney.
This door-to-door action between Larson Larson and Truex on this front is awesome. Truex
62 to go.
Kyle knows that that's what he's going
I don't know about you guys, but I think we beat Daytona. I think we beat Daytona so far for best race of the year.
We're going to see it clear up here. There he goes. One lift is
at least so far. We still got 60 to go, but
starting to see
now we're 3.
Falling off a little bit.
Oh, there goes Chase.
Oh, big spinner down to the apron. Up
somebody else spun.
Chase Elliott
did a good job keeping that car down.
Caution
in the grass.
They're rolling if you can.
Didn't overcorrect that car.
That was Ty that went around.
Bad for a lot of race teams.
He was in 8th place, and he may have been tagged.
Yeah, that might have been a block there, considering how aggressive they were racing, especially as aggressive as him and Chastain were running each other.
You see the left front really bent up on
that may have been the end
Chase
result of
Elliott's
that.
car.
I have to see the replay, but I'm sure that was the end result of what happened or started there off too that I called
How do we
out.
get to the front and stay there? And they were pushing and shoving and doing everything they could.
Ty also spun, I think, off of somebody's bumper
2
trying
and
to
3
check up
wide
for
everywhere,
it.
heading straight into the sun. Have a look here.
You see Chastain Chase Elliott 3 wide.
Rossmaker get a run here? No, he just
got into him.
Yep, just got into him.
Yeah, and that's right in that vulnerable spot of the bumps and where you're
Did
trying
the
to
right
let
thing,
off the
keeping it
throttle,
turned to the left so it wouldn't come back into traffic.
Hard to tell exactly what happened there. Obviously, the one car is in the back of him, but did Chase lift?
Well, for one thing,
here we go.
Chastain and Bubba Wallace are racing for the free pass position.
That's why. Okay, that explains that then.
Yeah,
Chastain knew he had to go to try to get to Bubba for the free pass.
Really hard into the back of the.
That's why. That explains that. Okay.
Needed to lift a little bit to save his car. Chastain.
That explains that. And then looks like Ty got loose trying to get around him.
All right, Larry. What do we do now? Do we pit or do we stay out and go for it? We needed some help.
Well, I think you're going to have a mixed bag here, Clint. There is no doubt. There's going to be drivers that feel like they can save enough under this caution, and who knows? I think Mike said it. We're probably still not done with cautions.
100%.
You see, with the way the handling's been today,
and heard him everything.
If it were me, I wouldn't want me 4 fresh good years.
Right there, but he gassed it up
and
to
I ain't
keep
coming
down
back.
Off the racetrack. He started to unwind
I ain't coming back after that. I say, come get your fresh, get your 4 feel goods, run it the rest of the way. You may have to save a little bit of fuel, but
here are the cars
I want me the feel goods. I want to be able to move that car around.
Yes, not. Key word.
Not every day you have an option of. It's easier to just explain who hasn't been in a wreck.
Well, that is
11 cars.
A unique list, and that pretty much.
And that one you can actually cross off Ross because he did get into Elliott there, so you can't.
Hear the engine off.
It's more like 10.
Saving fuel.
There are guys that do this on the highway. They call them hypermilers, and they coast downhill. They take the car out of gear. They shut the engine off, and you're looking at me like I have 3 heads.
I don't think.
But it is a thing. You can and you can tell when you get right up behind somebody who does that. I can't say I've never done it, but not often.
All you old guys are always worried about fuel mileage. My dad's the same way. That thing gets terrible fuel mileage. You idiot! What are you doing driving that thing?
Well, there you go.
I hope he's not listening because that's what you just explained is
Well,
what he'll be trying
that should
to
say
do.
Cup Series starts.
Martin Truex. Last top 5 for Truex was Michigan last August. And on the drafting tracks, which now include Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta, goose egg.
0-4.
So far.
Got a good car. He's got it where it needs to be.
Definitely, honestly, been the best Toyota today.
The
So
road will be open.
I'm telling you, I think the play here is you get your 4 tires here, so your thing will handle, and you're not coming back.
Like everybody who
you're not coming back.
Stop at lap 177 is in now, along with.
Because you can make it from here. If you pit here, I believe you can make it on fuel to the distance. Because the window, I think, was 63 was the low end of the window, so I think you can make it from here. The question is going to be if we go overtime.
Brad Keselowski, Chase Briscoe were running 3rd and 4th. Micah McDowell, however, stayed out.
McDowell stayed
A
out.
lot of crew chiefs telling their drivers we're right in our fuel window. Saw some tires on the wall for Denny Hamlin, but it sounds like it's going to be fuel only, about 3.5 seconds for the 6.
Fuel only for the
The
6.
19 said his car is
Truex
better
is getting
this
fuel
run.
only.
3 seconds of fuel.
Larson going to take tires.
Kyle Larson, the 5 car, continues to gain grip with the
He's
front. He likes how the car is. It's
2 for Larson.
2 tires for him.
I
And
think
the
Briscoe
Corey
went
Chase
fuel
Briscoe,
only.
Fuel only, wanted a quick stop. Had been a little tight most of the day.
Yolen's going to get 2.
Chase Briscoe with a bit of a gain here as he comes out
He has
alongside Denny
updates.
Hamlin. Truex first.
Yeah, a
out.
couple of 2-tire
Austin
calls.
Cindric and Kyle Busch among the big gainers. 58 laps to go in Atlanta,
I don't think you're going to see a flip here,
and
Bumble.
we'll take you Fox side by side.
I think after the Keselowski-Edwards deal
Here's
here,
one
where
thing we can all
Keselowski
agree
went
on.
over,
Having more choices
even though
means
we've
having less
changed the
choices. That's why we make a range
style
of
of track,
Ford
I don't think we're going to see a
F-150
flip
pickups
here.
for any job. Whether that job is getting heavy things where they need to go, powering things on the go, or going from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
Inez, let me ask you. You're using Head and Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head & Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. Little rascals. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
He's the best. Make every wash count.
Little help, please?
The 3 for Me only at Chili's serves up bottomless drinks, bottomless chips and salsa, and a cheeseburger and fries for just $10.99. Good luck finding that delicious value in the drive-thru, cause you won't. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. It's your mission. It's your Verizon.
What do we got?
Order. A lot of cats.
How many cats?
I don't know, man. Like 400?
What do ladies want to watch?
Why are there pool noodles?
All right. Finn, if you're still in here,
Born in the 1920s.
I know I've seen the comment, but
This guy was probably
all
pretty
right.
racist back then.
Finn Graham, overtime, simply put,
They came in through the AC duct and
if we get a caution flag late in the race,
all these guys 21,
where we know under the caution we'd make the distance, or we're going to go past the distance of the race, the race is extended 2 laps. We get the green flag, the white flag, and the checker. If the caution comes out before we reach the white flag, we rack them back up, and we do it again. We do it as many times as we need to get to the white flag. Once we reach the white flag, the next flag ends the race. Caution or checker. That's the overtime, NASCAR's overtime rules in a nutshell.
All but 11 of the 37 starters involved in one crash or more today. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering the race from green to checkered flag and every
It's
mile in between.
simple as that.
More driven. Well, we have 27 cars on.
Daytona did go into overtime. The 500 went into overtime, and we had where the yellow came out after the white flag.
Radio, he is back toward the tail end of the lead lap in 22nd.
I think that's why the middle kept opening up. I think everybody was kind of, you know, hedging.
Yeah, Bubba got the lucky dog into the yellow, so there's 22 in the lead lap.
Shadow starts right there. You're just blind.
Talking about that glare getting into turn 1. I'll tell you what, guys. This one race has gave us a year's worth of highlights. Watching these things happen.
Not
it's
wrong, Port.
unbelievable what's happened today at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Chastain's good for the sport. We need drivers like Chastain.
That's the Xfinity Mobile.
The only reason people are upset about it is because it was Elliott that got spun.
Most of the race.
Anybody else, if it was Logano that spun, Logano or Hamlin that got spun, they wouldn't give two shits about it.
in the garage with crash damage.
And I'm just being honest on that,
Smith,
too.
Noah Gregson, Josh
All right, here we go.
Williams. Green flag.
55 to go.
55 to go.
Who can hang on here?
Micah McDowell did not stop on that caution. The only driver
Well,
that did not.
not everybody respected him closer. Some grew to become friends with him over the years, like especially in the early years. There was that big rivalry between him and DW. So to sit there and say that everybody respected him, well, later on they did,
So
but
bad right there. Almost
not when they were racing against him.
In front of Truex. Maybe one more push from Hamlin. Maybe he can get the job done here.
Well, we know how fast that car has been.
Well, it's the same
whole
incident.
Race, and
Same incident. It shouldn't matter who the driver's involved. If you're going to criticize the incident, criticize the incident.
So oh!
Oh!
Austin Dillon in the wall hard off of 2.
Saves it.
Way off the pace, no caution. Trying to get out of the way.
He's trying to get out of the way.
He was 14th. That car just shot up the racetrack on him.
Stays on the racetrack.
Well, there were certain drivers,
Kind of
but
lost in the shuffle is Todd Gilliland. He came out 9th from pit road, and with McDowell not stopping.
I know at least one person doesn't want to hear this,
back in
but
10th.
watch that 2 car.
After leading more laps
Watch
than anyone
Cindric.
today.
Stage 2 winner.
4 Fords, 2 Toyotas battling in the top half dozen here.
McDowell finally got clear. Truex got up to that outside line. I think that's a preferred line where he wants to be.
Definitely,
those old tires.
Definitely the preferred line as you go.
There's a couple of cars I'm
he
watching
goes back to
here.
the bottom just to prove us wrong. There, he can do whatever he wants, but
I think you could get away with that in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Somebody got real high there off 2. Or in between 1 and 2.
Just go race hard. It's going to be really close on field here. So I'll just keep you abreast as we go here. But had to make this call to get back up front.
Well, that's purely a track position thing, and they thought that they were pretty close on.
Cindric and Hamlin
see Austin Cindric get the 11
had a little bit of contact there, and here comes the battle for the lead as there were 3 wide, 3 abreast behind them.
2 rows of 3 wide. Truex got on the back.
Where you go?
McDowell for the lead.
Where you go? Briscoe 3 wide to try to take the lead.
50 to go.
Denny.
Can Briscoe lead this lap? He's got no help. Oh, you might have Cindric up there, who leads the lap. Truex leads the lap. 4 wide.
Yeah, lead getting into 1.
Is Cindric going to get it? He does. 4 wide for the lead. Still 4.
What a move.
Still 4.
Still 4 wide.
And I tell you what, folks.
Oh, guys, don't wreck.
Don't wreck. And these guys are not lifting 4 wide.
4 wide, and they made it.
Something that's easy to do. You see Martin Truex.
They made it.
Good lap for Martin Truex.
How?
Back in the pack.
There was no room.
And when those cars are side by side, all these cars that are behind them, it just gets harder and harder to find a spot that you can even make the corner because of all the air that it's taking off.
Yeah.
Here comes Kyle Busch.
Guys.
Todd Gilliland from 10th to 3rd.
Yeah. Best race of the year so far. Best race of the year so far. I don't think it's going to be topped.
Pushing Todd Gilliland to the front. We talk about Justin all the time on these super speedway racetracks and what a great job that he does. So here he is.
I can't believe
showing
that.
up at the front at the end of this race.
Cindric, Busch.
He's got to win at Daytona. And Larry said he
Briscoe,
took 4 tires
Hamlin.
on his last stop, and it shows.
Larson almost shot to the middle there. That whole
what I say. Cindric, they said Cindric took 4 tires. What I say when they came to pit road? I said, give me 4 feel goods. I'm not coming back to pit road. I want the 4 feel goods for handling reasons.
They're able to get away with way more.
Told you.
I never thought in a million years that 4 wide was going to work.
Yeah, when that sun goes down, Clint, the track temperature goes down, so the cars
Busch
just
now trying to see if he can take it from Cindric. We got 2 lines again.
They get more comfortable. Yeah, they get more comfortable and start pushing each other harder and harder.
Cindric going to try to clear Busch here. Got it.
Well, the first
Busch going to
one
try to cross over. Nope.
for a whole lap, 4 wide.
Able to hang on there.
Awesome. The vision of Marcus Smith changed this racetrack. A racetrack that every racer loved at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Nobody wanted to remake.
Look at that 38
this
though,
thing.
back in this
for the
mix
fans,
though.
Thought he could put on a better show. The vision is worked. And
it all works out for him.
I love the move. It enabled us to have kind of a hybrid, so to speak.
Justin Haley through the shuffles now in here. The 51s. The Rick Ware car. Goddamn smoke alarm. Give me 1 sec.
Oh. We see the 12 car Ryan Blaney into the left rear of the 51 car Justin Haley there. So that was close to a wreck. We're working on that list. That's the short cars that weren't involved in a wreck. Trying to make it shorter yet. Denny Hamlin to the outside for the lead on Austin Cindric. He's got the push. Kyle Busch behind him going into turn 1.
Three wide right behind this group. There is no let up here.
As we start running more and more laps, even though the sun has gone down and the track's getting cooler, I mean, the handling is still going to come into effect, and you're going to see the Brad Keselowskis, as we see Chase Briscoe shoot down to the bottom of the racetrack to take the lead, try to take the lead from Denny Hamlin.
Oh, he pushed him up. Not clear. Woo, that was a close one.
Not clear and not the leader. Not now. All right, we're going to take our last scheduled side-by-side break as they come to 42 to go. Denny Hamlin out in front.
This season, Toyota Racing is looking for jaw droppers.
Break for Martin Truex right there, the fastest lap of the day.
Iron stomachs that can stand the pressure. And quick draw thumbs that leave their own smoke trail. So hold on tight and strap yourself in. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5. That's my go-to.
Oh, Larson's done.
Just like you and me.
Just tore the right front fender
boys.
off it.
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Oh, Larson and Brad's got a tow link broke.
JBC for just $5.
Nemechek involved.
Cold and smooth survival skills. Hello? Should you become stranded,
Joey's got some nose
be ready to
damage.
signal rescuers.
That might be Larson's days ruined.
How long have I been out here? About 12 minutes.
Ripped that whole right front fender apart.
Head for the mountains.
Today's just such a special day. The XFL.
Brad, they're gonna have to fix that. I think that tow link is broke on the right, left rear.
These players are going to play hard-nosed, intense football, passionate football.
Hamlin the leader, Busch second, Cindric third.
One shot.
Going fourth.
Ball out. Spring football is here to stay.
The UFL season kicks off March 30th on Fox and ABC.
These are my tissue box covers.
Remember, tissues come in their own boxes. It's important for young homeowners to let go of the things turning them into their parents. There we go. All right, who's next?
I've been holding on to these pieces of crown molding because you never know when you're going to need them.
I do, and it's never. It can be a lot for them. Do you still own that car?
I do not.
Okay.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Empty tubs
At this
of butter
point-
are for recycling, not for my leftovers.
That's a big one, people.
Every hero's story has
I'm looking at that 2
2
car. Again, the 4 tires he took.
had to earn their stripes. Every superstar had a dream.
Right, hang on this. Oh, no.
Every home track is the start of
I already
something
did the
special.
channel point 1 thing closer, so it's already that's already been locked.
Learn more about NASCAR regional tracks near you at nascar.com/regional.
Virginia is for lovers of a return to racing under the bright lights. NASCAR weekend at Richmond Raceway. Get your tickets now at richmondraceway.com.
Yeah, I already did. I usually try to do those at the start of the stage.
Slowly in the west.
So.
So does our list of cars that have not been involved in an accident. 8th caution flag. You saw it all on our side-by-side coverage. Lap 220. The 5, 6, and 7. Larson, Keselowski, and Corey
There
LaJoie.
remains now
They're the
only
cars that have
7.
not been in a crash today.
This has just been a wild race.
And 2 of those cars are running in the top 3 spots.
It's everything that we talked about.
3 in the top
let's take
5.
a look
Actually,
and see what
4 in the
happened here
top
at the
5.
last caution. You're going to see the 6 right there of Brad Keselowski. He's going to go in the corner here, and he's going to get loose. And the 5 and 7 just had nowhere to go and couldn't check up fast enough and wound up just getting involved as well. See him go in right there, go up the racetrack, get a little bit loose.
Car just got loose, and Larson and
pile in.
LaJoie just caught up.
And that's how close these cars to being on the edge are. You see Brad just wiggle a little bit, but every single corner is just like that for these drivers. You are making small corrections with the wheels lap after lap, and with all these cars and all this
At least they did it, Newman.
you're doing everything that you can
Actually,
do.
I could go one more. Turn 4, 5, 6, 7. Turn 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7.
Still in the throttle. Watch this.
Yep, all good. In your tracks. Watch you don't touch it. All right, hold the brakes. Straight, Brad. Keep coming straight. Caution's out. Get it rolling straight here. Yeah, you get it going straight. Don't hit again. All right, hold the brake.
Brad spotter TJ Majors on the radio there. Here's Corey LaJoie's view. Minor damage to LaJoie.
There was just nowhere to go.
No, that was 3 and 4, Scotty. It really didn't start in turn 2.
This is the 5th race on the new configuration of Atlanta, and Kyle Larson has been involved in a crash in every single one of them. Not of his own doing necessarily.
Landed right in his lap. Had it where he needed to be, right? I mean, you're.
Larson probably, as I said, Larson probably was the best Chevrolet.
You just got to know as we go on
to this point in the race.
With Kyle, Brad steps out. He's just wrong place.
Now that pretty much I think makes. Now I think it's pretty much Busch now at this point.
And you want to race at the front of these fields as much as you can, and you just got to play the percentages. I used to always tell myself it was a 50%.
You can say it really even started with 21,
chance
John.
of wrecking, obviously, that's
remember he lost that race to Blaney in 21.
Super speedway races,
Quesadillas radiation.
Now, Michael
Quesadillas
McDowell,
just
who
with
did
hamburger
not
meat.
pit on the last caution, has made
Who's
a
hamburger?
stop under this one.
There you dinner.
Here's
It is dinner
McDowell,
time.
who will be a guest on Race Hub this coming Thursday on FS1. And Austin Cindric up in the top 3. Here's his radio.
These guys have already realized that I can follow a lot closer than most of them, so it makes me valuable and dangerous. I like it. Car's good. Copy.
He can push.
That's the car I'm looking at. Is that 2 car?
Cars in the wake.
As much as I want to see Gilliland, as much as I want to see, you know, like an underdog, that 2 car is dangerous. I'm not going to overlook that 2 car right now.
Including the 2 for the stage ends. The action began at lap 2 when the 3 of Austin Dillon goes spinning.
Early wreck.
And 16 cars in all pile up. The biggest recorded pileup in Atlanta Motor Speedway history. Chris Buescher goes for a single car spin.
You gotta keep in mind, he did win stage 2.
Off the front
Cindric
bumper
did.
of Kyle Busch.
This is what happened to McDowell.
Then this coming
for those
to
that
pit
didn't
road,
see it.
Michael McDowell locks it up, collects Daytona 500 winner William Byron. Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin. Ross Chastain into Chase Elliott. Kaz Grala went for a spin, and then this involving the 5, 6, and 7.
Time of the yellow showing Hamlin ahead of Busch.
And that was the scoring loop that set the leader for Denny
Hamlin,
Hamlin.
Busch,
Cindric,
Cindric,
right there. So you see how close
Briscoe,
it is,
Gilliland,
but now he's
Truex.
got control, so he gets to make his choice.
I don't
of
really like
lane.
that
You see
21
Kyle
car
Busch
of Harrison
following
Burton either.
Those cars
involved in the
made,
first
good
the
ground
first
going
wreck.
to the front of the pack. So
Quiet day there in the top 10. Justin Haley running 9th at the moment.
I think he feels
Bubba
like
Wallace, who was a lap down at one point, is sitting 11th.
Depends on the scenario of his car. He might feel like the bottom lane is better for him. I don't know everything. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made from those choices that they have talked about, but it seems like these.
No, I think really the big surprise of the day for it is Todd Gillen.
For sure, but
I think everybody expected McDowell was going to be pretty good today, but I think it's Gillen that really has surprised me today with how he's been able to do today.
Work so many times on the outside.
Actually having
a caution laps that fuel
serious challenge today.
Yeah, I think when they topped off most of them back there on that caution at lap 202 right in there, I think that pretty much covered everybody, Mike. I think we're good to go. Even McDowell elected to finally come to pit road under one of these cautions.
So when we restart, 25 cars on the lead lap. William Byron, the first and only car one lap down right now. It'll be 35
to go, and I don't think we're done yet.
Hamlin and Busch on the front row. Cindric and Briscoe, Gilliland and Truex, Burton
no,
and
it's not pizza.
Blaney.
It's quesadillas.
And let's crank it up on the restart.
He's off you now, 3/4, focus on 11.
You are right, Tristan. I did see who actually stopped and got tires under that yellow, but if we go back to the previous yellow, I know Cindric was the one on 4 tires. That's why he was able to make that 4-wide move. That's why I'm saying to watch that 2 car, because I know he's on 4 tires versus some of the guys around him.
12 close to you off the bottom lane with no help. The help's in the top lane right now.
They're going to go 3 again into 1. It looked like it. It was Briscoe down there, Now the Penske boys are together.
Still there with the 12. 12 by 1 to the 2 now. You're back to even, both by half to your help. They're tight outside now.
Blaney outside now.
Quarter to the 38. Still even 12. He's by half to the 2. Still out there. Still out there tight. Still out there tight.
33, and it's the former JGR teammates at the front, Hamlin and Busch.
Got no help.
2 former winners here. Not under this configuration, but 2 former winners here.
Still by 1. Ribbon grab.
Bubba Wallace sneaking into the top 10.
Still inside. Still inside. 1 out front.
Ooh, checkup.
Still inside. Still 1.
I see Ty Gibbs, the 54 car. I want to keep an eye out for him. And who's that way down there? I think it's Hocevar, 77. Made it 3 into 1.
Well, Clint, we saw exactly why Kyle Busch picked 3rd. He shoved Denny Hamlin to the lead, and these guys behind him have just gone crazy racing side by side. But now they've kind of settled out, and here comes Ryan Blaney.
Gilliland way loose off of 2. Probably a push, loose, snap loose scenario.
And now you're going to have to deal with pushes that you haven't dealt with all day, because guys are going to start hitting you harder.
2021
more aggressive than
winner
they've
of
been all day trying to get this
first race at Atlanta.
Their car and your car, whatever the positioning
now
is
in
towards
play.
the front. So this is going to get more and more aggressive as we get towards the end of this race.
And we got some new players up here.
They're going to ram you at this point.
Bubba and Hocevar.
No more letting the guy in.
I mentioned Ty Gibbs.
Blaney and Gilliland in the 38. His grandfather Butch was the NASCAR West champion, Winston West champ in 1997. Today is Butch Gilliland's 66th birthday.
Well, I've raced against David and Butch Gilliland, so I've raced against Todd Gilliland as well. So I've raced against 3 generations of the Gilliland family. So go ahead, Clint.
You just hand me softballs.
3 wide.
Hey, look at this.
3 wide.
Stalled out.
Hello, Ryan.
Stalled out on the inside of.
Hello, Ryan.
Here comes Blaney with a huge run on the outside. Can he clear
get
the
it?
lead? Off the bumper of
Got
his teammate.
3 Fords lined on that upper lane.
Fords, boys, very strong.
They've already won the first 2 stages today.
Pushing is a factor, has been all day long. Here he's going to do the crossover, get down to help Kyle Busch. Does he go by him? Does he use the momentum, or does he push him?
No, he's going to push Busch. Busch push.
Pushes him back to the lead.
Blaney going to hang on Busch's quarter panel, though.
Blaney steaming around the outside.
28 to go, and the champ
Well, we talked a lot
leads.
before the race, and 3 wide with Chase
Briscoe down there 3 wide.
He has a tough time holding it down too. You see him shoot up the race.
Can't quite hold it.
Move by David Gilliland. Excuse me, Todd Gilliland. You had me messed up at
Bubba
David,
back
but
in
he gave
is a
him
factor
room
now.
to
Cedric's going to try to make it 3, and what a block by Briscoe.
Chopped off by the 14 of Briscoe, who stopped that run right in his tracks.
Well, Briscoe's about to get swallowed up by the Penske cars here. One outside, one inside.
Get him in trouble if he's not careful.
And he's been very aggressive
Bubba
with
through.
his blocks and everything that he's been doing. So
He's going to get he's going to get eaten up here. So it could be the buddies here, Blaney and Bubba.
We see Ryan Blaney on the outside. We see Austin Cindric behind him, his teammate. We heard Austin Cindric tell his crew that he is dangerous because of the fact that he can push.
26 laps to go.
By you, so he feels like he can be on offense at all times in the 2 cars.
Fuel is no longer an issue. It's a straight out run from here.
Third car in that outside lane. This thing has massive damage to the front of it, lower splitter, and man, he's still able to get it up front and make some hay. I think that scenario will change if he's the lead car in his line.
Well, he's in the majority, Clint, so most every car in this field has damage, so.
Right. Oh, Briscoe.
Whoa, big lift out of Hamlin, got in trouble.
It's this package for this car.
Scraped him there.
Again, because of
The way these races have been since they changed Atlanta for the Cup Series.
When he gets in the corner, cannot hold it down, pushes him up the racetrack.
Well, and the other thing that's going to do with the whole field, as you start making those moves over and over and over again, you're going to get less and less help. So you might be able to make them on the aggression, but you're also going to get hung out.
Truex was the loser on that one. He was on the high side, had to lift. They got backed up because of it.
Well, we see the 4 car, Josh Berry right there. We talked about his dual speeding penalties under green. He's been able to get the lucky dog and get himself back in contention. He's running 11th right now.
His boy's trying to run that top.
Larry Mack, you got some trends for us?
Gillen in front of Truex.
I do, Mike. We've had 4 races on this Atlanta configuration, and the average of the final caution is lap 238, which is
we're getting close to that point.
Right
too.
now we've got 24 to go. So
yep, we're within 2 laps of that point, so.
Well, and that's exactly what
See
those
what happens
guys up
here.
on the pit box do. Is exactly what Larry
23
is
to
telling
go.
you. Every time there's a caution, they play the percentages. They go with the analysis of the race and figure their fuel mileage. But man, these cars are all over the place, up, down the racetrack. 3
I don't know.
wide,
We may
2
not be
wide.
done with the yellows,
These
though.
big runs they're getting and not being able to hold
I don't
want
to say that, but
about with Briscoe, he's not the only one in that scenario. That's
what I'm seeing with this, I don't know if we're going to be done with
We don't
yellows
have any
yet.
trends or any analysis for how hard Chase Briscoe is pushing that number 14
Ooh,
right now.
there they go.
They're all going for it.
Gibbs just got off the wall, and I think he clipped Barry. No caution, we stay green, but I saw Gibbs slap the wall there. It was like I saw him go off of Barry's nose.
Crossover. Watch this push on the outside for Briscoe.
We're going to go up there to try to block Bush's run.
Drive up in front of as he goes.
Going to get help from his teammate here.
But he put himself
that stalls Kyle's
in
run.
front of that 14 car as it had a big run, and Chase Briscoe had no choice but to push him. So as we get later and later in the run, as we saw Ross
21 to
Chastain
go.
do last week, you're going to have to block and pick and choose where you want to put your car in front of those lanes coming at you.
And they're still 3 abreast. A couple of rows
3 abreast and nowhere to run.
The speed in the 14 is what makes him dangerous. He's able to
4 wide.
4 wide again. Oh, and there goes Briscoe. There they go.
The nose of Denny Hamlin,
Big wreck.
who also is involved. Chase Briscoe. Larry, you missed it by a lap. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, and that's exactly what we talked about, Clint. You know, Briscoe just kept putting his car in position after position, bad spot after bad spot, and finally it has bit him.
Well, the speed in his race car enabled him to do that. You know, I'm not putting that on him. It's the package.
Hamlin
right?
damaged.
Hamlin, he was a contender. That car was capable.
Could have been way worse than what it was, though.
Finally did him in. Going back to that, tons of speed in that car, but it was kind of a dart without feathers. That thing would get down there and force him in a scenario to have to make a move. It was time and time again. The speed down the straightaway land a problematic situation in your lap by the time you got in the corner.
There you saw Denny Hamlin's right front wheel is locked. He's He's just going to try to nurse it around to pit road. Full moon this weekend. Anybody surprised? No. Not me. Chase Briscoe climbs out after a very eventful day.
Man. You only survive it for so long,
Chase
you
Briscoe
know?
right here. Got up in front of Bubba Wallace. Tried to go
Suarez
through
with
the
the
middle,
move there.
They were too
Briscoe
wide
goes around.
below him.
Bubba gets through
He
that.
just lost it.
Barry's got a little
Shots
damage,
get one
maybe.
too many times.
Yeah, and you want to be aggressive,
Haley
and you
went
want to keep
around there.
doing everything that you need to do to go forward, but
Wow.
at that particular point, he just got a little tap from the 11 underneath him there because they were 4 wide. There was just nowhere to go and wound up getting spun out.
Look at the car sponsored by Harrison's is being followed by Harrison Burton.
9th caution flag of the day.
There needs to be a screenshot taken of that, you know?
Toyota Racing is looking for iron stomachs that can stand the pressure. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing. Toyota Racing is looking for quick draw thumbs that leave their own smoke trail. This season, we want you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me. Bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
Go biggie and get all this with the JBC for just $5.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
Hello?
Should you become stranded, be ready to signal rescuers. Bush.
How long have I been out here?
About 12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
I was trying to keep it away from the mic, but
Chase Briscoe's race comes to an end right there. From Martin Truex. Other than Briscoe, looked like Denny Hamlin got the worst of it here.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, they're too wide below Chase there, and Spotter's got to be telling him too wide. I don't know what the spotter said, but they were too wide below him, and
hold on.
Yeah, he went too low, and Denny Hamlin was there with the car below him, and he couldn't go anymore, and the 14 wound up getting spun out right there.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez had a run to the inside of Hamlin, so they were stacked up 4 wide.
Well, it's one thing to shoot a 4 wide gap if you've got momentum. No momentum getting into 3.
I mean, it depends. They're not going to try to eat laps, I don't think, if they couldn't get Briscoe's car out of the way.
Him let go of the steering wheel with this rag and pinion steering on the front of these cars. It just whips the wheel back and forth. So a lot of guys choose to just let go of the wheel and not get the
safer move if they're trying to get his car out of there.
Let's hear from some of the drivers on just that. What to do with your hands when you're in that situation.
If you're involved in it, typically I will, I don't know, a lot of people take their hands off the wheel, but I just kind of grip it, just kind of get in a tuck position and hold on for dear life.
You don't want to get your hand caught in the wheel. That's a done deal for a while. If you break your wrist, break your hands. If I'm in an impact, I'm letting go of the wheel.
You try to do yourself a service by getting your hands out of the wheel, because that thing is going to move and it does not care what's in the way. It will break stuff.
Yeah, and you see Chase just choose to do that, and for me, I was a hang-on for dear life type of guy. I thought I could drive it all the way to the end of it.
Suarez was the beneficiary of that 4-wide move.
The wheel out of your hand so hard.
He ended up in the best spot.
For me, it was exactly what you said. I just need something to hold on to. We're in wreck. Man, just being along for the ride without holding on to anything is kind of scary.
How about we dial up Kyle Busch and see what he's thinking sitting here in 4th place under the red flag?
How about you, Kyle Busch? Boring the boys, you got a minute?
Well, yeah, actually.
Well, good. Holding a pretty wheel out there, cowboy. So far, so good.
Yeah,
Really? I wouldn't think so.
We've got a fast car, that's for sure. So all the guys at RCR and ECR should be proud of what we got going right here with our stuff. Made a mistake on pit road there. It's sped, got us behind, but we've recovered nicely. So all in all, Cheddar's Camaro looks best out front.
I thought the car was going to take a nap there for a second.
So we'll see if we can lead the last one.
Well, talk to me about that a little bit. We've seen a lot of carnage. We've seen a lot of runs. We've seen moves go wrong, blocks, all of the above. What lane do you like to be in, and moreover, what company are you trying to get with?
Well, I'm running out of friends. I didn't have any to begin with, but the ones that I kind of had are diminishing. So I don't know. You know, I feel like I just got to maintain or choose my best situation, not necessarily who.
Ty Gibbs
you know, just trying to play that
reminds me,
the best I can,
for anybody that's read it,
and plan and predict
of Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes.
The anomaly of everything happening in
Calvin Hobbes comic.
These characters
I can't help not.
and knock some of the players
I can not unsee
We've
it
already brought home one trophy
when I
this
see
weekend. Let's do it
they throw up the
again
profile
today.
of
Good luck out there the rest of the way.
Ty
You're doing a great
Gibbs.
job.
Yeah, man, thanks. I've had my share.
For those that don't are aware, Google Calvin and Hobbes. Really good comic. I've
The broom
read that
referring to a clean
growing up because
sweep
my
of the
parents had the
weekend.
books.
He would be 2 for 2. He won the truck race yesterday.
The
William
collections.
Byron's going to get the free pass under this 9th caution flag of the day. Jamie?
He looks like an adult Calvin,
Ryan
an
Blaney
older
is
Calvin.
21 laps. He's the current leader right now. Jonathan Hassler is crew chief. Jonathan, do you feel like at this point you guys have enough friends
We're under the
around
red.
you,
There
and
was
is the
a
car strong enough to
wreck
keep it
caused
where it
dry
is right now?
when
Yeah, I think so. We got the two right
it was a
there.
4
He's
wide,
been good,
turn
working
3,
with
and
us,
Briscoe got
I
spun.
think Ryan, regardless of who's back there, has done a good job kind of managing each of the lanes and putting himself in a good position. I think he's one of the best, speedway racers in the garage. So I think we'll be in a good spot.
We're under the red right now as they do a little cleanup in
Austin
3
Cindric's
and
been up
4.
towards the front the good majority of the day today. Brian Wilson, the guy on the radio, helping him to do that. Brian, you got your driver in a great position with a teammate up there. What do you tell him as we get this restart shortly?
Yeah, I think our spotter kind of summed it up the best. He said, this is a similar position to what we were in last week, and it really doesn't matter unless we finish it off. So, last week was a great week for us, but unfortunately we got a wrecked race car. So, trying to finish this one off, and I think the guys have really done their homework to be able to do that.
Thanks, Brian.
There is Austin Cindric in 2nd place, awaiting the command to
Might have been
restart
debris.
engines
I'm
and
thinking
come
if
around as
they
clean up.
either that or they had problems moving
19
Briscoe's car.
laps to go. Now, for most of this track's history, since it was built in 1960, they've run 500-mile NASCAR races here. The spring race recently shortened to 400 miles, and yet we are 2 lead changes away from an all-time track record.
Mostly changes?
For lead changes. Todd
Record.
Gilliland's been out front for 58 laps today. Austin Cindric for 32. Kyle
Dude,
Busch
2
for
lead changes
28,
away
Michael
from the
McDowell,
most lead
pole sitter
changes
for
in Atlanta Motor
27,
Speedway
same for Joey
history.
Logano. Ryan Blaney for 21 and Kyle Larson
And that's
for
official
17.
lead changes,
Blaney,
too.
the leader right now. Who you got on the dial-a-tone here?
Well, we're going to try to dial up Martin Truex
Yeah,
here.
they're trying to clean up
Hey,
the
Martin, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox
racetrack down there.
booth. Tell us about this day, man. It looks like
I'll hear you
wild
out,
from
John.
Up here. We see carnage everywhere.
Oh, obviously.
Where's your head at right now for the end of this thing?
Obviously, I'm gonna rep my boy. You know, I'm gonna rep Blaney.
Boyer is in charge of the
But
radio up here. Let's try again.
In the back of my mind, I'm saying Cindric's
Martin,
probably
Kevin
gonna win
Harvick
those
up in the
race.
Fox booth. Tell
Much
us
as I don't
about
want to
your
say it,
day,
because
man.
obviously I want
has
to see
been
Blaney
wild.
win.
What's
But
the plan here for these last 19 laps?
Yeah, hey buddy.
I wouldn't even call it a shit show, Mumble. This has just been a good race.
Yeah, you know, strategy-wise,
You know?
we're good on gas, and we got
The racing itself has been balls to the wall.
figure out how to be in the right position.
Yeah, obviously you got to get a couple of wrecks out because of the way they're racing. But
Hopefully we can, you know, pick up a few spots here, get back right there near the front, and then stay there. Hopefully.
true, but how many cars are actually out of the race?
That's the key, I think,
You know,
from
that's.
here on out.
We've been telling all the
Yeah,
fans
we've had a number of
Tell us
incidences,
how
but
it
how many
feels
cars
from
are
the
really
driver's
out of
seat.
the
I
race?
know
We've
when
only
I
really
drove last
lost
year,
a
it was
couple of
just up
cars
on
out
top
of
of
the
the
race.
racetrack
You
and
know?
sliding around and very strange getting into corners with the arrow. Is that how it is still?
I don't know if I necessarily want to call it a crash test when we're two lead changes away from the record, setting the record for Atlanta lead changes.
One lap you're sideways and chattering the right rear about to crash.
There was 6 for it.
Front takes off for the fence, so it's
Although with Briscoe going
you know,
around,
mindful of
that's
what situation
one
you're in
out
and
of
try
it.
to anticipate that, but as crazy as it is, it's been kind of fun too. So I think
But
my,
the top
best
top
camera's
3
pretty
actually
strong,
I think have not been.
and hopefully we can make
Top
the
2
end
for
right
sure.
here.
All right, buddy. Thanks for talking to us. Keep her straight.
Yeah, I'll try.
We'll wait and see if they throw the graphic
9
back up
caution
again.
flags and 1 red flag so far. Sunset about 10 minutes ago here in the greater Atlanta area. Pretty pictures. Not so pretty what's happened down at the racetrack, and wherever the dumpster is, the cheap metal goes. Well, it's going to need more than a dumpster. It's been a mess, but the racing's been great. I'm not sure how we balance.
You see,
that.
I almost
You've
have
had
to say
7
that,
cars,
Joseph. There
just
really
7 that have not been
hasn't been a
involved in
true
one of the crashes today.
stupid
It's
move
rare
that's
that we have a
caused an
list that is
incident.
shorter of the
like that.
cars not damaged than the ones that are damaged, but it has been a wild race, and I think going into this,
I mean,
we knew it was
literally,
gonna be wild because of the temperature, because of how the
the way this race is run is what
we didn't even make
Dayton
it
and
to the first
Daytona
corner before
used to
we had
be.
some carnage.
First lap.
The early 2000s package.
Right there, he said it right. He put it on the drivers. It's amazing to him how aggressive.
It's kinda
all
what
these
you're
drivers
seeing
are. Just
right
saw it
now.
with Chase Briscoe. You hate to put it on him. But
I'd say Daytona
probably
more
could have been
than
avoided. It
Dega
was coming.
because
I
with the
saw for
handling
10
coming
laps,
into play
he
and
was trying, and he
having to
finally got it
lift
done.
and
But does the driver say, well, hey, that worked okay the last time I tried it. Hey, 4 wide, we can go around 4 wide here. I'll try it again, and I'll try it again, and try it again until you can't.
Well, sometimes that momentum and a fast car just puts you in the kind of take the bait type of mode to be able to shoot this hole and shoot that hole. But it has definitely become
handling
a
is
survival
definitely
race,
at a
and I think
premium
as we
in
get to
this
the end of this race,
race,
we still do have a couple of fast cars up in the front for sure. And I think as we go later and later, the pushes, like we talked earlier, they're going to get harder and harder and might not be the last yellow.
It's the package. I like what you just said right there. The options on the table. It's up to you whether you take that option or not, right? Put people in trouble time and time again. We've seen that, but holy cow. What, I mean, it's the highlight reel's longer than the race. It's unbelievable.
You're almost speechless? Is that what you're saying? Almost? Close. You got more. Okay.
Let's check in with Shannon and Jamie.
Well, we got the highlight reel for you
us
guys.
up.
He sure did. He knew that we were coming. We were actually trying to write down all of the drivers that were involved in wrecks. We figured maybe just go the other way. I think there's about 5 guys who have not been involved because this started early, Jake.
Yeah, lap 2, you see one of the biggest wrecks at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 16 cars involved in that, eliminated a lot of good cars before they even got to start. And this was common, Shannon. We saw guys get loose. You see Chris Buescher on lap 25 moved up just a little bit, got his right rear in the dirty part of the track, and spun around.
Denny Hamlin, he's had an eventful day, right? This is the first of it. Lap 53, he slides through that infield. I mean, we've seen this a lot, right? We've seen guys just one-car wrecks.
Yeah, and this here was green flag pit stops.
Also, I'm going to throw a link in chat.
Winner William Byron. Both of those guys lost a lap in that instance.
Heartbroken Joey Logano, lap 159.
Give it
started, I mean, he
probably at least a day.
had to start in the back of the field and was all
I
the
put
way
my
up to the
streams
front,
up there.
His day was done.
Denny Hamlin was involved
That's
in that
my
one as well.
I guess you could say my stream archive, because I usually try to get rid of them from here, and then I'll put my past streams there. So if you missed something from today, you know, if you came in late and want to see something, see how I reacted.
20 laps to go as we just got back to yellow flag out there. It's not over yet. What is the cause of this? I mean, we saw
that's
the
where to go.
wide, right? We knew that these guys are getting aggressive out there. We know that they're taking chances, but it has been just wide open since the start of this race.
Yeah, and as it gets down to the end, you're seeing right here Chase Briscoe going around. Guys get more aggressive because it gets more intense as the race gets down to the end. But I would say this has been one of the most fun races to watch. And listening to Kevin talk about it in the booth, the racing, you know, typically you see the leader have this massive
we're just over 4 hours
having
too.
clean air. It's almost as if the cars behind have the advantage
when I
because
started
of the
the
draft they're
stream,
able
so.
to generate. No one's safe.
And lap 2, when that first wreck happened, I remember you said, oh man, I don't know how this is going to affect the race. I don't know if this is going to be as good because of all those cars that were out of the event.
Yeah, well, I was just worried that if you eliminated 15 or 20 cars, what kind
you don't like
of
the squeaky
speedway
chair?
drafting type race you're going to have? But
He gives it
we've
personality.
seen all those guys that were involved in wrecks be able to come back and have great runs.
Mike, what do you think the odds are that we see 4 wide again in these last 18 or so laps?
I give that about a 7 out of 10. I think we have enough cars left to do it. I also think we have not seen the last caution flag.
I would agree with you on that, Mike. I think you are 100% right on not
All the
seeing
above.
Yeah, 4 wide and not the last caution.
All right, here comes Daniel Hemrick, Todd Gilliland,
you got some
and
takers.
more to pit road.
Interesting. Maybe 15 to go. Yeah, Gillen definitely got some right
Gillen with
side.
some damage to the right side of his car. Daniel Hemrick
Atlanta
changed
straight.
right side tires, damage to the right side of his car as well. But as we get towards the end of this race here, I think you're going to see everything that we have seen, but probably a little bit of what we saw last week with Ross Chastain, as he did just an absolutely wonderful job of blocking.
Because they were cleaning the track really well.
As you see Joey Logano here, he's got Ross Chastain shoved out, and he thinks that Brad Keselowski is going to help push him by, but Brad has other intentions, and that is to win the Daytona 500. But you see the one car in the front there of Ross Chastain working those lines, trying to put himself in the best position possible.
That's what Blaney's got to try to do here, is what
behind him.
Chastain was doing last week.
One run comes from the bottom, he blocks it, and right here at the end, here we'll see Ross, and you can just watch the intensity in his hands as he's trying to block these lanes. He's got Brad Keselowski behind him, Brad up the racetrack, and you see him jerk the wheel, trying to block the run, and now he's going to follow him down the racetrack as Brad starts to go underneath him, locked on the back bumper. And honestly, guys, if he doesn't wreck right here, Brad is underneath the one, but Ross Chastain has just done a great job. He did a great job last week of blocking, and blocking is going to be a part of this game. I don't know that you can do it exactly like you did in Daytona last week because of the speed of the runs, but blocking is still going to come into play.
Chastain's running P9.
Race now.
That blocking on display right there was doing part for the two-way system. Brandon McReynolds in his ear talking him through those runs and which one to block. That communication is so important. That was spot on, and he did a good job.
Yeah, it will be the choose here. The teammates to the bottom.
3 lanes.
Suarez and Busch go high. Bubba goes high. Truex goes low.
Will we see the teammate restart?
No.
Well, no, they're nose to tail right there.
Yeah, they're nose to, well, they're in a way they're still going to act as teammates here, but they're not doing the teammate restart.
We've seen that on these restarts. I didn't think Kyle Busch not taking that outside. I was like, man, I think I'd have took a look at that. He elected to stay on the inside. You covered it, Kevin. Last restart was able to push to the lead and stay there.
All right, we've got some radio traffic from drivers
15 to go.
Craziness on track today.
And Josh Berry, you're right.
Unbelievable. I'll be happy if there's no speedway.
Josh Berry's sitting there 7th.
Doing good, bud, man. I know that's
How about who's running 10th?
but you're doing a good job.
You talk about Josh Berry running 7th. Look who's running 10th.
That's a good one. Well, you've been a difference maker all day, so that's what we're looking for. We got to finish it off here.
I'm with Todd. That's how I always felt when I drove here. It's kind of fun, but I'm kind of scared for my life at the same time.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I got something else for these guys.
Tell me.
Do not forget that this race is the first race of the playoffs. If you're going to make a quest and a bid for the championship, you're going to have to be good on this racetrack. If you didn't like it this time around, you better get your attitude right, because it's even more important next time.
That's a good point.
Well, here they come.
All right.
The Chevy Camaro safety car.
15 to go. Blaney, Suarez, Cindric, Busch.
There'll be 15 laps to go.
Here
Blaney
we go
brings
again.
them back to green with Suarez.
Teammates with a good start there. Busch is going to push Suarez though. Pretty good here off too.
Suarez today. Haven't talked about him much, but he was right there. Don't
Truex,
forget,
that
right
third
there
car
in
is going to be the
500
difference
as well.
maker, I think. Blaney able to maintain. Granted, Suarez is being pushed with Busch.
And Truex locked onto the bottom again.
Blaney's going to have to play both
He was
sides
nestled
here.
Right up to Cindric in the 2 there.
See both the 99 and the 2 car have
14
to
to
check
go.
out there, and the 2 car come off the bumper of the 12. Both of those cars of Austin Cindric in the 2 and the 8 car of Kyle Busch have been great pushers all day. Kyle Busch, as we talk, put himself in a
13 to
position
go.
to push on the bottom lane, and now he's pushing Daniel Suarez on the outside lane to keep him up front. That's as good as we've seen that outside lane keep up on the first couple laps.
And Todd Gilliland, who led the most laps today, has had to pit for right side tires.
They might have tire rubbing then for the 38. That sucks for Gilliland.
Suarez in front of him, a Chevy. 2 Chevys on that outside, 2 Fords on
The
the
right side damage just was too much. Ooh, Hamlin. It was not a place to blend there, Denny.
Big push from Busch on the outside.
Almost got
Suarez
bad there.
Not quite cleared for the lead.
Jamie, how about the
12 to go.
He has been so good here, Mike. Daniel
God,
Suarez, top
Busch
10
is pushing
in
that
the last
99.
four. He has a brand new crew
Suarez
chief
has not
as well,
won
Matt Swiderski. I talked to him
since
before the
Sonoma.
race. He
Ooh,
said,
Cindric.
I know how good he is here.
Cindric got
We were 100%
sideways.
focused on this race car. We weren't giving up
Back in the
anything.
sucker hole. Bubba! There goes Barry into Tosavar.
The 4.
Elliott's involved. Spins it at pit entry.
Goes for a double spin.
Ooh, watch out, Nemechek.
Whoa, close call. Oh, it wasn't the last caution.
Well, they all got checked up. You see the toe link on the left rear is broke on the 4 car. Chase Elliott car is still rolling.
Bumble, I think we cursed Barry.
You're going to see the 2 car.
I think we cursed Barry by mentioning him.
Get stuck in the middle, and it jammed things up from the center 1 and 2 to the exit.
Sure did. Big.
Cindric had to lift. Cindric had to lift off
Obviously,
2,
the crash was
and
behind it, but Cindric
that's what caused
got
them
in
to get
trouble,
3
had to lift
wide.
Getting into 1. Watch these runs. I was looking at Busch pushing Suarez, getting in on the outside, but the push was coming as hard on the bottom 2. You see him
Yeah, he just
Cindric
got tight. Couldn't turn it down.
Into Busch. He had to move, and here comes Truex on the bottom, filling the void.
Yeah, I hate that I mentioned him, Corey, because he was having a good run and then just got loose. Slams the 77. He pulled a wheelie. He didn't flip. He pulled a wheelie.
Finally wrecked down the backstretch.
When we talk about tight, that means the front tires won't turn. So Austin Cindric went into that corner, and the front of his car just would not steer, and he gets stuck in the middle.
I think Suarez might be the race leader
car
here.
Get a little bit loose, and then Josh Berry check up just
I think
a
it might
little
be
bit,
Suarez and then
behind
Blaney.
him and spun out.
I'm glad we saw
Depending
that
on the time of the yellow.
That movement of air is what made Barry loose. As soon as he got loose in front of him, it took the air off of his car. That wake in front of him dumped all the air
Good
off
thing
of
there was
his.
no wall like somebody mentioned earlier. Otherwise, Chase would
Yeah,
be
a lot of
history.
times in that situation, Clint, if you
Somebody asked about putting a wall there, but yeah, well, good thing there wasn't one there.
Unload and spin out. It's hard to tell if the 4 car had to check up right there when
Yeah.
the 23 got a little
77
little bit
popping a
sideways
wheelie.
there, but
that just lifted Carson Hocevar.
Yeah, it was amazing. As soon as Wallace's car got loose, that thing followed suit.
Attaboy
right
here for
behind him.
Nemechek to avoid the 9 car after he spun too.
Nemechek just narrowly misses a spinning Elliott. Here's Corey LaJoie's view.
Which way is he going?
Wow.
You see him downshift, grab that
Well,
gear
somebody
quick.
said it, Tristan. I don't know who was the one who said it, but somebody
Heads
said
up
it.
driving by him and probably a spotter telling him trouble ahead.
oh,
They said it would be stupid to do
tires off the
that.
ground on Carson Hocevar's car.
And there's the great reason why.
Josh Berry.
Meanwhile,
See
look
how
who's
hard that
back in the
thing is
top
to drive
10.
with that broken toe link on the left rear.
10th caution flag of the day. Still 10 laps to go. Daniel Suarez out in front of Ryan Blaney.
Everything we build is from the ground up.
I know.
Great idea. Every crazy
You could make the argument too.
Everything you see.
Anybody that's seen the meme of
we put everything we have into our trucks. So you get everything out of them.
Cha-Cha Slide.
Ram.
One hop this time.
What we do.
Carson Osvar did the one hop this time.
Under MSRP on the purchase of select 2024 Ram light duty and heavy duty trucks.
Hey man, you like Dr. Pepper? And its unique blend of 23 flavors.
And Ricky's running top 10 too. Somebody has, Corey. The full Cha-Cha Slide with NASCAR. You know what?
It's a pepper thing.
Let's see if I can pull the
You give and you
video.
give.
I might have saved it
This
as my
tax season
favorite.
you get with straight
But the
talk
full one
wireless.
is up there. It's on YouTube.
You get
Somebody did it.
unlimited data. You get America's most
Next
reliable
video. I'm gonna
5G
watch that
network.
later.
You get a Samsung Galaxy A15 for only $99, so you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Where's
Good
my
talk.
favorites?
Turn your tax refund into a U fund.
Damn it,
Switch
YouTube,
to Straight
where's
Talk
my
for
favorites?
plans starting as low as $25 a line.
Here's
Find
my
us at
favorites.
Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
No, I don't want to.
We've come a long
Don't
way
want to
together.
play.
From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never
No, I
backing
didn't save it
down.
under my favorites. It
pushing
might be under my
boundaries,
likes.
And giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way. But there's still a lot more road to run.
You know, they had one in Waco. Oh, stop. Don't play.
Goodyear, the official tire
Okay,
of
let me
NASCAR.
pause this so I can grab the link.
Daniel Suarez was ahead of Ryan Blaney by inches at the last scoring loop before the caution waived. And there is the difference. So it'll be Suarez with lane choice.
I know you guys are probably going to wait till the end of the
On the
race,
restart.
but
And that's because of that Cindric move.
Cha-Cha
him
Slide.
having to lift. Blaney
somebody
lost his help,
somebody made the full
but his
song
teammate behind
on
him lost the
on
battle
YouTube.
for
And
the
it's
lead.
fucking hilarious.
And we're gonna have
Anybody
not
that grew
more
up
than
with
6
that
laps to
song,
race
that's fucking
to settle
hilarious.
this in Atlanta. What an eventful day.
You better buckle up. You think it's been eventful? It's
gonna get
I'm ready, Clint. I don't have a
gonna get
buckle,
wild.
but
It's going to be Block City.
I'm jumping up in my seat.
Here comes the runs. This is going to be awesome.
Any one of the
Whoever
top
runs this
10
thing
can
has
win
earned their
this
keep
race.
This day.
Denny
I'll
Hamlin
say
gets
it.
the free pass.
We've seen the four wide moves.
That should
I
move him to one
can't
lap
say
down.
that I
What do you
can't say
think,
that
Clint? I think you
you know
want Kyle
nobody
Busch
could in
behind
this
you. I
top
think you want
10.
him
You
to be
know,
your pusher. I think he's
any
the-
one of this top
the
10
best
can win this
pusher up
race
there.
at this point.
Well, he certainly is. He's got a fast race car and he's got good experience. He's already been in victory lane. You know, he knows how to get the job done on this style of racing that we have at Atlanta.
Is
I
Blaney-
like his chances. I mean,
Blaney picking the top?
All right,
I don't
so
know. Or do you break those Chevys up?
well,
Be 7
here's
to
the
go.
radio on which lane.
6 to go as we get the restart of it, because I think we're coming to the one to go.
Got the lead going into 1 and 2, but they come detached at like the 3/4 mark, and then everybody for like the first 2 or 3 rows gets separated by like 1, and it kind of stalls out, and then they get all
6 to
even
go
by
as
the
we'll
time
have the
they get back to
restart.
start
Oh no,
line.
adding the lap.
Just on the first lap.
Adding the lap.
That's a pretty good assessment. He should be a book writer. I'll add it to the list.
They must have added a lap, so it'll be 5 to go, I think. Or you should get the one to go next time
To him
by.
is I think I've ever seen him. To be that relaxed in this scenario, pretty special.
I saw that video, and I thought we were coming to.
He
the
was
juice
going to
right there.
pit
I thought,
road,
man,
so
there's going to be a penalty on Bubba, and then I realized.
That's what I thought.
yeah, I was watching
noticed
the.
light
That's why
had
you.
gone off on the
I
same
say watch the
radar,
pace
so
car.
We were not
As
at
soon as
the
the light goes
choose
off,
at
then
the
you know
lap.
you're on the
And
choose.
we'll choose at 6 to go and race at 5 to go.
You think that same principle applies, though? Is that what you think? How they're going to choose?
Suarez,
Kevin?
Blaney, Bush,
You think
Truex,
they're gonna-
Cindric, Wallace, Stenhouse, Chastain,
Blaney's gonna take the
McDowell,
outside?
Gralla is your
Well,
top
I think he's
10.
going to have to go off of what Suarez does, but I think I just think he'll probably take the outside unless he wants to break those Chevys up like you're saying.
Also,
A
should
lot
be
of
noted,
conversations happening between the driver.
there is not a driver in the top 10
first 4 are
that has
Chevy,
won on this
Ford,
version
Chevy, Toyota.
of Atlanta.
So the only opportunity
There's
for
former Atlanta winners up
any kind
there.
of help
Blaney,
would be if
Bush.
the two Chevrolets are together.
Well, Kyle told us that. Kyle Busch told us in the in-car, there is no
Pretty
more
much
friends. I'm
everybody
out of
up
them. They're
to
either out of
the first one that's
race
won
or
on this
they're not up here
configuration of
with me. I think
Atlanta
these guys,
is
it's every
Byron
man for
in
himself.
19th.
I think you go where they don't.
So we may see the fourth different winner on this
Key now.
configuration
Inside this,
today.
inside 10 to go. I want the track position.
Well, we know Truex wants the bottom.
One to go.
That's where he's been successful all day. All
And
right,
he goes
Suarez
top,
to the bottom.
Suarez low,
Kyle's going to go with him. That
Kyle
puts
low.
Truex up top.
Pretty there,
exactly
Bubba.
the scenario that we were talking right there. Go with or not.
So now the question is going to be,
It's just those three, Tristan, on this configuration. Byron won twice.
Kyle Spotter said the bottom lane.
Joey won once and Elliott won once.
Can they prevail off turn 2?
Byron won the first race
as
on
you
this
said, Mike,
format,
talk about wanting to be
22.
on the bottom of the
Elliott
racetrack,
won the
but I
summer
think
race.
that he knew if he let
Joey won
Austin
this race
Cindric get
last
right
year,
behind Blaney, he was
and
gonna
Byron
have
won the
trouble,
summer race.
breaking those guys up, being fifth on
They're
the
the only
bottom.
three that
So
have
he
run
knew he
under
had to go
this,
high, no matter what
the
his
Super
car was
Speedway
doing
Atlanta.
in order to keep those Fords apart.
Well, the one thing we do know is it's all about the help behind you. If you're
Joey and Chase have had their deals. Joey out of the race.
And it all
And
starts
Byron
from the word go. As
is
soon
running
as you pick up the
P19 after
fuel,
his
make
crash
sure that
damage.
he's locked on
So
your bumper. It's going to be a dead drag race, in my opinion, both lanes.
we'll see. I think if we wreck, it's going to be because of somebody gets a run, somebody tries to block it, and that's where you're going to see something
Or even
happen.
Bubba to pounce on a 3-wide scenario.
We'll see, though.
Well, it's going to come down to
It's watch the runs. Watch who's laying back. Watch where the runs come, because that's going to be the difference.
But when they get to turn 3, how does that lift go, and who can stay close enough to keep their line moving and not have that big moment of push?
It's the lifting's
5 laps to go in regulation.
You're going to have
Overtime, a very realistic possibility.
We're going to find out.
Here we go.
Laps to go in the Ambetter Health 400.
It's go time now. 5 to go. Whatever you got, you got.
Well, certainly a better jump on the inside for Suarez and Busch, but here comes the push on the outside, Truex Blaney. They're locked up on the outside.
Yeah, they're still locked up. Out inside couldn't stay connected.
Suarez moves for the block.
Suarez moves for the block. Big run outside. There goes Blaney.
Here comes Blaney on the outside for the lead.
Outside with the run. Truex running right there behind him. Busch going to get back to Suarez. But he can't keep it down behind Suarez. 4 to go this time.
Broke up and you see the
Blaney back to the inside.
Ryan Blaney back down to block just as we
Inside's got more cars close together.
Pick your moments where you
Truex trying to use that top, lead the top.
You think is coming forward.
47 lead changes, a new track record.
New track record. Busch with a great save.
By Busch. Got loose.
Tried to get a push from Bubba. They got him 2 sideways. Suarez up the hill. Truex way up the hill.
And that puts Kyle Busch in the
3 to go.
He is in position if he can marshal a charge here.
Ooh, I don't know, though. You got to watch Suarez moving around. Here comes Busch back to the inside. Chastain on the bottom.
Kyle Busch all by himself with a huge run into the corner.
Ooh, I don't like
just doing an absolute
Bubba. Let me contact, though.
Contact with Ross Chastain.
Blaney leads it. Suarez running second. Trying to get that outside run.
Way high. That Blaney's doing a whale of a job blocking.
2 to go. Can he hang on?
The runs are going to come. Here comes Cindric.
Cindric's going to have a run on Suarez. Ooh, but he almost got sideways.
Now remember, the
Busch back inside. Suarez.
Flag will end the race.
A lot of energy on this bottom.
He's got to watch both lanes. I like where he's at the moment, but he's got to watch both lanes.
See the flames come out of.
We got the caution light if we need it as we come back to the white. Last lap at Atlanta. Blaney leads it. Come on, Ryan. He might have it if they stay side by side.
It's all going to come down to getting into 3, I think. Here comes the energy.
Watch where the run comes. They're still side by side. I think he's got it if they stay side by side.
Where does he block? Does he block high? Does he block low?
Oh, he's going to have to... Oh, Busch going to squeeze the run! Bubba though behind Blaney! 3 wide! 3 wide! 3 wide! Who's going to get it to the line? It is... Blaney! I think he got no Suarez!
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Scoring says Suarez.
Scoring has the margin between the first 3 cars at 0.00 seconds.
Dead heat? Dead heat 3 wide?
Finish is under review.
You gotta be kidding me. What?
Freeze frame, stop motion to the line.
It's Suarez.
Too close to call.
From that camera look, I give it to Suarez.
That picture right there.
I think Suarez won it.
Unbelievable. That was awesome.
Wow. Wow.
NASCAR was reviewing.
99-12 in the 8. Race clear is the 99.
Suarez wins it. Suarez has won it.
Daniel Suarez, the 32-year-old from Monterrey, Mexico.
Have you ever? Have you ever?
This is a very popular win.
Wow.
I said it last week in Daytona. He was in that picture.
Yeah, he was the one guy, honestly, of the three that needed to win this race.
Yeah, and this last half a lap was
Wow.
just absolutely unbelievable as they go into turn 3.
I'm speechless.
Kyle Busch is going to get a huge push by Bubba Wallace.
Obviously, I was rooting for Blaney, obviously being my guy, but
Kyle Busch
damn.
on the outside of Blaney, woes them all down.
3 wide, dead heat to the finish. Have you ever?
Nobody's going anywhere, and it comes down to a dead heat between the 3 of them at the start-finish line. What? That's unbelievable.
Have you ever?
And I love what you said there. As soon as Wallace slid
Wow.
up, it eliminated all the help from behind. At that moment, you knew it was a 3-car drag race to the finish. And Daniel Suarez,
Wow.
how about Jamigo? Huge win for him. That's going to be very
Have you ever?
7th win for Trackhouse Racing. Their last came at Phoenix in November in the season finale. And Chevrolet doubled.
I don't know
with
what to
wins at
say.
Daytona and Atlanta. There's a high five.
Oh yeah, this reaction is for sure going on my YouTube.
What a finish.
And you can clip that reaction, by the way. Feel free to clip that.
It's my new favorite track, boys.
NASCAR has a
You have got to be
high-speed
kidding
camera
me.
aimed right at the start-finish line, perpendicular to it. They review that footage, plus the footage from all Fox and NASCAR cameras that are fed into NASCAR control in order to determine.
You have got to be kidding me.
Man, Kyle went for it. Shot that gap. He was there.
So about those guys that said about those people that kept saying, "Oh, NASCAR is boring, NASCAR is dead." Take this right here. To repeat what Larry Mack said after the Darlington race in 2003, take that. Take that.
Regan Smith, what a finish.
What a finish indeed. Daniel Suarez, it is a mob scene down here with your team. He's got the piñata, and the piñata is busted. What an amazing finish, Daniel. You found a way to get to the outside there. Did you know you had it at the line? Because none of us did.
It was so damn close, man. It was so damn close. You know, it was good racing. Ryan Blaney there, Kyle Busch, Austin Hendrick Cendric also was doing a great job giving me pushes. In the back straightaway, he didn't push me because he knew I was
Unofficially, because obviously it's still unofficial. Unofficially, the closest finish in NASCAR
I did an amazing
history.
job fixing this car. So, man, I can thank everyone enough. Trackhouse Racing, Freeway
You know,
Insurance,
as a Blaney
Chevrolet,
fan,
all the amazing fans here.
I gotta let Suarez finish the interview because I know he's happy.
Daniel Suarez, your
Second
winner in
career
Atlanta.
win. As a Blaney fan,
And Kyle Busch
I
brings it
can't be
home
upset
third. I know
with
this
that.
is not the position you want to be in, but what
I-
a finish,
I can't be
Kyle.
upset with that.
Anything that you could have done any differently there?
Yeah, typically the third, whoever's behind getting into 3 prevails at the start-finish line with the side draft and everything. So I don't know, I think I was second to the 12 right there, and the 99 was the furthest back, and he made the ground back up with the side draft and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think you could
Wow.
stop. You know, that certainly wouldn't have put us in the right spot either. I don't think, but overall, just real proud of everybody at RCR, ECR, and you know, our Cheddar's Camaro was fast, so it's good to see Daniel get a win. I mean, we were helping each other, being Chevy team partners, and working together there. So, you know, shows that when you do have friends and you can make alliances that they
I don't
do
know
seem
what
to
to
work,
say.
and that was a good part of today. But I was hoping to get a win because I know everybody wanted a free number 8 special on Monday from Cheddar's. So, damn it, we'll have to do it again and find another one.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah.
All right, let's go over here. We'll find Ryan Blaney talking to the media. We'll just jump on in here.
In
And Ryan Blaney brings it
2013,
home second. Ryan, I'll ask you the
the
same
Indy
thing.
Lights cars had a 4-wide finish at
What a
Indy.
race for you.
I said,
but anything that you could have done differently
there is not a
right at the
race
finish line.
that's going to beat that
Not at the
NASCAR.
finish line. I thought I laid back enough in 1 and 2 to kind of not let them both lanes get that big.
I
of a run.
think we just saw it.
You know, the 3 laps before the end, and I was able to kind of manage it fairly well, and they just got both lanes shoving super hard. And
Oh, don't worry, Woody. If I'm putting this to YouTube, this reaction is going to YouTube. That might be my best reaction yet to probably what could easily be considered the greatest race
you know, that's always a good
finish
time
I have ever seen.
You know, race clean.
I don't think I've ever seen a race like that.
That was cool to see. Fun racing with Kyle.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't complain. I've won them by very, very little too, so I can't complain too much when I lose them by that much. So proud of the body armor, zero sugar car. Ford Mustang was fast and close.
Obviously,
Mike,
it's still unofficial until the cars all go through inspection.
Record percentage of cars in the field involved in
that
accidents.
is unreal.
3/1000th of a second.
That is absolutely unreal.
Well, the Charlotte studio will pick it up on the backside, but what a day of racing in Atlanta.
I'm speechless. What do you say to that?
I love your dress.
What do you say to
Oh,
that?
thanks. I splurged a little because Liberty Mutual customized my
That
car
literally
insurance and I
speaks
saved
for
hundreds.
itself.
That's great. I know, right? I've been telling everyone. Liberty. Did you hear that?
I
just said her first word. Can you say mama? Liberty. Can you say auntie? Liberty. How many people did you tell? Only pay for what you need.
That is 3 wide.
Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 is so good.
Separated
Crew is
what,
giving
3
every combination
1,000ths of a
code
second
names.
was.
This squared. Egg and cheese biscuit and sausage biscuit. 2 biscuits. I'm impressed Tyler knew what squaring was.
Mathletes? No matter what you call it, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3.
3 wide. They called it as a dead heat. I can't top that. Jacqueline, you got to give me a day to think about it. You may have to give me a day to think about that one. Because that easily may be the greatest race I've seen, period. It's 3 abreast.
Is this the start of a dynasty?
3 abreast at the finish line.
A redemption tour. Ready to go to work. Is this the face of a ruthless competitor?
Separated by less than the blink of an eye.
Is it time for a breakthrough? To get back to breaking stuff? Or is this the makings of the wildest ride you'll ever witness? It's all of the above. And it's
I said it. I said it from day one that this Cup car works with this setup at this configuration.
Stuffed crust pizza, made with our iconic garlic sauce flavor, mixed with cheese and hand stuffed into that Papa John's original dough. No one stuffs a crust like Papa John's.
Saturday night on Fox Primetime Hoops. Rating Player of the Year, Zach Eaton, leads the Boilermakers in their fight for the top spot in the country, while Tom Izzo's Spartans aim to upset their Big Ten foe.
I'm still speechless.
Purdue. Coverage begins Saturday at 7 Eastern. The biggest game
I-
on Fox Primetime Hoops.
Rita! This is gonna be fun.
I might do a little bit of post race here just to see if they say anything else, but I'm trying to. Easily. It's going to be hard for anything else this season to top this.
So hop in, roll with us, and let's drive big. You did it. It's Big Drive, baby.
Oh, what a race! Record number of lead changes for Atlanta Motor Speedway. a record finish.
Who are you? I'm just the community.
And I'll say it, I think we literally had the best race we've seen since the 03 Darlington race. There's just...
The party is going down in the ATL right now, and that man right there, Daniel Suarez, is the host of the party tonight. Victory Lane, Trackhouse Racing. It's Daniel Suarez's second victory. His first, of course, was at Sonoma. Take a look at this.
I don't know what to say.
7th win for Trackhouse, but the story is going to be about that finish. What did Mike Joy say? 0.0.000?
Basically 3 drivers, though. Not just 2, but 3 drivers at the checkered flag.
3 drivers.
Someone at home call me and say, have you ever seen anything like that? I never have. Have you?
I don't know that I have, especially at a 1.5-mile racetrack. We maybe had some things like that happen at Daytona and Talladega, but I can never remember intermediate.
Yeah, not 3 wide like that. That was unbelievable. I couldn't believe how it was setting up as they went into turn 3, and we saw Kyle Busch go to the outside, and then Suarez ends up there. And there was really no help from behind. What a finish! Those
it was a true drag race.
Down all the cars that were not
it was a true drag race because there was no real help to either 3 of those cars.
There's the finish right there.
Not 2, but 3.
Daniel Suarez ultimately survived this race, which was a carnage fest, right? Gets the victory. How big is this for Daniel Suarez?
It's huge because he had a very dismal season last year, and you almost begin to wonder, is this a pivotal year for Daniel Suarez? They made a crew chief change over there. Matt Swiderski comes over, so this is huge for Daniel Suarez personally.
And yes, you guys.
The relief, the pressure, like that's on a
if I put this to YouTube, I'm giving free use to anybody that wants to fucking clip my reaction because you're not going to find me reacting better than that.
When he gets on the airplane, goes home tonight.
That was probably my best moment since even Blaney winning the title. You know.
On that Trackhouse Racing, you know what Pitbull
Fucking
would say?
hell.
That's right, I know. As we go to the guys in the booth, Mike, take it away.
One of the all-time greats at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Yes, lots of cautions. Yes, lots of pileups. Yes, some big blocks gone bad. But in the end, what a finish.
It was one heck of a finish. And as we watch this race unfold today with all the spinouts and all the wrecks, to have them 3 wide like that at the start-finish line just capped off the night.
Wrecked here.
I can rewatch this.
Yes.
So many
I'm going to post it to my YouTube once I'm done. I'll upload it so it goes up. I'll probably so it goes up tomorrow.
You know, and it started at lap 1. I mean,
past streams are going to go on there.
Holy cow, what just happened? Atlanta Motor Speedway, we got one more crack at this, folks.
And like I said, Larry Mack said it after the Darlington race in 2003, and I'll say it here. Anybody that says it's boring, take that. Take that.
Yeah, 48 lead changes. Of course, Daniel Suarez, the guy
Holy
there at the
hell.
end. There is Justin Marks, team owner. We'll be right back to wrap things up. Yes, Justin, big win.
I don't know what to say. I'm still speechless.
I'd remind people that all hate thrives on one thing.
3 cars, mind you.
Silence.
So when you're talking that margin of victory, you're not talking.
Who refuse to be bystanders.
You're not talking
who raise their
2
voices
cars.
against injustice.
That's 3
when we
cars.
Stand up to silence. We stand up to all hate.
And already Twitter is swindling. What a finish! Of course they are.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared.
We literally might have just seen the race of.
Precisely. Here,
Race
this
of
is
the decade.
pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options.
Race of the decade, and honestly the
Potential tax
best
benefits.
race we've seen since
This isn't
03.
scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Having health insurance is important. So if anyone in your family has Medicaid or CHIP, listen up. Check the mail for your renewal form. Complete the form and mail it back right away so you don't lose your coverage.
Like I said,
if you do lose your coverage, visit healthcare.gov.
I can say that
low-cost quality health plan. Healthcare.gov.
You know, as a Blaney fan, it's sad that he lost it.
I'm taking you on a ride like no
But when you have a finish like that,
closest friends joining me. This car is so bad.
I can't be upset by that.
I get to keep the call, right?
I think we literally might have seen the greatest finish. 3 wide.
He did it. It's big drive, baby.
No question that race was a record-breaking race.
Daniel Suarez in victory lane, putting that victory sticker on the side of his 99 race car. He is officially the 2024 Spring Atlanta winner. Look at the smile on that face. There's going to be a big old party for Daniel's amigos. Another guy that's celebrating today, Austin Cindric, 4th place finish with 32 laps. He's with Regan Smith.
You're not gonna.
Austin Cindric comes home in 4th place today. Had your car
NASCAR Fox just posted one of their posts. Have you ever?
Yeah, I got a slip there while I was behind Ryan, and definitely washed out and kind of put us outside the top 2 rows. But overall, really fun to lead laps in our Knopf Insulation Menards Ford Mustang. It's a real shame. The last 2 weeks, Team Penske's brought the 3 fastest race cars to the racetrack, and we haven't gotten the first win for this Dark Horse Ford Mustang. So proud of the effort of everybody.
Yeah,
Should be a
easily.
great points day for us. Top 5 is great, but yeah, definitely had a car capable of winning today.
Thanks, Austin.
He is right. The Penske's have been
Also,
super fast
Hamill,
last
if you're
couple
in
of
here,
months.
I'll be on my I'm gonna go shower, but I'll be on BC
one
after.
top 5 finish last year, so that was a much-needed finish for him and his race team.
If anybody had a car capable of winning, when I watched the race, everybody had a car capable of winning today. It just seemed like everyone
I
was
don't know
able to
what
get
to
up and
say.
lead laps or had a car that they felt like they could win with. It was, but great for Austin to be able to have the run like that.
It was fun watching this race today with everybody. I'm glad you guys were here. Remember, you can catch Race Hub weeknights on FS1 at 6 Eastern. Next week, we head out to Vegas. Tune in Sunday. Race start starts at 2 Eastern on FS1, continues at 3. And tonight on Fox, it's Next Level Chef. Enjoy your Sunday evening, everybody. Congratulations, Daniel Suarez.
Are you ready? Because Vintage NASCAR is back. Get ready for some bumper banging fun because in 2024, the Food City 500 is back. That's right, back on concrete, back to sheet metal bending chaos, back to racing the way it ought to be. Grab a spring weekend package today and save 15%. It's the Food City 500 at Bristol
I want to see if
Motor
somebody
Speedway,
has
March
the image.
17th,
So what I want to do is I want to see if I
2024. It'll be
can.
St. Patrick's Day, so get ready to party.
I need the still
BristolMotorspeedway.com for
image
tickets and
of
details.
that.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
I'm solving crimes, and everybody loves me.
Critics love the very quick-witted new crime comedy, Grimsburg.
Don't do anything stupid.
Alright, guys, well.
I apologize for nothing, and this will
It's time to
absolutely happen again.
unwind.
John Hamm stars in
It's time for me to head on out of here.
NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights on FS1.
Saturday night on
Sorry.
Fox Primetime Hoops.
That.
Reigning player of the year, Zach Edey, leads the Boilermakers in their fight for the top spot in the country, while Tom Izzo's Spartans aim to upset their Big Ten foe. Can you believe this? Michigan State, Purdue. Coverage begins Saturday at 7 Eastern.
The biggest games are on Fox Primetime Hoops.
Rita! This is gonna be fun.
Alright, well. I shall be leaving you guys. Again, look for this to go up. I say I'll probably set it to go up tomorrow. So. And then, like I said, feel free to clip this. I'll have this up at least until the YouTube video goes up, and I'm going to remove it from here. So, man, I don't... Wow. You're not beating that. So, I'm out for the night, guys. Have fun. You know, like, subscribe. Well, I should say I won't say sub, but follow. We'll be here for Vegas. I doubt we're going to talk what we saw tonight, but Vegas next week. Peace out, everybody.